This guy's name is Julian, a madman, a lunatic, a monster disguised as a human. Known as the Devil of the Northern Front. Above all, he suffers from a personality disorder, always smiling no matter the situation. Bearing such terrible nicknames means he has countless enemies. But so what? As soon as they show even a slight weakness, he will tear them apart mercilessly to death. So far you might think this is our main character, but it's not. This guy here is the real protagonist. His name is Lee Shihu, a young man who spent over 11 years and nearly 38 million just to see the ending of an online game. But the outcome was only that the hero Shihu loved got slashed by the narrow-eyed villain and sent off to heaven. Out of bitterness, this young man immediately verbally fought directly with the game publisher. The result was not only failing to recover the money spent, but Shihu got sucked into the game, becoming the narrow-eyed villain he hated. Now let's start the episode. In the dusty wind along with the dim evening light, two human figures flickered amidst the scene. A blood-stained silver sword, scattered with bloody marks, dragged along the ground. He lightly swung the sword, standing tall before the kneeling knight. So even the man once called a hero by others fell into this situation. He scowled darkly, holding a cloth to wipe the blood off the sword. If you had considered your own safety inside that magnificent mansion, such a tragedy wouldn't have happened. He sneered scornfully, the fallen star Hayden Reich. Reich's face grew darker, twitching in pain. How could you do this to me? The gleaming sword reflected Julian's evil face. When I still supported you as a hero, you should have treated me better. Reich pleaded desperately, can you really kill me, your master, so mercilessly? Julian remained ice-cold-faced at Reich's begging, but he couldn't help widening his mouth uncontrollably. Julian raised the sword high into the air, laughing with delight. That was nothing difficult at all. With a quick slash, Reich's head immediately fell off, blood splattering everywhere. The young man wearing glasses clutched his head and shouted no. He pressed his eyes close to the computer screen, unable to accept that it should end this way. He was still stunned in his mind, unable to believe he died so pointlessly. He hurriedly moved the mouse on the computer. The DLC to defeat the Demon Lord starting right now was opening for pre-order. This shouldn't have happened. Reich was the hero of the Northern Frontline. You led everyone even in the most desperate situations. A genius at demon hunting and a legendary figure embodying nobility. Most importantly, he is the protagonist of this game. He gritted his teeth in anger. How could the main character die like that? And at the hands of the villain who betrayed his own master, Julian. The more he talked, the angrier he got, slamming his hand on the table. Damn the software company Fromwell. I had such high hopes for the sequel, and yet they betray me like this. The king starts now. The pre-order wave is in full swing. Top player Lee Shihu, total amount 38 million. Defeating the Demon King starts right now. You have been registered on Fromwell for 5 years. Total playtime over the past 5 years is 100,000 hours. How much money and time have I poured into these guys? Shihu skimmed through each comment on the computer. It seems Julian is the main character this season. How did a squinty-eyed guy like him become the main character this season? But squinty eyes are pretty cool. You can't tell what he's thinking. That makes him captivating. Well, a ruthless villain is actually quite charming too. Shihu was helpless. I really have no words. He skillfully tapped his fingers on the keyboard. Cool my ass, he's just a traitor. Shihu's comment appeared. I don't understand how a squinty-eyed guy like that becomes the main character. Cancel the pre-order. After finishing the comment, he moved the mouse over to the cancel pre-order button. Shihu's hand paused for a few beats, but finally clicked the left mouse button to confirm the cancellation. The screen displayed, you have canceled your pre-order. Shihu happily said goodbye to the pile of game souvenirs. We had some good times together, but let's never meet again. He decisively lay down on the bed, yelling loudly, goodbye to that damn game. What a total scam. Tears welled up in Shihu's eyes with regret. But no other game had such beautiful graphics and such a vast world. It had soothed his tired heart, which had grown numb from reality after starting his first job. He wearily sat up from the bed, a small resting place that he had. Shihu slowly grasped the flower pot and now. He fervently hugged and kissed the flower pot. You're all I have left. Whenever I'm upset, taking care of you makes me feel much better. Shihu squinted and sprayed the watering can on the plant. Now I understand why old people like growing orchids. Don't turn out like that stupid game. Grow up well, okay? Suddenly a sound startled him. Shihu quietly turned his head to check. What is that? A message appeared on the computer screen. Hello, this is the software company Fromwell, developer of the game Destroy the Demon King, starting right now. You are Shihu, who has played our game for the past 5 years, right? Shihu grumbled and clicked his tongue. A message from Fromwell. Is this some kind of automated reply? He quickly wrote a reply message. Yes, it's me. We noticed that you canceled the pre-order for the Demon King Eradication DLC starting right now. We suppose you were not satisfied with how the storyline unfolded. Looking at the computer screen, Shihu's face froze blank for quite a while. His face drooped unhappily. What is this? Could it be that they don't want to refund me? Shihu stared intently at the screen. What did they just say? The message on the computer screen gradually appeared and suddenly became clear. Please click on the link below. Unconsciously, Shihu accidentally clicked on the link. Then suddenly the computer screen lit up brightly, making Shihu's eyes dazzled. A violent gust suddenly sucked Shihu tightly. His glasses instinctively fell off. Shihu's head was also dragged into the computer screen. His face twisted with difficulty as he tried to hold back from being sucked in. I have to turn this off immediately. Then he strained to press the power button on the computer. But damn it, the computer refused to shut down. It's not working. The young man's desperate scream echoed out toward the apartment complex outside. The computer screen suddenly flashed off immediately. Ji's body lost direction and fell down. What is happening? His subconscious dreamily thought. Am I falling? But where am I falling to? The scenery in his eyes suddenly appeared. A wasteland. Ji's body glowed with a strange golden light. He weakly struggled to rise, observing around him to see where he was. Wait, this is where Reich and Julian last fought. Just as Shihu realized it, a large scorpion blocked his view. It swung its massive claw, startling him into stepping back. This is the phantom scorpion that appears in the Demon King extermination starting right now. Strangely, a system panel appeared before Shihu's eyes. Character traits, outstanding swordsmanship, extraordinary instincts. You can instinctively detect demons' weak points. He was so surprised he gaped, a game status window. He leapt up, stood, and ran off fast. Now he had to run immediately. Each leg of the scorpion shook the ground. It struggled to move, cracking the earth into hundreds of pieces. If that hit me, I'd be shredded. The massive claw swiftly swooped near Shihu. He clenched his teeth as if unwilling to accept it. Damn, am I about to die? But when the scorpion touched his finger, it trembled. What's this? Doesn't it hurt? Unwilling to lose, the scorpion attacked again with both claws. Shihu skillfully stooped to dodge the strike. Whatever. He gritted his teeth and tensed up, then threw a strong punch at the monster's face. Shihu took a deep breath, then looked at the scorpion ahead. Did it work? He tiptoed up, then wondered what just happened. Shihu stared blankly at his hands, then ran away, his pants falling down. Has my body always been this light? Your eyes suddenly froze. Shihu suddenly recalled everything from the beginning. Could it be? No way, Li Shihu. How come he didn't change the story himself? Is this entering the character? You gave it your all, running frantically, hopping to escape the bloodthirsty scorpion. The demonic scorpion suddenly let out a terrifying roar, forcing Shihu to lift his head. He grabbed the sword handle at his side, silently telling himself he still didn't understand what was happening. Shihu's legs came to a complete stop. He no longer fled. He confidently faced the scorpion. But fortunately, the character he had entered was right. The character he had spent thousands of hours playing. Shihu's eyes lit up, a fire of power blazing within. He drew his sword and swung a mighty beam of light at the monster. The source of power, seeming to cut through the very air, quickly flew toward the scorpion. That power immediately struck the scorpion's head. Splitting it into two pieces, it collapsed in a pool of red blood. Shihu was astonished, standing there speechless. Wow. He wiped the sweat from his chin and puffed his breath out. Did I really kill it, just as expected from Reich's power? Excitedly looking at his hand, he thought, with this, I can change the storyline and prevent Julian from killing me. The system panel appeared. The swordsmanship foundation you learned includes the common attack skill, Moon Slash. Shihu pondered, looking at the system panel, thinking, Moon Slash, but this is not Reich's skill. His throat suddenly tightened. Wait. Shihu quickly took off his hood, then grabbed the sword. He carefully examined his reflection through the silver sword. Shihu's red pupils suddenly contracted in surprise. He suddenly froze, not knowing what to do next. The system appeared again. The character's appearance: silver hair, narrow eyes, expressionless face. Notification sounds kept popping up. Outstanding swordsman, perfect mana control. Extraordinary instincts. Julian Kriffart Prasin. Shihu's mind felt like it was falling into a pit. He clutched his head and shouted, "Is this Julian?" The system sounded again. Formal speech. Julian Kriffart Prasin. Character tendency: narrow eyes, formal speech, expressionless face, two-faced, extraordinary instinct traits, color of denial, outstanding swordsman, vessel of the demon lord, perfect mana control. The blue sky reflected light onto the vast white mansion. Golden light shone on Julian's face in the mirror, a hypocrite, a potential traitor. Julian Kriffart Prasin really suits a fox-eyed character, clearly malicious. Who would have guessed he'd become him? Julian used his hand to pry his eyelids open, and his eyes were about this big. He was drenched in sweat and anxious, still unable to believe it. Julian sighed wearily, shaking his head. Do I really have to live as Julian again? I've already lived under Julian's identity for a week. I tried to find a way to return to reality, so take me back. I shook the document search window. Thinking back on those things only made me want to get angry. Julian sighed in exhaustion. Everything was a complete failure. Nevertheless, the system displayed Julian Criffart Prassen's character traits. Formal speech, always speaking in a dignified manner in every word. He looked at himself in the mirror and complained. Even talking to himself with such formality was annoying. Still, Julian unintentionally raised his hand to cover a mocking smile. Me, I actually look pretty good. Now I see why he's famous. He casually posed in front of the mirror, his body proportions 8 heads tall, maybe even 9. Meanwhile, incoherent footsteps echoed through the mansion. His face tightened, gray and dull like the bottom of an aluminum pot. Just thinking about that wicked face made him tremble with fear. I don't want to go anywhere, don't want to see him. It felt like gradually walking down into a grave. The door to the room suddenly opened. Hera pressed her lips to greet. Heron pressed his lips to greet. Sir Julian, Sir Heron has arrived. Julian glanced with bloodshot eyes at him, silently thinking, Heron, a direct descendant of the Criffart Prassen family, why would he come here? Seeing this, Heron stammered in fear. Sir Julian, his mind was racing wildly, too terrifying. Heron froze, inquiring about his well-being. Julian replied coldly, thanks to you I am still very well. Heron forced a smile, then that's fortunate. I never expected Julian, the champion, to faint. I wonder if I'm just worrying too much. Heron's intermittent laughter made the atmosphere even more suffocating. Ha ha. Both Julian and Heron tried to laugh, looking at each other's faces, then sharing the same thought. What is he trying to do? On the surface, Julian still smiled brightly, but inside, he was suffering from a throbbing headache. Yet it wasn't just any random person visiting, but Heron himself. What exactly have you done all this time? Heron forced a grin, cursing inwardly. Julian, you disgusting bastard, seeing me visit in person and still looking so comfortable, you're definitely not simple. Maybe it's time to shake him up a bit. Heron recounted gleefully, Julian, I heard a rumor. Julian tilted his head in wonder. What rumor? The rumor is that you have lost your memory. Those words hit Julian like a bolt of lightning. Lost memory. He closed his eyes to ponder. So that's why people whisper to each other and speak softly whenever they see me. It's because of that. No wonder I look suspicious. Heron's eyes darkened gloomily. He had hit the bullseye. Heron feigned innocence to reassure. Oh, it's just a rumor, so don't worry. Suddenly, Julian growled in a terrifying tone, making Heron's heart skip a beat. Julian flashed a sinister smile filled with murderous intent. You actually believe in that rumor. Oh my god, that face is terrifying. Heron nearly pissed his pants. Shaking and denying, no way I would. He anxiously thought to himself he hadn't been pushed back even a little. I could never figure out what he meant by that smile and those eyes. Perhaps Julian already knew I had come here under the orders of the Council of Elders. Very well, Heron smiled, covering his mouth with his hand and chuckling lightly. Don't pay too much attention to the rumors spreading among the maids. Anyway, the reason I came here is because, although I know you are injured, the Council of Elders has instructions, so I came to relay them. The Council of Elders mentioned must be the council formed by the nobles. They always consider bloodline the utmost important factor. The old direct line elders cannot sit idly by when a member from a branch of the clan is scheming to seize power. Julian is a member of a branch, but he considers himself the royal dog's dog because of his outstanding swordsmanship and magical abilities. He is seen as a thorn in the side by this organization, to the point that they want to eliminate him immediately. A message from them, I should be careful then. What is the message? It is to participate in the candidate entrance exam for the Blink under the guise of an instructor. Hearing this, Julian also thought carefully. These people are called the Blink. They secretly carry out missions from the palace and often operate as royal guards. They are an exclusive royal organization, where people with astonishing martial prowess converge. Julian is also a member of the Blink. Those who mean harm to me are choosing me. Suspicious. Should I follow the request or not? Heron sneered, smirking as if he had calculated everything. Usually, Julian would notice this was a trap set by the Council of Elders and avoid it. So how can I convince Julian? But then Julian laughed heartily. Fine, I will go there as the supervisor. Julian's acceptance made Heron go pale. He still couldn't believe his ears. But what about your injuries? Julian raised his hand and ripped off the bandage on his forehead. Actually it just healed. This time Heron was panic-stricken and couldn't believe his own eyes. Heron was drenched in sweat, secretly thinking he had lost his mind. Is it just that simple? Julian squinted, still not understanding what was happening. I have no idea, so I'll just flatter a bit. Heron spun on his heels and warned, okay then, get ready and let's go out. If I stay any longer, who knows what he might do. Better keep my distance for now. Just as Heron was about to sneak away, Julian's dark, deep voice rang out. Ah, wait a minute. Heron's eyes began to dart wildly with fear. Is he not going to let me leave? Heron's face turned pale as he turned to stop him. Julian, wait. Before he could finish, suddenly a flower pot came flying at him. Oh no. Julian held out the flower pot before Heron with an extremely friendly face. I just wanted to give you an orchid, that's all. It will help relieve your mood. Heron, stunned, stepped out of the door holding the orchid pot in his hands. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Heron's legs lost control and collapsed. Heron's eyes glazed over, his throat feeling constricted. I forgot that his nickname was the Smiling Executioner. A sigh echoed through Julian's room. He was absorbed in admiring the pots of orchids on the table. He'd already taken care of one pot. Julian had a headache recalling the things he had said unconsciously. At some point, this room had turned into an orchid field. He had mumbled incoherently while unconscious, saying he needed orchids quickly. Now, how was he going to deal with them all? Julian reached out. After all, he was waiting for me. I needed to finish preparing and get going. I took the sword, thinking that if it were Julian, he wouldn't be foolish enough to go out without it, and considered what I should wear when going out. Julian burst open the wardrobe door and shouted loudly, "What is this? What is this sparkling pile of clothes? Has he gone mad?" Regarding his style, he struggled to pick an outfit. I really hate this. Then Julian gracefully slipped the white shirt on, but I had to act perfectly like Julian. Julian's door suddenly swung open, making Heron jump. Heron, I'm ready. Julian smiled mischievously, adjusting his wrist, causing Heron's expression to darken. Let's go. I'm really looking forward to the oral exam. Where is the test taking place? The old carriage creaked as it rolled through the deep green forest. As mentioned earlier, Heron was sitting opposite Julian, calmly explaining that the entrance exam for the blindfolded test would take place at the Veal Academy's training grounds. Julian nodded thoughtfully, thinking to himself that the Veal Academy wasn't an important area in the game, but he did remember it. Julian asked playfully, curious about what kind of place it was. Heron looked at Julian puzzled, saying, "Didn't you already know the academy? After all, you came from Veal Academy." Julian clasped his hands and bowed his head, thinking, wow, I hadn't even thought about it until now. It's been so long. He raised his hand to divert the topic. I'm sure it's changed by now. Heron nodded. Oh, is that so? Julian breathed a sigh of relief inside. Phew, coming from the academy, huh? I hope no one still remembers Julian back then at Veal Academy. There are many things I want to forget too. The carriage suddenly stopped, and the driver carefully announced, Sir Julian, Sir Heron, we have arrived at Veal Academy. Julian excitedly looked around at the academy, which looked really big in real life. I had only seen it in the game. Heron followed behind, squinting and asking, HMPH, what did you say? Julian perked up and gave a strange smile. Nothing at all. Julian rubbed his hands, craving in his heart that no matter how great the game's graphics were, they could never compare to reality. Heron carefully observed the executioner standing next to him, thinking the guy must be crazy. What scheme was he plotting with that expression? Julian anxiously looked up at Heron, thinking that he wasn't too scared after all. He felt a little bad about this situation. Julian raised his hand to request from his comrade. Heron startled and hastily replied, yes. You may leave now. I'm very glad you accompanied me this far. No, since we're already here, I also want to see how the test turns out. Julian's red pupils reflexively dilated as he glanced over. HMPH, I thought he wanted to escape immediately. And what was that worrying aura I sensed earlier? Julian was lost in thought. Mana no, could it be that some kind of magic power or energy within him is now erupting? Heron anxiously looked at Julian. Why is he looking at me like that? Julian frowned, calculating emotions. Could it be fear? He quickly pressed his hand on the nearby system panel. Unique poisonous negative emotion trait detected. You feel negative emotions directed straight at you. You can deduce the emotion based on the negative aura's color. Julian started to understand and subconsciously pressed the system panel. That's it. Heron, standing beside, remained highly alert. Why are you pointing at me? Come to think of it, Julian has always been very skilled at judging other people's emotions. He is especially adept at exploiting people's feelings, particularly fear. He can win a battle by leveraging his opponent's fear without throwing a single punch. He also uses his opponent's anger to drive them mad and cause mistakes during a fight. I'm sure it's all because of this trait. The reason Heron hasn't left is because of fear, so he's here with me. Perhaps it's because the Elder Council ordered him to keep an eye on me. The Council of Elders seem to have regarded me as a thorn in their side. It's understandable. Julian is extremely notorious. I'm sure they want to deal with him quickly to avoid trouble. Now there's a rumor that he has amnesia. This is the best time for the Council of Elders to move against me. Of course, I can't just let it be. I need to act. I need to survive and return to the real world. But suddenly, his train of thought was interrupted by the collision with a stranger. He bent down and immediately apologized. I'm sorry. Before he could finish speaking, Julian leaned in close with his devilish face and flashed a wide smile at the corner of his mouth. The young man was terrified and fell down. As if he had just seen a ghost, Lord Julian. Julian unconsciously frowned. Oh. The fearful whispers from the crowd continued one after another. Julian, Julian the sly fox, why is the royal mad dog here? He's done for, how dare he say that? Harand hurriedly intervened. Julian, please stay calm. He's still young. Julian's face began to crease. He thought to himself that he hadn't done anything yet. He clenched his hands tightly. In fact, that was the case. Julian silently groaned inside. I also hate Julian. All the fearful emotions below were erupting towards him. Some people were scared, while others were extremely angry. Julian bit his lip, blaming himself. Why can't you behave better with everyone? I'm not good at dealing with crowds, but I need to calm everyone down. A girl stepped forward to block Julian's way, welcoming Lord Julian. That girl confidently looked up at Julian, showing no fear at all. Her graceful and subtle beauty stunned Julian. Eileen Donashin. One of the first characters to appear in Defeating the Demon King starts now. An instructor at Veil Academy. Someone connected to the magic tower of the Adrathan Empire. She is a genius mage, able to control the metal element of the 5 elements. A 5th-rank archmage at only 24 years old. Julian was absorbed in thoughts about her. She had always been a good teacher. Please let me know if you need help, although I'm not sure I can be of assistance. No, she had already given a lot of useful advice during the academy part. But why is Eileen welcoming Julian? Julian cracked his neck to ease the stiffness from too much thinking. Do they know each other? Oh, well, this at least eases the atmosphere a lot. But something is wrong. Julian frowned. Wait, I see her negative aura. Not good. Fear, anger, no, it is hatred. But why does she hate me? What the hell did I do to her? Eileen is a senior mage. I shouldn't have done anything to make her think I'm strange. She could cause a lot of uncontrollable trouble. I need to find a way to calm things down. Must think of a solution quickly. Thinking means acting. Julian immediately put on a scornful, mocking face. You half-blood of the Donashin family, who gave you the right to speak to me? Eileen's complexion immediately darkened, her face contorted in discomfort. The atmosphere between the two of them grew increasingly stifling and hard to describe. Julian appeared cheerful on the outside, but inside a storm was raging. Wow, now she has nothing to say. The thing is, I can guess a lot because I've played the game. The tension isn't easing at all, it's actually increasing. Julian had no choice but to place his hand on his sword, threatening. You're a mixed blood, are you deaf as well? But in his heart he thought, I'll probably have to keep playing the villain. Julian wickedly raised his shiny silver sword into the air. Do you know what sound a person makes when they die? Julian gradually stepped toward them, cunningly guessing, scared already, aren't you? Now I can finally calm her down. Before he could think any longer, Eileen used magic to ask, did you just draw your sword? A golden light enveloped her body and she spoke sternly, I cannot accept this. Even if it is you, Julian of Shut Eyes, you shouldn't behave like this toward students and professors. This is an act of violence against the entire Veil Academy. I cannot forgive you. This action shocked Julian, his face drenched in sweat. She said seriously, prepare yourself, I won't be an easy opponent to deal with. Seeing she was serious, this fake villainous brother was confused. Wait, I only planned to scare everyone a little to look like the villain and then retreat. Eileen quickly ran forward, gathering the power of lightning. He lunged straight at Julian, but he blocked it with his sword, then flung him to the ground, shattering the earth. Seeing that, he couldn't help but wonder, well, are we really fighting? Seeing Eileen's angry face, he thought she wouldn't dare look away. Then she turned back to inform the students, and the trainees immediately left the area. Those trainees who saw that terrifying aura, their faces all twisted. The only sound was shouting, run. The students ran while wondering what the hell was happening. I should have left when Julian told me to. When she turned her head, she heard Julian's laughter. He seized the opportunity to attack. Unfortunately, she quickly erected a protective barrier. While attacking him, she said, I shouldn't turn my back. Julian closed in on the girl's face, continuing while fighting. The professor only managed to let out a shout. A greater power was unleashed, forcing him to retreat backward. Unexpectedly, the real attacks were truly terrifying. He felt as if he saw her flushed face, struggling to breathe. He guessed she was channeling her emotions into each strike. Meanwhile, Eileen was restless, thinking she hadn't intended to deliver a killing blow, yet he dodged the entire series. That's Julian for you. She recalled once thinking he was the ideal model of a nobleman. Then a book appeared in her mind's eye, associating with the image of Julian chatting. But if that were the case, the girls standing nearby truly admired him. One of them wondered if Julian was really just a descendant of a collateral branch. he was even more attractive than the mainstream nobles. At that time, Eileen Donatian, a new student at the Veal Academy, also had feelings for him. Looking at that demeanor, she secretly admired Julian. He was really cool. He was confident, generous, and friendly with everyone. Not only did he have many connections, but he was also regarded as a rising star of the empire thanks to his swordsmanship. Her mind kept picturing Julian gently touching his sword. Eileen slammed shut the book when she saw him. Her eyes revealed that she had feelings for him. When looking at him, she once hoped that being born from a collateral branch would no longer hold her back. But then her thoughts gradually changed. Yes, that damn Julian had once been someone she admired. She had sincerely believed that he could change society's prejudice against those from collateral branches. At that moment, Julian turned to look at her. She gave him a love letter, begging him to accept it. Eileen recalled that back then she couldn't distinguish between respect and love, her hands trembling as she handed the love letter to the young man. But then she confessed and was rejected. Right now, she couldn't control her emotions and gathered an enormous amount of power. Julian was startled to see this, but with his years of combat experience, he managed to dodge it. Eileen's face flushed red, her body trembling with anger. She almost caught a glimpse of that face, and he wondered, why is she so red? Is she really that angry? Her face turned deep red, frustrated, definitely hit where it hurts, which somewhat eased my anger. Julian twitched his lips, thinking maybe it was time to end this matter. He quickly blinked behind Eileen's back without her noticing. At this speed, she was amazed. Then he struck the back of her head with the sword's handle. The atmosphere became slightly less awkward. He said nervously, "Why don't you stop playing around here?" She pouted angrily and replied, "What do you think you're doing? Are you looking down on me?" And he still smiled, "Oh my." Although she was somewhat less angry, she still asked why he didn't use the moonlight sword when he saw an opening. A series of questions were raised. "If you wanted, you could have killed me already. I can sense your magic power is strong enough, so why not?" A teasing voice sounded, "Do you want to know the reason?" At this moment, Miss Eileen's face looked like a tomato, her mind racing with many thoughts. Could it be that he finally acknowledged her feelings after all this time? She replied, "Yes." He raised his thumb, saying it was Heron's first time here, so he didn't know where the testing center was. Heron scratched the back of his head awkwardly, smiling. "And everyone else was too afraid to show me the way." Hearing this, the rigid script didn't go as I expected. Julian looked pleadingly. "Do you understand now? If you do, please guide me, you traitor." Heron awkwardly reminded from the side, "Can't you speak more politely?" Eileen stood there, hair disheveled and stammering. Was it just because of that? The two confidently went ahead while she stood still like a stone. Julian walked while thinking again, a sword of moonlight and stars. She was probably referring to Julian's sword. Usually when a sword is enveloped in a Kai field, it appears as light surrounding the blade. However, Julian's sword is a bit more special. The blade itself turns a pale blue, as if holding the moonlight within it, along with the image of Julian's cruel face gripping that sword. Julian used that sword to slay countless demons. After witnessing this firsthand, people named it the Moonlight Sword out of both respect and fear. Because of this, the sword is Julian's identity, the source of his power. So how could I possibly? His face paled, silently thinking that maybe he could figure out how to use it. Because he was just an ordinary human, Eileen starting to doubt was a bad sign. This left him unable to think clearly. When confused, he had to make sure she wouldn't find out, which was when his face turned frightening. The two behind gasped sharply. What was he plotting this time? He turned back with a friendly expression. Is something wrong? Making the two people unsure of what to do, stammering, "Nothing at all. This way." The guide said this is the training ground. He confidently opened the door and stepped inside. Not forgetting to blame Eileen, hopping everyone was fine. "Sorry for being a little late. Professor Eileen got lost on the way here." Upon hearing that, she grimaced and clenched her teeth, showing discomfort. Then he introduced himself. "I am Julian Criffart Prassen, and I will be responsible for organizing today's entrance exam to Shut Eyes. I am sure all of you here have heard my name before." While he was boasting, Heron was looking around for someone. His eyes continuously scanned. "Where is he?" A handsome young man with green eyes and hair appeared. "There he is, the second son of the Torso family. I knew he would come." The Torso family is very famous for having a close relationship with the Criffart Prassen house for a long time. Usually associated with Shut Eyes, an organization under the royal family, is a huge honor, but it also means fierce competition. The entrance test is a one-on-one battle between the judge and the candidate. And if during that process, Julian manages to defeat the second son of the Torso family, the Council of Elders will definitely use that as an excuse to undermine me. Heron anxiously looked towards Julian, but he always smiled. thinking silently that this is where his bad reputation ends. He asked everyone again, "It seems like all of you here want to join Shut Eyes, right?" A group of people were somewhat fearful, but still answered, "Yes, sir." Julian clenched his teeth, his tone full of mockery. "They're all a bunch of shabby cowards." He judged them all. "Your eyes are as innocent as children raised in silk and velvet. With those sword-shaped accessories you wear, I can't help but laugh. Shut Eyes, the place you all long to join, is the bloodiest in the entire empire." Julian stretched out his hand and continued, "And as a senior, I will let you taste what that's like. Now the entrance exam for Shut Eyes officially begins." He drew his sword and declared the passing criteria. Holding the sword in hand, clearly, "Kill me." Those people were all confused and scared. After Julian finished declaring, his body trembled, his mouth couldn't curl any higher. "Oh no, now I realize the entrance exam is a one-on-one duel." Harand whispered, "Julian, even though it's just the entrance exam, don't go easy on them." But inside he screamed, "Do you want me to duel with them?" Remembering the match earlier with Eileen, I only knew how to run away. If now I really have to participate in an official duel. He thought of the scene of not being able to fight against a rookie. Others would express disappointment. Is he really that weak? He doesn't even use the moonlight sword. Isn't that just an unfounded rumor? Thinking about his own anguished face when fencing with someone, then recalling the pessimistic remark, or maybe he really had lost his memory. Surely that would be what people start to suspect. Looking back at the trainees here, he stepped back a little. What worried him more was not even mentioning that if he behaved too suspiciously, someone might attack him and it would be exposed that he was not the original owner. He gripped his sword tightly and schemed. If that's the case, then while reaching out with his hand, he planned. The best option was to unsettle them right from the start. He shouted, "Hey everyone, what's going on? What's the matter?" He tried to put on a serious face. "The exam will only end if I die or if no candidates remain." The candidates below hesitated somewhat, trembling, afraid to look up. Not a single sound was heard since he spoke. Suddenly a hand went up. I give up." This surprised the other candidates. But then they also raised their hands to surrender. "Me too, I also withdraw." Standing amid a crowd who only knew how to give up, cries rose, "Me too, me too," making the Torso clan's second son begin to get flustered. Then he grit his teeth and also raised his hand in surrender. "I give up." Harand and Eileen were both surprised by this scene. Are you kidding? So many candidates crowded into the competition, yet they all asked to give up. Julian covered his mouth and laughed. His cloak fluttered in the wind. Then he turned his back and left, declaring the exam ended because no candidates remained. On the surface, he smiled confidently. But inside, I was so happy I could cry. I did it, truly Julian. His terrifying nature always helps me in situations like this. He didn't forget to glance at Eileen behind him, thinking silently, "So, Eileen, does fear for me outweigh your hatred?" But seeing her appearance, a relaxed face, suddenly strangely gentle. He turned around and only saw a flushed face that made him wonder. "I can't feel anything at all." Julian hit his head as he thought, the negative color skill isn't working. There's no way a skill just suddenly stops working. If that happens, it's bad news. Eileen pressed her lips together. His recent actions stirred up memories from the past. He reminded me of Julian from the past, the one who made opponents retreat by threatening rather than actually fighting. The system notification appeared. The negative color skill can only sense negative emotions. Harand ran after him and said, Julian, stop." Harand ran up to his front and praised, "You did well." Julian frowned, suddenly patted Harand's shoulder. Harand was scared and confused when Julian placed his hand on Harand's shoulder. A dark negative color appeared in him. Julian just replied, "It's nothing. You're the one who worked hard," feeling secretly happy, so the negative color skill still works. Suddenly Lazarus rushed out like a god. "Good evening, sir." And he wondered, this young man. With an apparently emotional face, wonderful. Julian didn't know who he was. He immediately introduced himself. Yes, my name is Lazarus, in charge of administrative work for Shut Eyes. It's an honor to meet you. This young man asks a lot of questions, so the rumor that you have amnesia is false. You completed the exam without having to compete against any other candidate. He thought silently that this guy is quite talkative, always boasting. Lazarus added, and I also heard that the second son of the Torso family participated in the competition, yet you still did not go easy on them. Truly Julian. This shocked Harand. He pointed at Lazarus angrily and scolded, "How dare you?" The man implied that the second son of the Torso family failed. Lazarus awkwardly responded, "Sir, I did not mean that." Harand seemed angry. "By what right do you act arrogantly when you haven't finished training yet? You say that yet you still know well the relationship between the Torso family and Krifart Prasen." Julian interrupted Harand, "I think you are misunderstanding something. The young man barely said, "You are," then Julian continued, "Or maybe the Torso family themselves are misunderstanding something." Then he put on an evil face and said, "Shut Eyes does not accept nobles." Both of them looked confused. Julian continued, "Since it is directly managed by the royal family, only commoners or nobles who have fallen from grace can join." Heron pointed at him and asked in confusion, "Aren't you a noble?" "Julian is from a long line, but I belong to a minor branch of the Criffart-Prasin family, half-blood of the Criffart-Prasin lineage. Therefore, I am a grown dog of the royal family, not of the Criffart-Prasin." The second son of the Torso family still took the exam, knowing full well he would be eliminated in the second round. Julian put out his hand behind him and voiced his thoughts. Perhaps the Torso family wants to teach their child by giving him real experience. Or he just can't understand that calculation. There is some kind of conspiracy related to this entrance exam. When he said this, Heron's body trembled, secretly thinking, "Damn it, you already know." He clenched his fists. "You know that this exam is a trap set by the Elder Council, and that I am one of them." But then Julian denied it. "However, there's no way that's true. It's probably just a simple misunderstanding." Heron now dared not raise his face to look at him. Julian implied a threat, otherwise it would indeed be a pity. Julian returned to his castle. The servants received him. "My lord, you have returned." As he entered, people greeted him, "Welcome back, my lord." Two servants behind also greeted, "Welcome home, my lord." The maid inquired, "Will you have dinner?" Julian answered, "No need." He suddenly remembered something, turned around abruptly and reminded, "Oh, and don't let anyone enter my office under any circumstances." After saying that, he turned away. The maid obeyed, "Yes, my lord." When he stepped into the empty office, he laid the sword down. He sat on the chair, wiping sweat from his forehead, sighing in exhaustion. Then thought again about the situation at that time. From Heron's reaction earlier, it seemed the elder president had truly arranged something in this exam. "Today I was lucky to discover it, but I don't know how long this luck will last." He was confused about what to do. Sooner or later, the elder president would find out Julian's weakness. "No, my weakness. And then I might be kicked out of the family." He looked at the sword on the table, and then thought about the fact that he couldn't use the moonlight sword, which made him worried. Being able to use the moonlight sword, in other words, recalling that when Julian was ruthless, he had enough strength to overpower others. If so, he grabbed the sword, covering it with that blue light. Perhaps it was worth trying. His pupils glowed bright red, looking extremely terrifying. He wondered if he should give it a try. He smiled slyly, surrounded by a very strong aura. Activating the moonlight sword, he opened one eye and looked at the sword in his hand, which was still emanating inner power. The sword was spotless and shiny, the blade unusually sharp. The sword's surface glossy enough to reflect his face. He slightly frowned, just as he thought it wasn't easy to activate. Clenching the sword tightly in his hand, he remembered the ability Julian possessed, a genius swordsman, allowing him to wield the sword effortlessly. He gently transmitted internal energy into the sword, his face serious. The very moment he held the sword path, or more precisely, the trajectory the sword had to follow, became clear before his eyes. After analyzing, the system displayed the sword's capability chart. While channeling internal energy, he reminded himself, but that was still not enough. Then he recalled the renowned faces in this empire. Countless people were skilled in swordsmanship, not inferior, even superior to Julian. Just counting those famous figures alone, there were dozens, even hundreds. But the difference between them and Julian was clear, a dominant gap in their skill controlling chi or mana. That was exactly why Julian could survive despite having an extreme way of thinking. Thinking this, looking at the sword in his hand, he suddenly grew gloomy. But could he do it right now? If mana flows backward, his vital organs could be destroyed. Controlling mana was an extremely dangerous task. He broke out in a cold sweat, then regained his calm and focused on the sword in his hand. No, sooner or later he would have to prove himself. His face became serious, his eyes sharp like a blade. If the concept of mana in the game and in this world were the same, then as someone who had played that game hundreds of times, he already knew what to do. He raised the sword, trying to channel mana into it. His heart began to beat faster. He had to control the flow of mana. Mana accumulated in his heart, guiding it to the meridians, the organs that operated mana within his body. At this moment, he was struggling with great difficulty to control the amount of mana being transmitted into his body. Among the 38 meridians of demonic energy, 6 are main meridians called Great Meridians, and among them, the Great Meridian in the head area is the direct connection between the heart and the pure mana. His face had turned pale, yet he kept enduring, if only he could activate that area. Then he opened his eyes. His body was flooded with mana, filling him with uncontainable joy. His aura began to fluctuate. Holding the sword in his hand, he felt happy and self-satisfied. Now I need to transfer the mana within my body to another area. He continued to pour all his energy into the sword, his face tense as he tried to withstand the pain. The resistance was stronger than he had thought, but Julian was capable of this. The blade immediately glowed success. Seeing the glowing sword in his hand, he forced a smile. I think that's it. But then the system started to display, the moonlight sword is not yet complete. He held the sword and looked at it in his hand. It had materialized but was still very weak. Then a gem appeared on the blade. What is this? A fragment of a crescent moon. He joyfully held the sword. At least the moonlight had begun to show. On the first day at the training ground, he diligently practiced with his new sword. As soon as the sword slash was unleashed, 3 wooden figures behind were immediately beheaded. He turned his back to those wooden figures. The wood chips fell to the ground. He exhaled happily, thinking, at least I've reached the level of a knight. Standing in the training ground, looking at the chaotic pile just finished, he thought now all that was left was to perfect the moonlight sword. He began to think more thoroughly. I need someone who truly understands me. No, someone who truly understands Julian, someone whom Julian would seek out for advice. At that moment, a maid stepped forward and called out, Sir Julian. She bowed carefully, very politely, and said a guest had come to see him. He was surprised, wondering inside, a guest. Julian had such good friends. Then a handsome young man raised his hand to salute carefully. Sir Julian, greetings. Seeing the visitor, he froze, not knowing what to do. He spoke softly, Lazarus. This made the young man very happy. You still remember my name. Then he panicked. It's not because of my behavior yesterday, is it? Julian didn't know what to say, only thinking silently about how could he forget such a talkative person. In front of Julian, he didn't know whether to call him brave or foolish. Then he asked about the main issue. No, what brings you here? Hearing this, Lazarus stood at attention. Then he showed a shy expression. I received orders from the commander to verify the results of yesterday's entrance exam to the Veil Academy with you. Hearing this, he doubted, haven't you already checked the results yesterday? The young man scratched his head. Receiving the results from the judges and personally bringing them back to report was part of the procedure. Truly a useless procedure. Shut eyes really works inefficiently. Then he turned his back but left a few words behind. So the report is like this. No one passed the entrance exam. Understood, I will report to the commander immediately. Julian remained silent, saying nothing. As Lazarus was about to leave, he was called back. Wait. Lazarus turned back. Yes. He said with a face full of bottomless, sinister scheming. You said you intended to report back to the commander, right? That is correct. Then let me handle it myself. Hearing that, Lazarus was extremely startled. Sorry, sir. Sir Julian will handle it himself. Julian patted his shoulder reassuringly. That's right. Come with me to the carriage. I'll give you a ride. Hearing this, Lazarus' face grew even paler. What? He trembled, clasped his hands pleadingly. Sir Julian, have I done something wrong? After speaking, he made up a reason himself. Surely it was because of yesterday. Julian sighed helplessly, silently thinking he was only pretending to be kind because he figured the boy would feel inconvenienced going back alone. Julian, you should really try to be a bit kinder. After all, now that it's come to this, I still should seek out someone to ask for advice. Thinking of the figure of Commander Shut Eyes, the commander of Shut Eyes must know Julian very well. He was still immersed in his thoughts, and I will also take this opportunity to ensure that the Krifart Prasen family never dares to get involved in anything related to Shut Eyes. The scene shifts to a luxurious white castle shimmering with gold. Someone pushed the door open and said in panic, Commander, there's a big problem. A voice asked, what's all the noise about? If this isn't a serious matter this time, then that person panicked. Sir himself has come. Who is it? Julian Krifart Prasen. He came here personally to meet you. The hand that was writing stopped. Then that person looked up and asked. He came by himself. A deep purple gaze appeared so that Julian was the one. On the continent of Rosenda, there exist 3 great powers recognized by the entire continent. If one had to choose the strongest nation among the 3 forces, without a doubt, it would be the Adratan Empire. When sealing the demon god Barbados, the Adratan Empire took advantage of the weakness of other countries to unify the continent by force. They merged smaller nations and rose to become a powerful empire. The clearest evidence is the immense scale of the royal palace, the heart of the empire. Even Julian, a proud man, had to feel overwhelmed when he saw this royal palace. Contrasting with the magnificent scene of the royal palace was Lazarus' fearful face as he had to accompany Julian, who was known as the executioner. Since leaving the mansion until now, Julian always wore a faint smile with narrowed eyes, as if wearing a mask. It was that unchanging expression that made Lazarus shiver. An unusual premonition spread through every gesture, especially when Julian suddenly decided to personally go to the royal palace. While he had always previously entrusted the task of reporting to his servant, Julian strode arrogantly past the crowd. When people saw him, whispers and murmurs began to rise around. Someone suddenly said, "What's going on?" Julian himself actually appeared here. Someone wondered aloud, "I heard he was injured and lost his memory, but looking at him, he doesn't seem injured at all." Someone nearby leaned close and whispered, "That's probably just a silly rumor." The reactions of those around when seeing Julian were very clear. Besides caution, there was fear and even clumsy attempts to hide looks of hatred. Despite the gossip, Julian still walked on calmly, seemingly indifferent to what others said about him. A bizarre smile remained on his face. Lazarus felt uneasy inside. Julian, a supreme icon in the hierarchy of power, a figure who, despite being of a minor lineage, makes the nobility tremble, but looking at myself, an ordinary born who has been stuck as an apprentice for half a year like him. Though walking beside a prominent figure like Julian is a great honor, it simultaneously makes him feel timid and fearful. Just then, Julian suddenly spoke, pulling Lazarus out of his train of thought. "The imperial palace scenery is always magnificent indeed." Lazarus was startled, quickly responded, "Yes, yes, sir." Julian continued, "It seems our destination is the second gate, the Gyeongui Gate. As for the first gate, the Gyeongchun Gate, it is the entrance open to all imperial subjects." Lazarus replied respectfully, "Yes, that's correct." He glanced at Julian, who was stating the obvious that everyone already knew. Unlike him, who had only been allowed into the palace for the past 6 months, Julian must have frequented this place as often as his own home. So why mention something everyone clearly knows? Lazarus feared, guessed. Could it be that this is a test for me? Yesterday, in the introductory exam, Julian failed all the candidates. Not because they were weak. Among them were people even more capable than Lazarus, who had been suspended as an apprentice for 6 months. No one passing proved Julian's standards were extremely strict. Seeing that indifferent expression with my poor skills as a trainee, Lazarus thought that if he didn't guide carefully, he might even be expelled. But he completely misunderstood. Julian's words carried no challenge at all. The real reason was that in the game, the palace looked much smaller. Now he didn't even know where Shut Eye's building was located anymore. Julian was simply asking for direction. Passing through the first gate, Gyeongchun Gate, next came Gyeongui Gate. The scene that unfolded before their eyes was buildings shimmering with starlight, glowing spontaneously in broad daylight, creating a beauty that even scenic wonder seemed insufficient to describe. Julian was moved not by a usual artistic appreciation, but because he was finally able to witness firsthand what he had previously only seen through a game screen. He said with satisfaction, "We've arrived." Lazarus cupped his hands in a praying gesture. "Then, my lord Julian, I have passed the test, haven't I?" Julian responded in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Lazarus, with a foolish face and dazed eyes, said, "Weren't you testing me just now?" Julian closed his eyes and clenched his jaw tightly, filled with anger. He said helplessly, "Why would I need to test you?" Lazarus was overjoyed, thinking that he had been accepted into Shut Eyes, while Julian still didn't understand what Lazarus was talking about. Lazarus happily bowed deeply, thanking him repeatedly. "Since you say so, I will take my leave now." Having said that, he bolted away as fast as his legs could carry him. While Julian was confused, not yet understanding what had just happened, a soldier stepped forward. His hands solemnly clasped behind his back. "Sir Julian, Sir Ordwin is requesting your presence." Hearing the secretary's announcement, Julian walked straight to the command office. It is an organization that serves exclusively the royal family. The members of Shut Eyes basically maintain equal standing relationships. However, there is a single person above all others as the leader, the firstborn son of the Balladeer family. That person is Ordwin Balladeer, the commander whom he was about to meet. Standing in front of the command office door, Julian knocked twice. "May I come in?" A cold voice echoed from inside, "Come in." After receiving permission, he adjusted his attire and pushed the door open. The first thing that caught his eye was a woman sitting in a chair. The woman with silver hair greeted him calmly. "Julian, hello. It's been a long time. I heard you were injured. Are you all right?" He hesitated slightly, unsure how to respond. To be honest, is this really the captain of Shut Eyes? He wasn't very interested in this organization, but this person was so small and furthermore, a woman. More accurately, she was more like a little girl. Lost in thought, she suddenly pointed her finger at Julian's face and shouted, "You're still as small as ever, is that what you mean to say?" Julian quickly waved his hand to explain, "No way, I would never say that about you." She then asked, "How is the wound? Report to me." Hearing the question, Julian clenched both hands tightly, pondering how to answer correctly. This person cannot be underestimated. I can't predict what might happen if I say something wrong. Julian pressed his lips tightly, sweat dripping heavily down his face. He thought, one wrong move and my true identity could be exposed. Better speak properly. Ordwin Balladeer is Julian's superior. Even if it's Julian himself with his commander, he would surely remain polite. Thinking this, Julian quickly bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Thank you for your concern, sir. Although the wound is not slight, it's still not enough to hinder my loyalty to the royal family." He responded more politely than usual, skillfully adding some honorifics. This should be enough to show the respect due to a superior. The captain remained silent without answering, making Julian feel a bit intimidated. Damn, it seems I handled this wrong. A moment later, she raised her hand to her chin, let out a slight grunt, then narrowed her eyes at Julian. That was definitely a look full of suspicion. Her hand slammed hard on the table, standing up, and stepped in front of Julian. "That's strange, do you always speak this way?" She held a sword, pressing the hilt tightly against Julian's chin, then questioned him. "There's something. Feels very unfamiliar." Julian noticed Ordwin's indifferent attitude, his eyes slightly narrowed, a cold gaze revealing his discomfort. "She's suspicious of me," he thought silently, sensing denial in every glance from her. Inside Julian, a smoldering fire of anger flared up, though outwardly he maintained a frighteningly calm demeanor. He cursed silently, wondering how Julian had treated his superiors all this time. To dispel suspicion, Julian suddenly reached out strongly to grasp the knife in Ordwin's hand. He leaned close to her face, wearing a sinister smile, his voice low and challenging. "Is there a problem?" But inwardly he calculated to just move forward boldly. "This villain role, I will play it thoroughly." Julian's bold action made Ordwin slightly frown, her eyes flashing with alertness. "Dare to touch my sword." Her hand quickly jerked the sword back. Without a word, Ordwin turned and walked away, her cold voice ringing out, "You rarely stop by the Shut Eyes headquarters. When you do come, you just silently watch and then leave, don't you?" She stopped, sat down on a chair, her sharp eyes staring straight at Julian. "Is that so? Then why have you suddenly become so diligent, Julian?" Hearing that, Julian gently stroked his chin, appearing calm as if nothing could shake him, but inside he was tangled in confusion, thinking that even he, Julian, believed that at Shut Eyes people could distinguish personal from official matters. "It seems I have overrated you, Ordwin." Not letting his turmoil show, Julian approached Ordwin's desk, his voice steady. "Because of the injury, I have taken quite a long leave. This time I have come to report on that matter." Ordwin Balladeer nodded slightly, her eyes still full of suspicion. "Is that so?" Julian replied with a faint smile, "Is there a problem?" But in his heart he silently thought, very typical Julian, just need to ditch this unpleasant expression and push forward. He propped one hand on the table, leaned close to Ordwin, lowering his voice provocatively. "Even whether I come here or not, you want to control that too." Seeing his indifferent attitude, Ordwin rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with sarcastic amusement. She teased him aloud, "I heard your mind wasn't normal because of the injury, but it seems you're healthy now." But inside she thought, just returned and already daring to defy a superior, this guy is really bold. Even though Julian received a satisfying answer, his expression didn't soften. He slightly frowned, veins bulging on his forehead, silently angry, thinking, what he says is true, but it still feels awkward. "Dare to say that directly to my face, Ordwin, you're no ordinary person." Putting aside the chaotic thoughts, Ordwin grabbed the report on the table, her voice cold. "Then report, in the recruitment test, did anyone qualify?" Julian folded his hands behind his back and answered curtly, "No one." Hearing that, Ordwin wasn't too surprised, just slightly raised an eyebrow. That was somewhat expected. "You're Hayden Reich's disciple. Ordinary people probably don't catch your eye." She paused, her gaze sharpening. "But I ask, is there anyone strong enough to serve as a temporary apprentice?" Julian remained calm. "There's no one either." Ordwin's hand froze, her gaze darkened. She nearly shouted, "What, not a single person recruited?" Julian forced a smile, his voice gentle yet full of sarcasm. "It was indeed like that." Ordwin squinted, his tone full of suspicion. "Why is it like this?" Julian didn't know how to explain and simply remained silent. Seeing that he didn't respond, Ordwin grew even angrier. Slamming his hand hard on the table and standing up suddenly, "Why are you acting like this? This is really abnormal. You must have something wrong in your head. I've suspected it from the beginning." She pointed directly at Julian, her tone icy. "Currently, Shut Eyes is short on people. Even if it's just one person, we need to supplement." Julian maintained a calm expression and replied, "Just because we're short of people doesn't mean recruiting useless ones is beneficial. None of the candidates this time are suitable for Shut Eyes." Ordwin almost lost control, shouting, "Still, just recruit and try. Maybe we'll find someone useful." Julian shook his head firmly, saying, "It's just a waste of time, they aren't even capable enough to be apprentices." But in his heart, he secretly thought that he had already eliminated them from the competition from the start. Seeing Julian's resolute attitude, Ordwin folded his arms and said coldly, "At this rate, there's no point in talking anymore. Get out of my sight immediately." But Julian was not angry. Instead, he gave a meaningful smile and said, "Before you leave, I have a suggestion." Ordwin glanced at him, his eyes flaring with anger, wondering what else he intended to say. Julian thought to himself, "He's truly scary, but I have to fully play this villain role." He took an envelope from his coat and placed it on Ordwin's table. "During the competition, I discovered some problems in the member recruitment test and have compiled them here." Ordwin glanced at the envelope with suspicion, opened it, and picked up the paper inside to read. "A problem, huh?" Julian nodded calmly. "Yes, I noticed the candidates lack vigilance towards shut eyes." Ordwin nodded slightly, thinking to himself that as long as it wasn't some worthless fools, it would be fine. She spoke up, "Before the exam, they need to clearly understand what kind of place they are about to join, right?" Julian continued, "When registering, if an incident occurs, shut eyes will not take responsibility." Hearing this, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly as she sneered. "Sounds like you intend to assault someone with murderous intent, don't you, Julian?" Julian nodded slightly, smiling in a strange way that made Ordwin even more suspicious. She tapped her fingers on the report, thinking to herself that this attitude was truly odd. "Julian, the person behind the high rank just below me, has never interfered with internal regulations like this before." After a moment of thought, Ordwin rested her chin on her hand and asked, "Could it be that you're not recruiting anyone for that reason, afraid the candidates might get hurt, then you'd have to take responsibility?" Julian smiled confidently. "Yes, moreover, talents who pass a flawed test are useless. We are an agency under the royal family. We cannot allow anyone to tarnish that noble reputation." Seeing Julian begin to lecture, Ordwin immediately raised her hand to stop him. Got it. Whenever it involves the royal family, you always get so talkative." She sighed and continued, "For now, I will submit this proposal to the council, but I can't guarantee it will be approved." Julian clasped his hands behind his back, smiling politely. "Thank you, Captain Ordwin." He turned his back and walked away, but after just a few steps, Ordwin suddenly called out, "Wait." Julian stopped, turned his head to look at her, and there was a letter from the royal secretary's office sent to your workspace. "Go check it," Ordwin said calmly, but her eyes remained sharp. Julian nodded and gave a faint smile. "Understood, Captain." After Julian left, Ordwin sat silently in the room. Holding the report, she muttered, "If something goes wrong, shut eyes won't take responsibility." Meaning even if someone dies during the inspection, the royal family will still provide protection, right? She frowned, thinking to herself that the nature of the test hadn't changed. From the start, only nobles in decline or politically neutral commoners were allowed to participate in shut eyes. They have no influence and are easily ignored when it comes to discontent. Julian certainly understood this well. So what is the real purpose of this proposal? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ordwin's mind. He realized the Elder Council and the Torso clan were scheming during the inspection. This proposal is a message. We know what you've done, and if it happens again, we won't let it slide. She chuckled, muttering, daring Julian to challenge the Elder Council like this. Ordwin called out loudly, "Is anyone out there?" A servant immediately stepped in and raised his hand in salute. "You called for me, Captain." She handed the report Julian gave her to the servant. "Deliver this to the Parliamentary Council." The servant accepted it and replied, "Yes, understood." Once alone, Ordwin sighed, her gaze thoughtful. After just one severe injury, Julian changed as if he were a different person. From being the royal family's loyal dog, he now started to break free from his chains, having his own ego. A flood of questions swirled in her mind. What was he plotting? She muttered, feeling exhausted. From now on, she must pay closer attention to him. Along the stone-paved path leading to the office in his secret headquarters, Julian strolled leisurely, pride swelling inside as he finally set foot in his own office at Shut Eyes, a mysterious organization that never stayed fixed in one place. Normally, Shut Eyes never assigned private offices to any member. They were like ghosts, always on the move, constantly changing. So if such a secretive organization reserved a room exclusively for someone, it had to be so luxurious as to astonish. Julian smiled softly, imagining the splendor awaiting behind the intricately carved wooden door. He reached out and gently pushed the door open, stepping inside. Immediately, an overwhelming scene of luxury struck his eyes. Gorgeous outfits embroidered with shimmering gold thread hung neatly on a glossy black ebony wrap. Bizarre decorative items, from golden animal head statues to a crystal chandelier sparkling with an eerie purple light, making the room look like a strange museum of ostentation. Julian glanced around the room, silently lamenting all luxury, but none of it had anything to do with work. He shook his head, comparing this room with his own house, which was already luxurious, yet still far from the excessive ostentation here. This guy is definitely crazy. Julian muttered to himself about being in this body. Every item was expensive but hideously ugly. His taste was truly a disaster. Stepping deeper inside, Julian furrowed his brow slightly. The room was overflowing with stuff, from shimmering silk rolls to marble statues piled up carelessly. Carelessly, he stumbled over something, probably an antique porcelain vase that rolled across the floor. Damn it, Julian cursed silently. What kind of mess is this again? If you don't take care of things, why buy them? Always leaving stuff scattered everywhere. He sighed, realizing that he, or rather Julian in this body, seemed to suffer from an uncontrollable shopping addiction. Suddenly, feeling someone standing outside the door, Julian looked up. "Come in," he said calmly but with authority. The door quietly opened and Lazarus, a young apprentice, entered with a respectful demeanor. He raised his hand in greeting, speaking clearly. "Greetings, sir. I have come to deliver royal correspondence." Having finished speaking, Lazarus stepped forward, holding a letter sealed with red wax in both hands, respectfully handing it to Julian. Julian took the letter, glancing briefly at the glittering royal seal. This must be the letter the captain mentioned, he thought silently. Lazarus stood by, ready to ask permission to leave. "If there is nothing else, sir, may I be excused?" But before he could finish speaking, Julian interrupted, his tone somewhat mischievous. "Wait a moment." He pointed at the messy pile in front of them, stone statues, gold-framed paintings, and a few other strange pieces of furniture. "Take my carriage, load all of this onto it, and take it away. It probably is that heavy." Lazarus froze, his eyes wide as he looked at the scattered mess. "All of this? Are you serious?" He swallowed hard, his expression clearly showing confusion. Julian nodded, a faint smile on his lips. "Exactly." Looking at the chaos before him, Lazarus frowned slightly, pressing his lips together as if holding back a sigh. "He's giving me busy work again," he thought to himself, inwardly resolving that he probably wouldn't last long in this intern position. Ha ha. Nonetheless, maintaining a professional attitude, Lazarus quickly replied, "Understood, I'll move them right away." He set about the task, trying to appear cheerful, but Julian immediately noticed the reluctant look in his eyes. He was making that strange face again. Julian chuckled to himself, watching Lazarus struggle with a heavy carved wooden bed. Suddenly, Lazarus let out a grunt. His foot caught on something, probably a wooden box inlaid with jade, and his whole body wobbled as he fell forward to the floor, creating a loud crashing noise. Fortunately, the mirror remained intact. Julian watched the scene, unable to hold back his laughter, teasingly saying, "Oh dear, you really are a handful, Lazarus." Lazarus hurriedly stood up, still clutching a sword, perhaps ready to accept punishment. I'm sorry, I can't believe I fell," he stammered, his face pale with fear. But Julian just waved his hand calmly and said, "It's okay, I was going to throw them away anyway, so there's no need to make a big deal out of it, Lazarus." Julian noticed the trainee's terrified expression and thought to himself that he must be really scared. He decided to joke a little and leaned close to Lazarus, whispering playfully, "If you die here, cleaning up will be a real hassle. Come on, continue moving the items." Hearing this half-joking remark, Lazarus turned pale and stammered, yes, sir." Observing Lazarus' panicked attitude, Julian smiled inwardly. Being inside Julian's body, it was understandable why people were afraid. He decided to let Lazarus continue the work while he sat down on a red, velvet-upholstered chair and opened the letter to read. Outside the letter was a bright red wax seal bearing the royal insignia, just like in the game he once played. Inside, elegant handwritten lines clearly read, "Sent to Julian of the Criffart family, officer of shut eyes." Julian skimmed through it and breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he could read the language of this empire. In summary, the letter requested that he return to work if he had recovered. "Is that all?" Julian muttered, lightly rubbing his chin as if wanting to exploit himself. It's just phrased more tactfully. Even so, he did not feel disheartened. This was an opportunity to gain real combat experience, especially since he still hadn't found any clue about the legendary Moonlight Sword. Focusing on reading the rest, Julian thought to himself, This time the mission is to restore a resonant stone. Just like in the game, after the demon Lord Barbados was defeated, his remnants created demons, parasitic creatures, or self-formed beings specialized in attacking humanity. The resonant stone, a legacy of ancient mages, is the only tool to control them. He frowned, wondering how they managed to craft mana stones. I'm not a mage, so probably this mission is to protect the mage who is restoring the stone. Even knowing this mission carries risks, facing demons is no joke, but I have no reason to refuse. If completed well, the rumors and suspicions about me lately will subside, he silently vowed. It's just that I don't know who the mage I have to protect this time is. Handling the resonant stone requires a skilled mage. Hopefully that person is trustworthy. Scene shifts to the Adratan Palace of the Empire. In the lush courtyard of the Adratan Palace, a clear voice rings out, tinged with discontent. Why do I still have to write dissertations even though I'm already a professor? Always having to prove her own ability, such is the life of a mage. That was Eileen Donashan, the Empire's youngest professor, strolling leisurely. As she walked, she used magic to levitate several spellbooks around her, creating a mesmerizing dance of light. Suddenly, a hand gently touched her shoulder, making her start and turn around. An almost high-pitched voice. In front of her stood Diana, her longtime close friend, wearing a bright smile. What brings you to the palace? Diana replied immediately. Eileen, it's been too long. Are you well? It's harder to meet you than to reach the skis, youngest professor. Flattered, Eileen scratched her head and laughed awkwardly. Haha, no need to exaggerate, Diana continued excitedly. Are you free? I'm planning to go to a tea party, let's go together. Eileen sighed quietly, her delicate brows knitting together. I wish I could, but I still have to write my thesis. Diana nodded teasingly, still as diligent as ever. Ah, you look like you did back when you were a student, nothing's changed. Seeing Eileen's unhappy expression, Diana asked immediately, what's wrong? Then she pointed towards the distance, where a luxurious carriage was stopping. That's Viscount Julian's carriage, isn't it? Eileen turned her head, her gaze passing over the carriage bearing the Prasen crest, symbol of the Criffart family's branch house. It's definitely his carriage, she thought silently, a complex feeling rising inside her. Diana leaned in close and whispered, I heard he was close to death, but now he's back, what a stubborn guy. Eileen nodded, her voice irritated. That's right. Diana whispered again, her voice mischievous. Hey, don't tell me you still have feelings for him. Eileen blushed and waved her hands hurriedly. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Diana laughed loudly. Haha, little Eileen used to be so adorable. Back then you even called Julian out to the royal peach tree by the hill behind Veal Academy to confess, didn't you? Rumor has it that confessing under that tree never leads to rejection. Reminded of the past, Eileen shyly shouted. Come on, let's check the thesis together, secret lover. Diana glanced toward Julian's carriage and casually said, I thought you were busy, Professor. Eileen forced a smile. Suddenly I remembered I'm free too. Haha, Diana kept teasing, you don't have to be so shy. Back then, who didn't like Senior Julian, but surely you were the one who liked him the most. She patted Eileen's shoulder, her voice softening. Thank you for reminding me of the old days. Eileen thought to herself, her heart heavy. Diana was right. Julian back then was completely different from now. Since returning from the Northern Front and joining Shut Eyes, he had become a different person. Diana pulled Eileen back to reality. Why not go say hi to him? Eileen gave a wry smile, her tone tinged with bitterness. Liking the past doesn't mean I still like him. Moreover, I don't intend to see him again anytime soon. Diana was curious why that. Eileen snapped her fingers, producing a dazzling halo of light. I won't be staying at the palace for a while. Diana's eyes widened as she looked at the sparkling letter in Eileen's hand. Oh my god, that's a royal letter, right? Eileen nodded yes. They assigned me the task of restoring a resonant stone. When Julian's magnificent carriage rolled forward, the kingdom's guards began whispering, their curious eyes fixed on the procession. A large soldier with a voice as deep as stone spoke up. With a whole team of knights escorting them, this must be a very important figure. Another more agile-looking soldier nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with excitement. That's right, even the prestigious Green Lion Cavalry is accompanying them. Rumor has it that Lord Julian Criffart Prasen of Shut Eyes will personally participate in this mission. Upon hearing the name Shut Eyes, the first soldier startled, his voice trembling with a hint of panic. What? But isn't he? The man beside him hastily interrupted with a confident expression. Yeah, he has amnesia due to severe injuries, but that's probably just a rumor spread by jealous folks. Surviving such a deadly situation, how could he be ordinary? The other soldier frowned skeptically. Ah, I was starting to doubt it too. People like him smile as if they are stabbed without bleeding. What kind of injury could be that serious? Julian sat on his horse, composed yet sharp, silently listening to the conversations. A mysterious smile briefly flashing on his lips. Inwardly, he thought that choosing to join this mission was the right decision. Public opinion was leaning in his favor. Everything was going in the right direction. Suddenly, from afar, two figures approached with strong momentum. A tall man with shimmering blonde hair spoke in a resonant voice. "Sir Julian, thank you for coming. I am Fern, a member of the Blue Lion Knights." The person beside him, with a calmer demeanor, continued, "And I am Heinrich, honored to meet you." After the introductions, Julian nodded slightly, his eyes sharp yet his tone gentle. "You in the Blue Lion team have worked hard. Would you escort the mages safely to Julin?" Finishing his words, Julian smiled enigmatically, causing both Fern and Heinrich to momentarily feel unsettled. He thought to himself, who knows what might happen? If a giant demon suddenly appeared, would I be afraid? Fern and Heinrich replied in unison, leave it to us." Fern then looked at Julian with a probing gaze. "Sir Julian, would you like to ride in a carriage to Julin for comfort?" Heinrich immediately jumped in. "Exactly, leave the escorting to the Blue Lion team. You just need to relax." Julian raised an eyebrow slightly, the smile on his lips unchanged, but inner waves stirred. This offer sounded considerate, but it didn't seem entirely out of kindness toward me. The Blue Lion team is an elite unit of the Empire, mostly composed of high-ranking nobles. Unlike Shut Eyes, where people like me are just a fringe branch, they don't want someone like me to surpass the genuine nobles, do they? He stroking his chin lightly, eyes glinting with cunning. Usually in novels, anyone who transmigrates lives brilliant and glorious lives. But I, a villain trapped in this chaotic mess. Sitting on horseback is truly more comfortable compared to the battle of words. Finally, Julian spoke up, his tone calm but full of authority. "Then it's decided." Fern and Heinrich sighed in relief and exchanged relieved looks. Heinrich nodded. "Understood, I will inform Lord Eileen when she arrives." Hearing the name Eileen, Julian's expression suddenly darkened. He repeated in a low voice, "Who?" From afar, a graceful figure approached. Her long hair flowing in the wind, she waved and spoke with a clear, bell-like voice. "The weather is beautiful today, isn't it? I am Eileen Donashan, responsible for resonant stone repairs today." Eileen's eyes swept over Julian, and when their eyes met, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, her face slightly furrowed. Julian then stammered awkwardly, "My lord, about the carriage ride, can we perhaps let that go?" Fern was surprised and wide-eyed. Eileen stood there, her expression turning displeased. She thought silently, why is Julian here? Wait, isn't he usually trying to avoid me? Julian scratched his head nervously from the other side, filled with unease. She really is an enigma. It feels impossible to guess what she's thinking. It's really uncomfortable. The two Blue Lion Knights gaped, thinking, what's going on? Why the sudden change of mind? Is he asserting his authority? Fern gritted her teeth, a rising sense of discomfort welling up inside. Could it be that Julian has guessed our plan and wants to stay to supervise the mission to reaffirm his position? Just as predicted, he is the type of person who survives in a chaotic royal palace without relying on anyone. But after all, he is only a branch. That's too arrogant. Julian was leisurely riding his horse when he suddenly felt sharp, cold stares like knives piercing his back. He thought silently, nobody told me that the mage who needed escorting was Eileen. It feels like being trapped. Turning to Eileen, she gently lifted the carriage curtain, her sharp eyes fixed on Julian. Inside, she growled, I'm not comfortable either. Given the situation, the mission must be completed as quickly as possible, neatly and decisively. Don't let us run into Julian again. The escort team immediately accelerated, crossing winding roads to reach Julin. After a long journey, they finally set foot at their destination. Julian was still on horseback, glancing around, thinking, so this is where the resonant stones are placed. Smaller than I thought, traveling all the way from the capital here, and no one gave a proper welcome. Suddenly, a servant hurriedly passed by carrying a bulky box. He glanced at the group and said hastily, are you the people who came from the capital? Julian nodded yes. The servant smiled warmly, welcoming them. Thank you all for making the journey here. I will lead you to the place where the resonant stones are kept right away. At an ancient clock tower in Julin, countless resonant stones floated in the air, emitting an enchanting light. Around, the mana-resonant stone containers and mana-conduction barrels were neatly arranged. Someone shouted, the resonant stone barrels go this way, the mana conduction barrels are on the other side. After observing the situation, Eileen confidently pointed and said, let me handle this, I am very sensitive to mana. The servant nodded respectfully. Mage, do you want to inspect the area that needs repair? Eileen nodded lightly. Yes, sorry to trouble you. After a while of moving, they went deeper into the clock tower where the damaged resonance stone was placed. Seeing its poor condition, Eileen sighed. Oh my. This amount of damage can't be fixed with just repairs. I think a large part needs to be replaced. The servant was surprised. Replace it. Eileen smiled, her voice gentle yet full of confidence. Yes, during the replacement, the barrier will temporarily disappear, but don't worry, it won't take long. Upon hearing this, the servant's face brightened. We thank you, mage. Eileen touched the stone, silently thinking that all preparations were complete. Now all that was left was to inform Julian that the barrier would temporarily lose its effect. But I really don't want to see his face at all. Oh well, let's just treat this as work, Eileen. After all, you are a mage. She stepped outside and walked toward Julian, who was standing pensively. Eileen took a deep breath and spoke. Lord Julian, I have something to tell you. Before she could finish, Julian swiftly glanced away like the wind, as if avoiding something terrifying. Eileen was stunned, her face darkening. She thought to herself, what's going on? Is he avoiding me? Surely I'm not imagining things. Could it be that he knows I have feelings for him? No, that can't be. Frustrated, Eileen hurriedly chased after him, shouting, Lord Julian, I'm talking about something important. She quickened her pace and grabbed Julian's cloak, her voice angry. Hey, why do you keep avoiding me? Julian turned around, forcing a smile. Avoiding you when? It's just that you keep trailing after me. Eileen clenched her teeth in anger and shouted, What? She thought to herself, what's wrong with this guy, acting as if I'm the one pestering him. Just then, Julian's gaze suddenly changed, becoming cold and sharp. Before them, a few eerie figures emerged from the void, their malevolent aura spreading. Eileen screamed, Demons. Julian was startled. Demons? Eileen angrily struck Julian on the head. I already told you the barrier has temporarily lost its power, so demons can appear. If you hadn't been avoiding me, I would have explained this clearly. Suddenly, a pitiful scream echoed. Heinrich was caught off guard by a demon's blow and was thrown forcefully against the wall behind Julian, groaning in pain. Julian turned around, his sharp eyes fixed on the demon. The deadly aura emanating from it sent chills down his spine. A thought flashed through his mind. This is a second-tier demon, more dangerous than I thought. Looking at the hideous demon before him, Julian thought, his heart pounding, this is neither a hornless devil nor a stationary demon. A two-horned demon, truly an unexpected variable beyond prediction. The appearance of the monster made Eileen panic and run over, her voice trembling. What the hell is happening? Julian immediately shouted, his tone sharp and cold. Stop, it's very dangerous. Looking at the fierce two-horned demon before her, she trembled slightly, her eyes wide with terror. A second-level demon? Why is there such a powerful demon here? The spells I know can't be used for combat now, and the resonance stone can't be activated yet. The second-level demon roared, its eerie scream tearing through the space, signaling the small demons around it to attack. Receiving the order, the small demons rushed forward like moths to a flame, aiming straight at Eileen's group. A demon leapt at her, sharp claws glinting in the darkness. At that very moment, Julian dashed forward like lightning, standing in front of Eileen. The sword in his hand swung up, delivering a powerful slash that split the demon in two, making it collapse to the ground. He turned back, his sharp gaze fixed on Eileen. Get a grip, you're already panicking over this. How embarrassing, I'll handle this side. And you do your job. Eileen blinked in confusion, repeating my job. Julian pointed toward the resonance stone, his voice deep but commanding. Fix the resonance stone immediately. My mission is to protect you. Then he gave a teasing smile. Or have you been so scared that you forgot what you need to do? Hearing this, Eileen's face flushed red, both embarrassed and angry. She turned her back and walked away, not forgetting to shout loudly, I'll finish fixing it in 7 minutes. Be careful, Julian. She added awkwardly, her voice gradually fading. Don't get hurt, I don't have magic to heal. Julian nodded slightly, a confident smile on his lips. Rest assured, I'm not easily hurt. Then he turned back to face the two-horned demon growling ahead. His hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. Julian thought to himself that he sounded tough. But in reality, he was scared to death. He hadn't expected that his very first real battle would be against a two-horned demon. Too many eyes were watching. If he ran away, the rumor would spread everywhere. And he would immediately be suspected. If I really am Julian. Suddenly from afar came the sound of rapid footsteps. Fern led the Green Lion Knight squad, shouting loudly, Wait, the Green Lion Knights will eliminate this demon. The whole team immediately charged forward, swords and shields sparkling under the dim light. After a series of well-coordinated attacks, they stepped back, leaving the demon growling in fury behind. Fern wiped sweat from his brow, thinking to himself that as long as they coordinate well, this two-horned demon is nothing. He turned to Julian with a mocking smile. "Ha ha, afraid of the two-horned demon? That doesn't seem like you at all, Julian." Hearing the provocation, Julian just gave a faint smile, thinking to himself that it was true. But just then, Fern's expression changed, his voice trembling. "Could it be that you're laughing?" Julian looked up, his eyes burning like flames, his face cold but exuding overwhelming aura. Inside, he roared, "Right now I am Julian. In this life-or-death situation, if I truly am Julian." Before he could think further, the demon snapped its fingers. A mysterious blue flame summoned around Julian. He stood there, still lost in thought. If it were Julian, he would surely be smiling, enjoying this moment. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. The innate swordsman talent activated. Julian rushed forward as fast as a whirlwind, swinging the sword repeatedly, striking straight at the demon. Each slash was precise, leaving deep wounds on the monster's body. Fern witnessed the astonishing scene and exclaimed, "Was it just one strike that caused such devastating damage? Unbelievable." Julian smiled, thinking silently, "Good, it's working." He kept moving continuously, changing positions, launching relentless attacks. The more he fought, the more excited his expression became, as if he was immersing himself in the battle. But then the demon's eyes suddenly glowed red, staring straight at Julian. When that gaze met his, Julian froze, heart pounding. Damn it. The monster swung its arm, delivering a powerful blow, sending Julian flying far away. He slammed hard onto the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, pain spreading throughout his body. Julian clutched his wounds, thinking silently, the pain is so intense that he can't even breathe. Even a worm struggles when stepped on, let alone me. Before he could gather himself, the demon roared, swinging its sword in a terrifying strike that sent earth and stones flying everywhere. Dust obscured the vision. A guard shouted, his voice trembling, unable to believe it. Even Sir Julian was hit. Fern stood beside him with a triumphant smile, thinking to himself, how could someone like him fight a two-horned demon? Now it's my turn to command. But at that moment, another soldier yelled loudly, "Look." The shout caught Fern's attention. He turned his head, and through the thick smoke, a figure gradually appeared. Julian gripped his sword tightly, emitting a brilliant light as he stood tall and firm. A stunned soldier exclaimed, "That blue light is the Moonlight Sword." Julian's eyes burned red like fire as he stared straight at the demon. An announcement from the system sounded. Moonlight Sword activation incomplete. He grasped the sword's hilt tightly, his aura exploding, ready for the next strike like an unyielding war god on the line between life and death. Julian felt the rushing power from the sword, murmuring inwardly, "Although it's only a quarter of the original strength, this much is enough to gain an advantage, right?" Immediately, he raised the sword high and swung a sharp slash at the charging monster. Suddenly, his expression became crazed with excitement. The monster's eyes flashed, showing signs of resistance, but Julian still forcefully delivered another strike. He muttered, "The movements are still clumsy, but the attack is extremely sharp. However, I've seen it all because I am Julian." He activated a special skill, Thorough Understanding. Facing the monster's continuous attacks, Julian remained unshaken, only gently smiling. With his flexible body, he easily dodged the attacks just now. Deep in his eyes, the symbol of thorough skill flashed. Thanks to that, Julian avoided all the attacks, causing the guards outside to clench their fists and shout loudly. How did he dodge them all? Fern frowned and murmured, "Is that Julian?" Scene shifts elsewhere. The cracks on the resonating stone are gradually being repaired. Eileen looked at the summoning magic circles before her and said, "Understood. Clench your fist. Look down and shout loudly. The barrier has been restored." Hearing that, the monster roared angrily. "What? Damn it, I was careless." Its fiery red eyes immediately widened. But at that moment, Julian had already rushed forward. With terrifying speed, he closed in on the monster, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Seeing this aura, Fern could only gape in astonishment. And the guards were no exception. Immediately after, Julian unleashed a sweet sword stroke, cleaving the monster in two. After finishing off the monster, he gently sheathed his sword and walked away calmly. Passing by the guards who were whispering and gossiping, he murmured, "So it really works." Feeling the fearful gazes from those around him, he thought silently, this atmosphere makes sense. After all, Julian is a villain. It's natural for people to fear this overwhelming power. From afar, a voice called out, "Lord Julian." He stopped, wondering, "Yes, what is it?" A soldier hurried over, grasped his hand tightly and said, "Thank you, sir. We thought we were all going to die." Immediately after, the soldiers around shouted in unison, "Truly befitting Lord Julian." Hearing this, Julian muttered inwardly, "Unexpectedly true." Fern praised him, "Well done, my Lord Julian." Seeing Fern's fearful eyes contrasting with his own calm face, Julian spoke up. Fern, could you report the situation back to me? I'm not very familiar with these matters." Fern nodded slightly. "Yes, my lord." Watching Julian's back as he left, Fern muttered, "Completely different, truly distinct." Compared to those nobles, he was on a whole other level. Defeating a two-horned demon and still remaining calm as if nothing happened. he wasn't like a mere human. Immediately after, Julian approached a cool blue pond. He plopped down onto the ground and sighed deeply. Wiping sweat from his forehead out of fear, he muttered, "My life just now really hung by a thread." Inside him, he clearly felt hatred, fear, and despair when facing the demon. The battle was far more brutal than I had imagined. The sensation of slashing through a demon. Could it be that Julian always treats situations like this as everyday occurrences? Looking down at the clear pond, he saw his reflection and muttered, "When the body changes, the mind slowly follows." He lightly tapped his head, wondering just how great the power of life truly is. Immediately, he summoned the system. The system panel appeared, displaying detailed special skills. A unique rank combining Li Shihu's knowledge with Julian's experience. This skill grants superior observation ability, easily detecting the target's weaknesses, sensing the opponent's emotions more clearly, and dealing additional damage to enemies who are fearful. Looking at the system table, Julian muttered that the combined sources of power had created a skill that can see through weaknesses. With this skill, I can also dispel the doubts of everyone around me. The problem now is that the Moonlight Sword is still incomplete. He drew the sword from its sheath, observed it attentively, and muttered, "I still have to carve a groove to channel energy into it. To activate the Moonlight Sword, I have to concentrate a large amount of mana all at once. Both the power and stability cannot yet compare to the completed version. It needs to be more stable." He took out a cloth and polished the sword until it was as shiny as a mirror. Seeing his reflection on the blade, he muttered that he just came up with quite a good idea. Cut to the meeting of the Noble Elder Council. The elders were sitting in the room when the door suddenly swung open. A young man in blue walked in. The meeting chair seated in the center spoke, "Sit down." Heron nodded slightly. Yes, he sat down with his body trembling from fear. The leader asked, "Are you saying Julian has discovered our plan?" Hearing this, Heron shuddered violently, pressed his lips tightly, and was speechless. After a moment of silence, Heron stammered, "Yes, it seems so." Even as he spoke, his body still trembled with fear. Oren replied coldly, "I have always known your incompetence would sooner or later bring disaster. If it weren't for your bloodline from the Hyun family then." Seeing this, Heron immediately stood up, bowed his head in salute, and said, "I apologize, Lord Oren." Upon hearing this, the other elders began to murmur among themselves. One spoke up, "Recently, Shut Eyes has been acting very strangely. They just submitted a proposal to the Royal Library." Another elder continued, "The content of the proposal states that from now on, when Shut Eyes holds examinations, the instructors will no longer be held accountable." Someone else added, "Even if there are casualties, they will be declared innocent under the Empire's name." Hearing this, Oren slightly furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a man clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the table, shouting loudly, "Isn't this exactly Julian's intent?" The other elders immediately nodded in agreement. "That's right, that royal dog, who does he think he's warning?" Another person spoke up, "But Lord Oren, perhaps this is an opportunity for us." Oren wondered aloud, "An opportunity?" He turned to ask Lord Aiden, "What do you mean?" Aiden answered with a smug smile. "Up until now, Julian has always acted under the Empire's orders. But now he has started to think and act according to his own will, meaning he has become a variable. This could even be more useful than sending him to the northern frontline. We can find ways to better exploit him. So for now, let's just observe him first." Hearing these words, another elder immediately pointed at Aiden and shouted, "Meaning that the bastard can do whatever he wants." Aiden smiled and replied, "That's indeed the case. Everyone just wait a little longer." The scene shifts to Julian's residence, where he was lost in thought. This mission only lasted a few days, but perhaps because he had used too much mana, he felt exhausted. However, looking at the orchids in front of him, his mood became noticeably happier. He muttered that despite everything, being able to admire a room decorated exactly to his taste brought an unusual peace to his heart. Orchids, even with Julian's strange body, still brought tranquility. He smiled, thinking to himself that he gained more than expected from this mission. Not only enough to completely erase the long-standing bad rumors, but even. At this point, he opened a reward box from the recent mission. Looking at the sparkling, colorful crystals, he muttered. Perhaps he had found a way to perfect the Moonlight Sword. These gemstones gave him an idea. He recalled after seeing the resonant stone. He thought of a hypothesis. In the world of the current Demon King, everything can contain mana, especially gemstones produced by the Empire with the highest mana conduction and capacity. That is why resonant stones are refined so well. Holding a gemstone in his hand, he muttered, based on the principle of transmitting energy into the resonant stone. He thought of a way to use gemstones as a medium between his body and the sword. If I can find the right gem to channel mana. Of course, it must resonate well with my mana, so I have have to find that one unique gemstone no matter what. After a while of testing, but still unable to find the suitable stone, he sighed, thinking too much. Is it time to eat already? He spoke up, butler, come in. Lazarus entered from outside, giving a military-style salute and respectfully said, Sir Julian, summoned by order, I am here. Seeing Lazarus, Julian muttered inwardly, Lazarus again, this guy shows up once more. Lazarus continued, the commander requests you come directly to the Royal Library to report on the mission. Julian wondered directly. Lazarus nodded, yes, that is correct. Julian stood up from his chair and said, then please help return these gemstones to the vault. He muttered inwardly, looks like finishing the Moonlight Sword will have to wait. The Royal Library, they care about my condition enough to summon me, huh? Suspicion about my memory loss has not yet been completely lifted. As he was about to open the door and leave, Lazarus called after him, Sir Julian. Julian turned around, is there something else? Lazarus presented the damaged stones and asked, what should be done with these broken stones? Julian promptly replied, just throw them away. Lazarus nodded slightly, yes, sir. But inwardly he lamented, my God, such precious materials being thrown away is truly wasteful. After some traveling, Julian arrived at the Royal Library. As he walked, he glanced around, thinking to himself that this place was vastly different from the Shut Eyes headquarters. It was astonishingly luxurious. Approaching a butler, he spoke up, I am Julian from Shut Eyes. I've come to see Seddon of the library. The butler replied immediately, Lord Seddon is currently in a meeting with a foreign guest. Please wait in the lounge. Julian nodded, all right. As he proceeded to the lounge, he muttered to himself, someone arrived before me, surely a person of higher status than Julian in this empire. Opening the door and stepping inside, he was amazed by the splendid and lavish scene. He thought to himself, so this is the game's lounge, I've never seen this place before. Truly magnificent. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a sword lying on a long chair. He wondered why a sword would be placed here like this. On impulse, he picked it up. Examining it for a moment, he muttered, it does not fit this elegant room at all. Though rough, just by looking, one can tell its owner possesses exceptional skill. The blade's body is powerful, reflecting an indomitable spirit. The inscriptions don't even mention. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Step away from that sword immediately, you traitor. Hearing the voice, Julian thought to himself, without turning around, I already know who that is. The person continued, that sword is a gift from my master. Before Julian appeared a noble young lady from the esteemed knightly Rondable family of the Empire. She was one of Hayden Reich's most outstanding prodigies. In the game, she was killed by Julian himself. She is Lynn Rondable, Hayden Reich's unique lion disciple. He muttered to himself, perhaps she would be the key to escaping this game world. Lynn Rondable, a noble young lady from the prestigious knightly Rondable family of the Empire, and at the same time, one of Hayden Reich's most outstanding disciples. She possesses exceptional talent enough to one day surpass even Julian. Not only talented, Lynn also stood out with her magnificent beauty. Among players, Lynn's wedding dress always topped the polls for popularity. Though now he was Julian, no longer Shihu Li, he still couldn't help but admire her. At this moment, Lynn slightly frowned and spoke, what do you intend to do with my master's sword? A system panel appeared, displaying negative emotions in hateful colors. Seeing Lynn, Julian smiled and explained, I just want to admire it. He muttered inside, maybe I should tease her a bit to extract more information. He spoke teasingly, I didn't expect someone like you to leave a sword lying around so carelessly. Lynn took the sword calmly and replied, ha ha, don't you realize this is my master's sword, not some adventurer's sword to be carried recklessly across the imperial palace like you. Receiving the exact answer he wanted, Julian thought to himself, she has gone in. Just as I predicted, Lynn is an extremely diligent and upright person. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he suddenly asked, the guest who arrived before me must be the Holy Master Hayden Reich, right? Lynn frowned, replying coldly, what does that have to do with you? Julian smiled wryly, I'm just curious, after all, he was once my master. He continued to think, clearly she has negative feelings towards Julian, but I want to see how negative they really are. Hearing this, Lynn tightened her grip on her sword and angrily shouted, what did you just say? How dare you mention my master like that? The system immediately sent a notification, indicating a negative, angry tone. Seeing this reaction, Julian frowned slightly, muttering, just as expected, I can feel intense anger. I deliberately teased her, but now I want to apologize on Julian's behalf. Suddenly, someone opened the door and stepped into the waiting room. Speaking up, Miss Lynn, please come to the secretary's office. Lynn immediately turned and said, then goodbye, Julian. After a few steps, she turned back, pointed her finger at him, and declared, I hope we never meet again. The butler suddenly spoke up. Ah, they also called for you, Mr. Julian. Hearing this, Lin blushed deeply with embarrassment, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. Sensing her embarrassment, Julian murmured, just act cool as Julian, maybe I'll soon meet that master. He said cheerfully, don't be so cold to me, Lin, after all, we once had the same master. Lin turned angrily and replied, but not anymore. Never mention my master again. Having said that, she turned away and left. Julian was lost in thought, preparing to meet his favorite character in the form of the one who betrayed that person. This feeling was both glad and worried, hard to describe. At the Empire's secretary office, the butler spoke up. Greetings, Miss Lin, Lord Julian. We heard that Lord Julian defeated the two-horned demon by himself. Julian smiled and replied, haha, that was just enough to warm me up. Lin immediately interrupted, asking, may I ask, where is my master? Julian thought silently, I'm curious about that too. The butler answered, Lord Haydenreich left after assigning the task to you. Lin was furious. What? The butler continued, and I think you should cooperate with Lord Julian. Lin immediately objected us. Why should I go with this traitor? The butler explained, Lord Haydenreich requested someone be assigned to accompany you because this mission could be dangerous and Lord Julian is here. Julian could only cry silently. Haydenreich, what are you doing? Lin beside him trembled with anger at having to work with him. The butler continued, investigate the slum area in the capital. Julian murmured, the slums, why should we care about such a destitute place? The butler explained that based on several sources, demons have appeared in that area. The people from the slums do not want the royal family to intervene directly. That is why the two of you are suitable for this mission. You have connections to the royal family but are not actually royal because you belong to Shut Eyes and the Night Academy. Julian thought silently, the slums, remnants of nations conquered by the Empire through force, where people from various countries rejected by the Empire have gathered. They dislike the royal family, so they turn to Shut Eyes, an organization considered neutral. This makes perfect sense. He continued thinking, if Lin dominates me in this mission, she will easily achieve the title of Sword Saint. Going with Lin is not beneficial for me, but as the royal family's hound, I cannot refuse. He stroked his chin and smiled, I understand, I accept this mission. Lin shouted angrily, what? I refuse. Julian muttered, oh God, if only I could refuse too. The butler added, Miss Lin, your master personally requested that you accept this mission. Lin trembled slightly in anger. Julian turned and smiled. Are you planning to go against his wishes? Lin frowned, pondered for a moment, then said, I understand. Looking at her, Julian muttered, a knight bearing the title of Haydenreich's disciple. In this mission, she will definitely oversee this traitor. But the problem is that right now I don't have the strength to oppose her. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the gem on Lin's necklace. A strange feeling arose. Julian shouted loudly, wait. He pointed at the stone, asking, what kind of gemstone is this? Lin replied shyly, it's moonstone. The moment she finished speaking, the stone emitted a fierce energy, seemingly reacting to Julian's mana. Seeing him approach, Lin turned and asked, what are you doing? Julian laughed heartily, just admiring how beautiful it is. Lin muttered, why did it suddenly light up like that? Julian thought to himself, for just a moment, it tried to resonate with my mana and absorb it. The answer is right before my eyes, I need to test this stone. After leaving the royal library, Julian immediately went to a gemstone store. The shopkeeper greeted him, saying, Lord Julian, long time no see, what do you need? Julian took off his cloak to reveal his identity and said, I'm looking for a stone that suits my mana. Do you have any moonstone? The shopkeeper scratched his head, embarrassed. Moonstone. Our store doesn't have any, and I'm sure other stores don't either. Besides collectors, no one demands it. It's very difficult to mine, so we don't stock it. Receiving the unexpected answer, Julian muttered, this is bad, I need to complete the Moonlight Sword before carrying out the mission with Lin. He became angry. Do you mean I can't get it? Seeing Julian's anger, the shopkeeper mumbled, oh no, I accidentally talked to Lord Julian like a regular customer. He replied, trembling, no, we can find it, but it's just not available right now. Julian kept a frightening expression. If that's the case, then find it, I really, really need them. The shopkeeper stammered, okay, I will search the entire empire. Julian thought silently, oh my God, Lin will surely notice that my Moonlight Sword is still incomplete. I need moonstones as a precaution. But the mission day has arrived and I still haven't found any. Maybe I haven't threatened enough. After a while of waiting, Julian approached Lin. She muttered, is your important matter at the jewelry store? Julian laughed heartily. One day you'll realize the beauty of gemstones, Lin. She turned around and said, whatever, now follow me. Seeing Lin heading the wrong way, Julian reminded her, "Hey Lin, you're going the wrong way." She looked back. "What?" Julian explained, "The slum is a dense maze of buildings and illegally constructed alleys. You can't blindly follow maps or signs." He began to demonstrate his bookish knowledge about the game. Lin held the map irritably. "I'd rather follow signs than follow you." Julian smiled but thought to himself that she was right yet. The eastern slum felt like a deadly wall for a newcomer. Even the developers admitted it was a difficult map. Lin held the map and declared she would not fall into his trap. She was sure that a traitor like him would try to deceive her, the current disciple of the Sword Saint. She continued, "I'm different from you, Julian. I will become the new Sword Saint." Hearing these words, Julian could only smile wryly, scratching his head and muttering, "She misunderstood me. This mission won't be easy." When the path started to get complicated, Lin spoke up, "Do you really want to take this route? That warning sign isn't just for decoration." She glanced at Julian and asked, "First of all, Mr. Julian, have you ever been to this slum area before?" Julian smiled and replied, "What do you think?" Silently he muttered to himself, "Li Shihu has been here but Julian hasn't. What should I say?" Seeing him dodging the question, Lin muttered, "How are you answering like that?" She gently asked again, "Then how do you intend to find the way?" Julian raised a finger and happily answered, "By ability." "Perhaps so." Lin turned and continued walking, laughing heartily, "Ha ha, it's nothing yet and already trying to find the way." Julian still cheerfully followed, saying, "Oh my, isn't it the Empire's order that we act together?" Then he lowered his voice, "Or is Hayden Reich more important than the Empire's orders?" Hearing this, Lin suddenly stopped in her tracks. She frowned, her facial muscles twitching, teeth clenched as she shouted, "Don't mention my master's name with that mouth of yours. If you still have an ounce of decency." Julian muttered inside, "Oops, I triggered her emotions." Lin clenched her fists tightly, thinking to herself that she knew Julian better than herself. Countless times people have compared her to him behind her back. If it were him, he probably would have done it already. If it were him, that would be natural. If it were him. But I am the top disciple of the Sword Saint. I will prove the difference through this mission. After a while of moving, Lin's complexion suddenly turned pale. She muttered, "It can't be." Julian, standing nearby, noticed that something was off but still cheerfully asked if something was wrong. Lin shyly replied, "No, nothing at all." Inside, she scratched her head, thinking silently, "Well, this time it's really serious." Just like that traitor said, the path was completely disrupted. They continued walking until they reached a house numbered 1A. Lin wondered, "What is this?" "Oh no, we're back where we started." Julian laughed loudly from behind. "Ha ha, we're really going back." Suddenly, a man approached from afar and said, "Hey girl, you're walking in circles. Looks like it's your first time here." Lin asked, "Do you know the layout of this area?" The man nodded, "Of course I do. I can show you the way if you want. But it's not for free. Buy me a drink and that's it. How about that?" Lin nodded. "All right, that's no problem." The man introduced himself. "My name is Baden and you?" Lin replied, "I'm Lin Rondable." He muttered upon hearing the name, "Oh, so you're from the Rondable clan. Great, this time I've caught a big one." He turned to Julian, thinking to himself, but something's off. Just as Julian was about to introduce himself, Baden suddenly turned his back and smiled. "Ah, no need to care about the boy's name, just follow me." Julian wasn't annoyed, he just lightly stroked his chin and muttered, "Baden, huh? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before but can't quite recall. Probably a minor character, not very important in the main plot." Three people approached a tavern. As they stepped inside, Baden shouted loudly, "Innkeeper, where are you? Bring me and these two here a drink each." Julian thought to himself, was he planning to drink before asking for directions? The innkeeper asked, "Where are you all from?" Lin replied, "From the royal capital." The innkeeper raised his hand, pointing at Lin, "Then it's 30 nars each." Lin wondered, 30 nars. Baden stepped closer teasingly, "Don't you have the money? The price in this slum is a bit steep, miss." Lin calmly replied, "Not at all, 30 nars is too easy." "Really, only 30 nars?" Looking at the shining gold pouch in front of her, Baden muttered, "Typical noble daughter. This might be a golden opportunity." He turned to whisper to the innkeeper, "Put a strong special drink into the cups for those two. When those imperial dogs get drunk, I'll rob them clean." The innkeeper nodded and secretly poured some powder into the cups of the two. Baden cheerfully brought out the drink, saying, "Here, drink up. This is the best liquor in the slums." Lin held the glass, preparing to finish it all. Suddenly, Julian snatched it away, saying, "Wait, what have you done to this drink?" Baden stood up abruptly, shouting, "What are you talking about?" Julian put the glass in front of him. "Then you drink first." Baden questioned, "What?" Julian's face darkened as he said, "Let me feed it to you." Lin stood up, shouting, "Stop, Julian." Hearing that name, both Baden and the bartender were startled. The innkeeper turned to Baden, "Hey, did you just drag that imperial dog Julian here? What do we do now? Sweat poured down Baden's face. He replied, it's fine. Always had people stationed inside this tavern. Just a few of the strongest monsters from the slum would suffice. And I'm no pushover either. He secretly drew the sword hidden on him, ready to attack. Julian shattered the glass of wine and said coldly, I already gave you a chance and you still wouldn't speak up. Are you planning to attack us? As soon as he finished speaking, a punk charged forward, swinging his sword to attack. Julian calmly squeezed his neck tightly, while another man tried to strike from behind. But with his top-tier reflexes, Julian spun around, delivered a punch straight to the face that sent him flying into the corner of the tavern. After handling the two, Julian still calmly looked at them. Only then did she draw her sword for defense, panicked, wondering what the hell was happening. Seeing the two strong individuals, Baden's gang muttered, completely overwhelmed by a single person. Julian's gaze turned icy as he said, I don't know what tricks he's playing, but I don't want this slum to become more chaotic. He tightened a shard of broken glass against Baden's neck, making him tremble uncontrollably. Julian glanced around the tavern and realized all the customers were Baden's henchmen. He said coldly, Baden, just now you tried to stop me. Tell your men to retreat quickly, or else they won't be able to hold back this murderous intent. Let them see that this is how they'll end up, like this shattered glass. Baden trembled, unable to speak. Julian calmly continued, speak. A punk from behind shouted, Sir Baden. Baden turned around and yelled, didn't you hear what Mr. Julian said? Retreat immediately. The henchmen immediately ran toward the door. Julian slammed his hand on the table and said, you're really stubborn. If you answer a few of my questions, I guarantee you'll surrender safely. Baden was startled and stammered, surrender. Julian stood up, his voice full of pressure. Between death and surrender, I'd advise you to choose surrender. What do you intend to do? Baden, with no way out, trembled as he replied, I surrender. Baden looked up at Julian, eyes blazing red as a mocking smile flashed across his face. Behind him, the female swordsman's cold voice rang out as her sharp blade pressed against Julian's back. That's right, I advise you to surrender instead of dying. Baden trembled and raised his hands in surrender under the threat. Baden, what do you choose? Julian asked. He bowed his head in defeat. Baden muttered, I surrender, I will. They stepped out of the tavern. Julian walked ahead and said, he was suspicious from the moment he offered to guide us. Who would have thought he'd lead us to a gang in the slums? He held a piece of paper and beamed. I thought he was just a low thug, but it turns out he's pretty good. I got useful information. Lynn trailed behind, lowering her head in self-reproach. It's my fault for not noticing sooner. Julian remained upbeat and agreed with her confession. Of course, Miss Lynn, someone like you probably never encountered that type of person in your life. Lynn bowed her head lower, lips pressed together. Oh no, is she losing confidence? After a moment of silence, she asked, how did you know? Julian turned back. Know what? Baden slipped something into the drink, she emphasized. Julian smiled and replied, is that what you're curious about? The female swordsman insisted, tell me. Julian looked at Lynn, her hands were tightly clasped, her expression serious. He thought to himself that she was willing to learn, even from someone she disliked, putting progress above temporary shame. Indeed, Lynn Rondoble. Seeing her trembling not from fear but something else, he hesitated slightly before explaining, it would be better if she weren't so hostile toward me. Julian raised his hand and a pale blue light surrounded it. I sensed hostility in the glass of wine. Actually, I detected it before we entered the tavern thanks to my mana detection trait. Lynn repeated in surprise, mana detection trait, like a system notification flashing in her mind. Julian continued, everything from objects and creatures to situations has innate mana, and it reacts strongly to other mana. He turned, pale blue mana shimmering around him. I used mana before we went in. He recalled how Baden, when guiding them to the tavern, emitted a strange hostile mana aura. It was a hostile mana signature. Lynn rubbed her chin, imagining it like a falling radar wave. Right, Julian smiled helplessly, let's say so. He grinned. Mana emanates from the body. It's a skill mages often use, but with abundant mana, I can detect it easily. Lynn tilted her head and frowned. I have another question. She recalled the earlier conversation. He didn't ask Baden about demons, but about living conditions in the slums. Julian smiled and admitted, yes. Lynn was flustered. Weren't we here to investigate demons? Julian kept smiling as if nothing was wrong, which made Lynn even more uneasy. Usually, yes. He said, then reversed the question. What do you know about demonization? The female swordsman hesitated and answered, remnants of the demon King Barbados possess any non-human creatures. She pictured a ferocious demon with long horns transforming victims. Isn't that what demonization means? Julian replied gently, usually that's true, but the slum's geography is unusual. The capital near the slums is surrounded by resonant stones. No demon can enter. There are also no nearby forests, so there are no animals, only humans. Lin went pale as she realized, her body stiff and trembling. So you mean only humans remain as hosts? Julian smiled, thinking silently, just like in the game. He nodded slightly. Yes, I believe the people here are being demonized. Lin held her forehead and shook her head in disbelief. I'm so stupid for believing you even a little. Julian confidently held up 3 fingers. 3 houses? He laughed. That's the house number that will go to the apothecary for fever medicine this week. They say high fever is a sign of demonization, right? If I'm wrong, I'll do whatever you want, Miss Lin. Lin remained uneasy, thinking to herself, what should I do? Should I trust this insolent man? As dusk fell, the sky burned red, and a few black birds streaked across, crying alarmingly. Lin smiled brightly and exhaled in relief. Only one house left. Julian, walking behind, praised her. You look pleased. She glanced at him and waved excitedly. Isn't it good that what you said about humans being demonized if we haven't seen it yet? Julian nodded in agreement. I think so too. They reached the last house. Julian thought this was the final one, hopefully. He knocked several times, then stopped. No one was home. An old man with bloodshot eyes peered out and asked wearily, who is it? Julian leaned in to observe. What is this? He's not demonized. But he smiled warmly. How are you today? He suspected furtiveness. He's hiding something. Julian sniffed the air, thinking, I've encountered this scent before on missions involving resonant stones. He rubbed his chin and made a bold guess. The smell of demon blood. Lin spoke up. Hello, we're from the court. The old man froze. Julian added, I'm Julian of Shut Eyes. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. Shut Eyes Julian. His attitude shifted suddenly. He shouted, get out, stay away from my house. As the door slammed, Julian pushed hard. The door burst open. The old man tumbled to the floor. Brushing his hands off, Julian looked down and said, thanks for your cooperation. Lin, anxious and urgent, pleaded, Julian, at least explain what's happening. Julian ignored Lin and stepped forward, his tone sarcastic. You're too kind, Miss Lin. The female swordsman grew more confused. What do you mean? Julian's red eyes flashed and a gloomy smile appeared. One day that kindness will wear you out. Without another word, Julian moved to a door secured with iron chains, ignoring Lin's objections. We're here to investigate, not to pursue. Do you think the Empire will accept forced action like this? He thought. He answered coldly, the Empire only cares about results. Miss Lin's eyes widened in shock. What? Julian held up the scrap of paper and looked at the steaming bowl of soup on the table. Dinner, sir. According to housing records, you live with your son, but this is a portion for 3 people. The old man pointed and stammered, I have guests. Julian stirred the soup. He smirked, this soup is an unusual red, so you're not just here to buy fever medicine. He pointed at the bowl and smiled. You put sedatives into the soup to drug guests and turn them into meals, didn't you? Then he pointed to the locked door behind him. For the demon behind that door, right. Lin gaped in astonishment while the old man trembled, speechless. Suddenly he lunged for the door, shouting, run, my son. He fumbled with the keys, trying to unlock it. The door flew open and a dense red mist poured out. Hurry, run. The old man screamed in horror at the sharp claws raised high. Is that my son? He stammered before a scream of pain echoed through the house. The demon roared terrifyingly, its red eyes flashing with a strange menace. Lin gritted her teeth and tightened her grip on her sword, ready to fight. A real demon had possessed a human host. She lunged forward, determined, I must bring it down first. The demon's red eyes narrowed, and with a swipe of its claw, it easily sent Lin flying. She skidded across the floor, shards scattering everywhere. Julian glanced at her trembling hands on the sword. That sword. This might be Lin before awakening in the story. He remembered the conversation after leaving the tavern. That's why she asked about Mana. At this rate, Miss Lin is in danger. Julian smiled faintly and stepped forward. Lin shouted, I don't need help. He shed his cloak, grasped the sword glowing blue, ready to fight. Don't need help, this is part of my mission. He turned to Lin with a smile, and I can't let the Holy Sword's favored disciple get hurt. His red eyes flashed as he thought, better avoid unnecessary rumors. The problem is the Moonlight Sword is unfinished. I don't want Lin to suspect for no reason. The demon grew impatient, roared, and lunged. I'll take it down on a whole different level, Julian vowed. System activated. His gaze locked onto the target. A notification flashed, the clairvoyance trait activated. Julian narrowed his eyes as the system's blue light flashed, scanning the demon's body for weaknesses. In an instant, every detail of the beast appeared like a map in his mind. With decisive movements, he launched a series of razor-sharp slashes, the blade whistling through the air, aimed straight at the weaknesses he'd found. Spinning lightly, Julian glanced at the demon, thinking to himself cornered, but just as he was about to finish it off, the demon roared, the wounds on its body closed rapidly, as if they'd never been struck. Lin charged in, her sword blazing, confronting the demon head-on. Julian watched her struggle, sweat beading on her brow, hands trembling on the hilt. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, it's healed." Tension rose and he shouted, his voice echoing in the cramped room, "Miss Lin, create an opening, I'll strike back." Lin gritted her teeth against the demon's overwhelming strength. Her face turned pale, eyes showing determination mixed with worry. Suddenly her gaze fell on the unusually red bowl of soup on the table. An idea flashed like lightning. Clutching the hot porcelain bowl, she thought, this has to work. With all her strength, she hurled the soup into the demon's face. The bowl shattered and the red liquid splattered everywhere. The beast staggered and howled in pain, holding its face and shaking its head, trying to regain focus. Lin closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and concentrated all her energy. "Good, it's distracted," she muttered. The sword in her hand burst into brilliant white light like a flame blazing in the dark. "Focus, make it count." But at that moment, the demon's giant arm swung out and, quick as lightning, seized her. Lin was lifted off her feet. A tremendous force made her cough up blood. Her lips trembling, "Damn it, it tracked my scent. I was too arrogant," she thought. Her grip slackened and the sword clattered to the floor. "I couldn't create an opening. I won't have the face to meet my master in the next life." The demon opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs that glittered in the dim light. "Miss Lin," Julian shouted, his voice urgent. She turned, eyes wide in shock. "Julian." Julian's red eyes blazed, surrounded by the system's blue light like a spectral flame. "Well done," he praised. His voice was deep but full of power. The demon seemed to sense the danger, turning its head to look around, its red eyes darting wildly. A blue current of electricity surrounded its massive body, crackling. Julian smiled triumphantly, his gaze flashing, and in a heartbeat he lunged. The sword in his hand pierced the demon's chest, the blade shining like it sliced through the darkness. The demon's grip loosened, and it dropped Lin. Lin gritted her teeth, mustering herself to deliver a powerful kick to the demon's face. The kick sent its head snapping back, driving Julian's blade even deeper. He smiled faintly and decisively drew his sword out, causing the demon's body to collapse to the floor as black blood gushed from the wound, giving off a foul, acrid smell. Lin stood panting, still stunned. "I can't believe you pierced it without using the moonlight sword," she said, her voice trembling. "How?" Julian had demon blood on his lips and wore a smug smile. "Consider it unworthy of the moonlight sword," he replied, contemptuous, though a brief panic flickered inside him. He glanced at Lin, thinking, that expression looks normal, right? Mission complete. They dismounted from the carriage as the sunset blazed on the horizon. "We're at the palace," Julian said, relieved. They walked along the plane tree-lined avenue within the royal grounds, leaves rustling underfoot. "Anyway, we finished safely," he thought. Rubbing his aching shoulder, he sighed. "Miss Lin suspects nothing. What a relief." Lin suddenly stopped, making Julian halt. "The mission reward is mine." She bowed her head, hands clenched, voice choking. "I didn't contribute anything." Julian quietly observed her with sharp eyes. "For someone proud like Miss Lin, admitting a debt to me is rare." He turned and smiled. "Don't say that, Miss Lin." With a cheerful tone, he added, "You were definitely overwhelmed by that demon." Lin frowned, clearly displeased with herself. Julian's kind words were like a breeze. She looked away and said firmly, "I don't like you." Julian casually shrugged, "You're too tense." Lin clasped her hands tightly and faced him with determined eyes. "My master always says, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility." Recalling how Julian dispatched the demon swiftly, she couldn't help but admire his victory. But she hesitated and, voice stern, seeing him use power recklessly even against the innocent, her face darkened. "Now I understand why my master expelled you. You lack restraint." Julian flashed a roguish smile. Tapping his chin, he replied arrogantly, "Restraint, that's the weapon of cowards." Lin clenched her fists and shouted angrily, "Are you calling my master a coward?" Julian stepped closer, an invisible pressure making her involuntarily step back. "Lin, I'm not a noble of high birth. I'm not bound by restraint," he said, his tone low like a warning. He turned away, leaving a cryptic remark. She needed to realize there are people like that in the world. Lin stood frozen, murmuring, "What does that mean?" Julian waved, smiling triumphantly as he walked away, bantering, "Whatever you say, you did well. Thanks for ceding the mission reward, ha ha." Left behind, Lin sighed in annoyance, her legs heavy. "He's really hard to understand," she muttered, her gaze still troubled. "Restraint isn't only for nobles, it's for all knights." A creaking carriage pulled up and a middle-aged man called out, "Going home?" Lin looked up and recognized the familiar face. Uncle Urjin warmly invited her. You look exhausted. Come on, I'll take you back to the manor. Lin nodded politely. Yes, uncle. The carriage rolled along the dirt road, the horse's hooves keeping time with the evening breeze. Inside, Urjin asked gently, the mission must have been hard. Did everything go smoothly? Lin gave a faint smile and nodded. Yes, mostly. Thank you, Uncle Urjin. He curiously asked further, who was the man accompanying you? Lin turned and answered, that was Julian of Shut Eyes. Urjin nodded thoughtfully, concern flickering in his eyes. I suspected as much, an unfamiliar face. He recalled Julian's arrogant, carefree manner and shared, the elder council is in knots over him. I hear he's been pressuring the crown. Lin silently nodded. I understand. Urjin folded his arms, voice serious. That man is pressuring the council. Nobles shouldn't act that way. His words made Lin start as if a puzzle piece had just snapped into place. That's right, a branch of a noble family. She thought, recalling Julian's words, so that's what he meant. She murmured, her gaze clouded with confusion. Urjin continued warningly, stay away from him, Lin. That man is dangerous. After all, you deserve to be Haydenreich's disciple. Maybe he's not as talented as we think. Lin slowly shook her head, voice firm, no, uncle. She looked up, her eyes brightening. Whatever he is, he's truly talented. She had doubts, but clutching her hands, she reluctantly admitted, he's strong. The sky had darkened, lights from the manor shone out, illuminating the road. In a sealed room, a shadowy figure sat at the table and a low voice spoke. Julian. What on earth have you done? Ordwin's face darkened. His gaze was cold and razor-like as he looked straight at Julian. Julian forced a smile, trying to keep calm. What do you mean, sir? But inside he was in turmoil. No way. Images flashed through his mind. An angry tavern owner demanding compensation, slum residents whispering complaints in fear. Sweat beaded on his brow. He thought, I went too far, I caused big trouble. Ordwin frowned, his expression grew darker, like storm clouds gathering. She sighed and held up 2 thin sheets of paper, her tone icy. The criminal named Bodden, the one wanted at first sight, has surrendered. Her eyes flashed sharply as she looked at Julian. When questioned, he trembled and named you. The mission was only to confirm the demon traces. Julian breathed a sigh of relief as if a burden had been lifted. It's just Bodden, he thought, hiding a small smile. He spread his hands in feigned innocence. Maybe he realized his guilt too late. I don't know why he mentioned me. Ordwin snorted, ignoring the explanation, and pushed the paper toward him. Another stunt of yours, I suppose. Check the mission reward and report back. Julian eagerly took it, his eyes lighting up like a child with a gift. Mission reward, finally money, he thought, imagining gleaming Nuz coins. For someone as broke as him, this was a godsend. He suddenly remembered a servant delivering a note that read, Sir Julian, the jeweler has contacted us. He replied, really? But when he read the note, he froze. We don't have enough Nuz to buy a batch of moonlight stones. He mocked himself, shaking his head in exasperation. Of course, Julian has no sense of saving. Holding the paper, he read intently, heart uneasy. Can I cover the shortfall? His eyes widened when he saw the figure. 11,000 nars. Sweat poured out. He did the math. Nars roughly equal dollars, right? So about $15,000. He covered his mouth, thinking that even with Lin's share, earning this from 2 missions was impressive. Ordwin shook his head slowly, regretful. Bad luck, lower than usual. The injury kept me resting too long. Julian froze, mouth agape. What is this, so low? For a character in the game, his sense of money is insane. His gaze slid to a small line. Maintenance and registration fees deducted. Okay, I like art, but as he read on, he nearly fell over. What is this? Installments on top of installments, what the hell? His eyes stopped at the last line. The reward left only 900 nars. Shocked, he gritted his teeth, sweat dripping to his chin. Only then was he truly mad about money. Worry rose, he thought of the batch of moonlight stones. I desperately need every nuz for them and I have no savings. He slowly looked up, voice a little shaky. Commander Ordwin replied curtly. What? He asked if there were any upcoming missions. Ordwin raised an eyebrow, surprised by this rare initiative. You're proactive for the first time, short on money. She sighed with a hint of sarcasm. Sorry, nothing at the moment. I'll inform you later. That's why I told you not to buy luxuries beyond your means. You didn't listen, did you? Julian looked away, embarrassed, thinking if he'd paid himself, he wouldn't be so upset. He muttered, yes. Ordwin propped his chin and smirked. Sell those luxury items to the gallery, you could buy a whole castle. The idea flashed in Julian's mind like a light in the night. Saying nothing, he turned and left, heart cheering. Perfect. Ordwin blurted out in surprise, huh? Julian tilted his head and flashed a sly grin, declaring, I'll just sell everything. He walked away, leaving Ordwin stunned into silence. He's lost his mind, she murmured, shaking her head in dismay. Two figures in brown cloaks glided past the intricately carved door, torchlight from the wall casting their shadows. A low voice said that monster defeated the demon without the moonlight sword. He's as dangerous as a wild horse. The speaker was an elder noble of the council, his gaze icy. Aiden, another elder, smiled cunningly, exposing his even white teeth. A servant bowed respectfully. Lord Aiden, I'm here to escort you. Aiden waved his hand, voice low. No, I have matters to discuss with my subordinate. The heavy wooden door closed with a creak that echoed. In the dark, a figure sat at the table and spoke coldly. So the council elders don't support Julian. He leaned back, a mysterious smile appearing in the dim light. Julian defeated a demon in a recent mission without using the moonlight sword. The subordinate replied respectfully, yes, sir. The confirmation made him momentarily uneasy. He truly is a monster. The subordinate calmly asked, shall I carry out your previous order? The man raised his hand, his eyes flashing like a predator. Do it, I will recruit that monster and turn him into my power. Meanwhile, at the Cosmos Gallery, light from crystal chandeliers shone down on the splendid paintings. Julian wandered among the works, his finger trailing lightly along a frame. I thought I'd take advantage of the momentum to come here, but I'm not sure this will sell, he muttered, eyes flickering with worry. A pale-faced appraiser hurried over and bowed. Welcome, Lord Julian, he said, voice slightly trembling. Julian smiled warmly and offered a friendly hand. Thank you for appraising this piece. The attendant named Perso followed carefully behind, curiosity in his gaze. No trouble at all, it's an honor to serve the famed shut-eyes Julian. He pointed to an object covered with a white cloth. This is the item to be appraised. Julian nodded and pulled the cloth away. A dazzling painting appeared, colors dancing beneath the light. Perso's eyes brightened and he exclaimed in admiration. He bent down to examine it through a magnifying glass. Based on the unique technique, it appears to be a work by Cornelius Vincent. Julian leaned in, watching with curiosity. Perso looked up and said confidently, this is a forgery. Julian's eyes reddened and he froze. He ran a hand through his hair, cursing under his breath. Julian, do you have no eye for art? He recalled the painting hung in the manor entrance, always thinking it a masterpiece. He should have bought something else. He cleared his throat, thinking that selling forgeries like this would ruin his reputation. Julian, accept it. Perso's face darkened, but he continued, I've never seen a fake made this exquisitely. His tone turned excited, I want to buy it. Julian smiled awkwardly, though it's a fake. Perso beamed, eyes shining, it's in excellent condition. May I buy it for 1,000 nars? Julian scratched his neck, considering he assumed the buyer pitied him. But 100 nuz isn't enough to buy all the moonlight stones. He nodded, all right. Perso pointed to paintings displayed around the room. I'll prepare the contract. Please view the other works while you wait. Julian replied, fine. Suddenly a gentle voice rang out, drawing his attention. Are you sure about selling it for that price? Eileen appeared, beauty like moonlight, stepping forward with a mischievous smile. That painting, is it really the original? Startled by Lady Eileen's unexpected arrival, Julian turned instantly, gaze sharp as a blade and voice low and suspicious. What brings you here, and what do you mean by original? He folded his arms, eyes fixed on Eileen, his heart quickening with curiosity and wariness. He waited for an answer without taking his eyes off her. Eileen tilted her head slightly, glancing at Perso, the trembling man clutching the painting as if it were a lifeline. Her tone hardened, sharp and resolute. My cousin has several works displayed here, but leave that aside. Suddenly, Eileen's gaze turned ice cold like a blade, trained directly on Perso. He felt an invisible pressure bearing down on his shoulders as if crushing his mind. He trembled violently, the painting nearly slipped from his hands, sweat beading on his brow. Eileen stepped closer, each step light but authoritative, her voice cold as a winter wind. In the Empire, no painter can wield oil paint with such mastery. She snatched the painting from Perso, her long fingers gliding over each stroke, eyes intently absorbed as if plunging into a mystery. Suddenly she stopped and pointed to a small corner beneath the painting. And this signature, she continued, voice steel-sharp like an arrow through the air, it's definitely Cornelius's. Eileen's assertion plunged the gallery into a silence as if time had stopped. Julian stood beside her, studying the painting closely, his brows knitted and his eyes flashed with a contemplative hint, as if weighing an unrevealed secret. Meanwhile, Perso stood by, trembling all over, sweat pouring like rain, his face ashen with panic. he stammered, voice cracking. I missed that signature. Julian turned, eyes cold as ice, his voice slow but sharp as a blade, full of menace. So that means you intended to deceive me, doesn't it? The weight of his words made Perso feel as if a boulder pressed on his chest, his breath growing labored. He staggered and collapsed to the floor, clutching his head, voice hoarse with overwhelming fear. I am so sorry. Julian stepped forward, hand reaching as if to grab Perso by the throat, anger flaring like a predator about to strike. But just then, Eileen quickly seized his hand and held him back. Julian, stop! Her tone was firm yet gentle, her eyes sparkling with clear-headedness mixed with a touch of concern. When appraising, anyone can make mistakes. People aren't perfect all the time. Hearing this, Julian paused, the flame of his anger subsided, replaced by embarrassment and self-reproach. He thought to himself, damn, I almost lost my temper. If I drew my sword and cut him down now with so many witnesses, I'd be no different from a villain. He forced a smile and pulled his hand back, his tone softer though still edged. All right, overdoing it would make me look like the bad guy. Eileen raised an eyebrow, lips curving into a mischievous smile, eyes twinkling teasingly. It could be worse than that. Julian's expression shifted briefly, a flash of embarrassment crossing his face, but he quickly regained his composure. He turned to Perso, speaking gently yet with an undeniable authority. If this is genuine, the painting's value would be different, wouldn't it? Perso remained kneeling on the floor, eyes wide with terror, mouth stammering as if awaiting judgment. Why yes. He bowed his head and slammed his forehead to the floor, crying out in desperation, I'm truly sorry. If this is the original, my gallery couldn't afford to buy it. Even if I liquidated all my assets, it still wouldn't be enough. Hearing that, Julian laughed loudly, the sound echoing with delight, as if he'd found amusement in the chaos. He stepped forward and placed a hand on Perso's shoulder, his voice turning cold like a final warning. In life, incompetence sometimes holds you back. Still, I'm at a loss. What should we do with this painting? Tears streamed down Perso's cheeks. He couldn't utter a word, trembling in utter terror. Eileen stood beside him and spoke softly but firmly, I'll help you. Julian turned, suspicion flickering into curiosity. You'll help me? Eileen folded her arms, sighed once, nodded lightly, her face showing a hint of weariness. Yes. I know there's one person who will buy any Corurius painting without asking questions. Julian stroked his chin and pondered. His gaze was sharp as if trying to pierce her thoughts, but she raised two fingers to indicate there were two conditions. First, you must not punish the appraiser. Julian nodded immediately, smiling with relief. Fine. I wasn't planning to do anything to him anyway. Eileen raised her fan to cover her mouth, a trace of shyness in her eyes as if hiding a secret. Her voice hesitated, sincerity shining in her gaze. And second, I need you to help me with something. It's a task only you can do. Julian smiled without hesitation, confidence radiating from every gesture. All right, I'm free anyway. They shook hands, the agreement formed in an atmosphere tense but full of promise. Eileen spoke sternly, eyes determined. Don't get me wrong, I am not helping you out of kindness. You once helped me in the Julin district. I don't want to be indebted. Julian nodded and laughed heartily, the sound bright and relieved. Then it's my turn to repay you. Exactly what do you need? Eileen recounted, her voice low and eyes distant as if sinking into memory. There was a patrol guard at Veal Academy. That night, the air suddenly turned chilling, making him terrified beyond measure. He felt countless eyes on him, full of murderous intent as if they would devour his soul. Julian frowned, suspicion flickering in his gaze. Demons, she shook her head, voice determined though tinged with worry. Not exactly. The administration paid no heed at first, but the strange noises at night in the old building grew more frequent, and many guards were attacked and injured. Julian's brow tightened, curiosity mixed with resolve flaring in his eyes. If it's not ghosts, then what is it? His gaze turned cold, his voice sharp as a blade. I think it's a fiend. The academy is tightly guarded, but a demon slipped through the weakened wards. Suddenly, a deep voice rang from afar, cutting through their thoughts. So in the end, you still had to ask someone else for help. It was Hardy Godfrey, a professor at Veal Academy. He stepped forward, tone mocking, eyes glinting with arrogance. A pleasure to meet you, Lord Julian. Eileen snapped back in anger, her eyes flaring with righteous fury. Didn't you see me standing here? A simple greeting would have sufficed. Hardy shrugged indifferently, voice cold. We're not that close, why drag a busy man like him into this? Hardy scoffed, contempt flashing in his eyes. If you want to shake off the stigma of a minor branch, you should work harder on your own. Anger flared in Eileen's eyes, her face flushing with indignation. You're the one who needs to try harder, Hardy Godfrey. Your last essay nearly failed. Shouldn't you rewrite it instead of standing here jeering? Hardy bristled, his face contorting at the insult. What did you say? A lowborn brat dare. Eileen barked, her voice like thunder. What did you say? Julian tightened his grip on the sword pommel and stepped forward, his stare icy, like a storm held in check. Eileen flinched, heart pounding. She wondered whether he was angry over the insult to his family or his own hot temper. She hurried to speak, voice trembling. Wait. But Julian had already drawn his sword. The steel flashed under the lights, freezing the air. Eileen closed her eyes, her heart thudding as if it would burst. Hardy panicked too, raising his hands to shield his head, face ashen. Suddenly, a small stone struck Hardy's head with a dry thud. From the corner of the wall, countless shards of stone fell, revealing grotesque imp heads with eyes burning red as blood. Hardy screamed, voice breaking in terror. Demons hiding in the walls. Julian didn't hesitate. He lunged like a whirlwind, swinging his sword to fell each imp, every strike sharp and precise like a deadly dance. When it was over, he turned back. His cold gaze swept over Hai, who was now kneeling on the ground, screaming in panic. Save me, there's a demon on my back. Julian glanced over and caught sight of a small demon clinging to Hardy's back, its red eyes full of malice. His stare met the demon's, causing it to recoil in fear, as if burned by his presence. Julian smiled coldly, his voice low and judgmental. Whether from a main branch or a minor one, I show no mercy to demons. He tightened his grip on the pommel, eyes burning with icy fire. If you want to live, you'd better beg a minor branch to save you. Julian drove his sword into the ground with force. The blade rang with a cold sound as he destroyed the imp clinging to Hardy. Hardy, face drained of color from panic, spoke up unexpectedly, voice trembling though trying to sound haughty. You're overdoing it. Eileen beside him suddenly flinched, as if she had noticed something terrifying. She pointed forward, eyes shining with horror mixed with resolve, shouting, there it is. At that moment the imps began to gather, their bodies swelling and emitting strange magical currents like black smoke curling through the air. Their entire forms grew larger, creating an invisible pressure that made Eileen and Hardy tremble with fear, their hearts pounding as if they would burst. Suddenly, they merged into a giant rat with glowing red eyes like burning coals and razor-sharp teeth flashing steel. It swung its razor claws straight toward the group, each step making the floor tremble. Sensing imminent danger, Hardy spun around, eyes wide in terror, and fled instantly, leaving a hoarse scream behind. Meanwhile, Julian stood firm, his face calm as a still lake. He raised his sword, the steel flashing in the dim light, his voice low but full of killing intent. So this is its true form. The way the weak gather and thrash about, truly contemptible. His words were like a cold blade that made the giant rat falter, its red eyes briefly showing fear, its massive body trembling in waves. The demon growled, its long tongue lolling out, and swung a powerful strike at Julian. But he did not flinch. He dashed forward, the sword flashing like lightning. They exchanged blows in a deadly dance, each of Julian's slashes precise and forceful. Finally, a killing blow landed, making the rat let out a pained roar, a sound that echoed as if tearing the air. Watching the demon howl in despair, Julian thought, his eyes cold. The fiend is retreating, its true form is shrinking. Not letting the chance slip, he rushed in to confront the demon. Gripping the hilt tightly, he swung one final cut, sending the rat to the other world in a blinding flash. Eileen and Hardy stood outside the protective barrier, peering in with worried faces, breath quickened. When the giant rat was destroyed, countless tiny imps shot out in all directions like shards of a nightmare. Eileen immediately dispelled the magical barrier, her hands trembling from the stress. She turned to Julian, eyes shining with admiration and curiosity, and asked, how did you know there was a fiend here? Julian smiled mysteriously, a mischievous glint in his eyes. That's a secret. But inwardly he thought he had sensed a strange taint when reading Lord Hardy's report. Then again, who here understands this game system? He kept his thoughts to himself, revealing no clue. Eileen turned away, her voice confident yet lightly mocking. We can leave that for later. It's even the one who once looked down on the main branch, so are you stepping in instead of them now? Julian slightly raised an eyebrow, his expression showing mild surprise. Look down on them. She replied sharply, mischief sparkling in her eyes. Oh please, have you already forgotten what you said? You called me the half-breed of Tashanin. She thought to herself, her heart pricked by the old memory. He had said that to me, the one who only crazily pursued power, yet now he speaks up for the minor branch. How odd. This guy is no different from Julian back at the academy, still that half-hearted chivalry. Her hand still controlled the magical stones hovering in the air, their light sparkling like tiny stars. She continued, voice full of sarcasm, everyone's too afraid of you to speak up. but your arrogant attitude toward the minor branch is something I endure every day." Julian fell silent for a moment, a hint of remorse crossing his gaze. He stroked his chin and smiled faintly. "I was wrong to say that back then." Those words struck Eileen like an arrow to the heart, making her look embarrassed. She lowered her head, biting her lip, thinking, wait, did Julian just apologize? Though it didn't really feel like a true apology. Resolutely, she looked up, voice trembling but sincere. "Anyway, thank you." Julian stepped closer, curiosity in his eyes. "For what?" She blushed, face flushed from having him handle the situation for her. Julian shrugged and replied lightly, "It's nothing." After some repairs, the broken wall was completely restored. Eileen wiped the sweat from her brow and sighed in relief. "Phew, it's finally done." Julian stood behind her, smiling approvingly, warm-eyed. "Well done." She turned to him, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Now that you've defeated the fiend, let me introduce you to the buyer of the painting." At that moment, Julian approached a man who was admiring the painting he had brought. The man sighed, voice full of feeling. "Oh, to see this work before I die, that's truly satisfying." Julian held a teacup and smiled confidently. "How do you find it? This is Corurius's final piece, Red Vineyard." The man, Alam Chorny, vice dean of Veal Academy, nodded, eyes alight with passion. A wheat field torn by storm winds beneath a gloomy black sky, blowing toward the horizon. Faced with this artistic perception, Julian frowned slightly, thinking, someone truly versed in art, everything looks the same to me, just a pile of paper scraps. He kept silent and continued to listen. Alam Chorny went on, voice mournful. "Behind the field lie roads without end. We do not know where they ultimately lead." Julian pondered inwardly, thinking it a very profound interpretation. He spoke softly and slowly. "This painting evokes loneliness because it conveys the artist's sorrow to his brother. The brother had financed him heavily. He sent the painting with a letter that began with the line, 'I poured all my sorrow and soul into this painting.'" Julian fell silent, a flicker of puzzlement in his eyes. "Do all the pieces connect?" He sipped his tea and nodded. "Indeed." At his words, Alam Chorny looked at him strangely, the man seeming to radiate a dazzling golden light. Julian thought to himself, his heart quickening slightly, was that the color of suspicion? Is he suddenly suspicious of me? The system in his head sent a notification colored with suspicion, doubt. He frowned, wondering if there was something wrong with the painting. But he immediately dismissed the thought, eyes sharpening. "No, that's not it. Based on Miss Eileen's and the Vice Dean's reactions, this is definitely genuine." His expression tightened slightly, the thought still circled in his mind. So what exactly is he doubting? After a moment of silence, Alam Chorny suddenly spoke. "Julian." The sudden call startled Julian, who quickly replied, "Yes." He continued in a steady voice, "Listen, do you really understand this painting? To be honest, I feel your family came to me because they needed money. I can offer a reasonable price and buy it immediately, but I only want to deal with someone who understands its value." At those words, Julian thought to himself, so that's the reason. If that's the case, even if we make a deal, I probably won't get a high price. He spoke up at once. "This painting is described as the artist's final work, right? Corurius died not long after painting it, so its value is even greater, isn't it?" Hearing this, Alam Chorny let out a soft sigh. Then he smiled. "Ha, you're right. Corurius died right at the location depicted in this painting. You do have an eye for art." "Julian, I misunderstood you." Julian replied shyly, "You're too kind." He continued, "Shall we begin discussing the price?" Julian nodded. "All right." He breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Finally, the man agreed to the deal. Alam Chorny held up 4 fingers and asked, "How do you feel about this price?" Julian murmured in his mind, 400,000 nars, should I try bargaining a bit more? He stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then said, "This is the piece that ushered in a golden era after the artist's death. I believe you understand its value." Hearing that, Alam Chorny's hand stiffened slightly. He paused thoughtfully, then said, "Then I'll add another 100,000 nars." Julian trembled slightly with excitement. He thought 500,000 nars, more than enough, beyond expectations. If nars were equivalent to dollars, that amount would be about 500 million won. He couldn't help but be astonished, a hideous painting like this worth 500 million. Seeing Julian lost in thought, Alam Chorny called, "Hey, Julian." He snapped out of his reverie and smiled, replying, "Now you've recognized its value. Very well, let's begin the transaction." He thought inwardly, that man once said the gallery couldn't afford it, even selling everything. Now I understand why, at this price, how many buyers are there? Cut to the academy. Eileen pushed open the door and entered a room, calling out, "Vice Principal Alam Chorny, did you call for me?" Alam Chorny, who was examining the painting, turned and said, "Ah, Miss Eileen, please have a seat." He continued, "By the way, regarding the old building, has everything been settled?" Eileen answered. Yes, everything has been resolved properly. As he spoke, he used magic to pour tea, smiling. I was quite worried, but now I'm relieved. Chorney nodded. Good. Did you encounter any difficulties? Eileen held her teacup and smiled smugly. Nothing too difficult, sir. He looked at the teacup and sighed. Sorry for making you handle this troublesome matter. His expression grew serious. What I'm about to say must remain between us. Professor Eileen, it's very possible this was caused by the Dawn Society. Eileen was surprised. The Dawn Society? Why would they target the Academy? Chorney shook his head. I don't know the reason, but there is a lot of indirect evidence. It seems they exploited the weakening of the resonant stones to act. We decided to keep this quiet to avoid causing panic within the Academy. Hearing this, Eileen fell silent, her hand gripping the teacup tightly. She thought, a cult devoted to demons has just appeared in the Empire. That must be the Dawn Society. Why would they attack the Academy? Seeing Eileen worried, Chorney reassured her. Don't worry too much, Eileen. We've increased security and will do everything to protect the Academy. She breathed a small sigh of relief. Yes. He continued, we were able to resolve this partly thanks to Mr. Julian Wright. Eileen stammered, Mr. Julian. She asked, by the way, have you met him? Chorney laughed heartily. Yes, thanks to him I acquired an extremely valuable painting. She smiled. I'd like to thank him for defeating the fiend, but it seems he's already gone. Chorney nodded. Indeed, right after receiving the money he hurried off. Apparently to buy a pile of gems, moonlight stones, I think. Hearing this, Eileen trembled and spat out a mouthful of tea in surprise. She wiped the corner of her mouth and pressed moonlight stones, then she sprang up and turned to leave. I have urgent business. Seeing Eileen's haste, Chorney sipped his tea, curious. Why is everyone suddenly so busy? Eileen rushed to the gem shop. The seller hurriedly said, sorry, Miss, moonlight stones are sold out. She insisted, impossible, there must still be stock. The seller fumbled, Mr. Julian bought far more than I expected. Eileen angrily slammed her hand on the counter. So when will you restock? The seller stammered. This time it'll be much longer. Eileen's face went dark. She muttered, no, I need that stone for my upcoming thesis. Her world seemed to collapse. She cried out, shouting, Julian. Cut to Julian. He smiled with satisfaction. The man before him, a renowned blacksmith known as the Faint Flame, held a moonlight stone and asked, you want me to forge a sword from this gem? Julian nodded, yes. He produced a pile of moonlight stones and said excitedly, can you forge a blade like a silver moon? Upon hearing Julian's request, the blacksmith Ruger Orland shouted, pride and anger in his voice. That's not a sword. It's a work of art. My pride won't allow me to make such a thing. His face flushed, eyes blazing with fierce determination, as if Julian's request insulted the honor of the Black Radiance Forge. Faced with the blunt refusal, Julian remained calm, eyes sharp but voice gentle and persuasive. I want it made for real combat. Ruger Orland slammed his hand on the table. The dry knock of wood punctuated his certainty. No, it's merely a luxury item. He pointed to the design before him, contempt blazing in his gaze. Bring this design here. This doesn't qualify as a weapon. If you want a luxury item, go elsewhere. The argument grew more intense, the forge's air thickening with tension. Ruger Orland continued, our famed forge only crafts weapons for knights. Only masterpieces like Heidenreich's sword, whom I once admired, are worthy. Julian did not waver. Determination glittered in his eyes. He stepped forward, voice low but resolute. I want mana channels engraved into this blade, Ruger Orland. The blacksmith shook his head, a trace of sarcasm in his eyes. Even so, embedding a moonstone into the core of a blade is foolish. No one can fight with a gemset sword weaker than ordinary steel. Julian stroked his chin and pondered, calculation flashing in his gaze. Seeing him silent, a young female assistant from the forge stepped forward, voice gentle but firm. Mr. Julian, I'm sorry, but we only forge weapons worthy of the Black Radiance name. Each sword bears our emblem. If that sword easily crumbles, the forge's honor will crumble with it. Hearing this, Julian fell into thought, his heart pounding under the pressure. He mused, HRM, this is troublesome. I really want it forged here because this is where Heidenreich's sword was made. After a moment's consideration, he raised his hand, voice steel hard. I understand. Then I'll make sure it won't break easily. Ruger Orland pointed at him, eyes skeptical. Do you really think you can do it? Julian smiled confidently, his gaze blazing like a fire. Yes, because I am Julian. If you don't believe me, test my skill. With that, he produced a special coin pouch and slammed it onto the table. A challenging grin, forge the sword first. I'll pay more than the usual fee. Seeing the glittering pouch, Ruger and his assistant fell silent, their expressions wavering between doubt and curiosity. Noticing their hesitation, Julian stepped closer, his voice low but compelling. If the sword breaks during testing, I won't take back the money or the stone. At Julian's confidence, Ruger Orland frowned, thinking this man is that confident. After a moment's thought, he sighed and nodded. Very well, if it breaks during the test, we'll act as if nothing happened. A few days later, the sword was finished. Ruger brought it out, pride mingled with doubt in his eyes. Here it is. The finest smiths worked day and night. We failed many times before completing it. He looked at Julian and asked, puzzled, do you really intend to use this as a weapon? Julian held the sword, the blade's light reflected across his face, making his eyes shimmer. He activated the perfect sword technique, a surge of mana billowing from the blade like a storm of energy. He nodded confidently. Of course, let's begin the test. Cut to the street outside. A crowd gathered on the street, murmurs rising like waves. Julian looked around, slightly surprised. It's quite crowded. The assistant glanced at him, cheeks faintly flushed, shyly. Well, everyone wants to see. If you're uncomfortable, we can ask them to leave. Julian laughed loudly, confidence radiating from every gesture. No need. Ruger Orland produced a suit of iron armor and struck it hard. In a challenging tone, Mr. Julian, this armor was prepared specifically for the test. It's not ordinary armor. Julian looked at the shining armor, nodded, excitement bright in his eyes. Indeed. Ruger continued proudly, it's 1 centimeter thick, almost a solid block of steel. If you're testing, do it properly. He fixed Julian with a sharp look. Come on, try to cut through this. Julian gripped the sword tightly, a confident smile spreading across his face. Ha ha, you prepared well. He drew on his strength. Both he and the sword radiated a tremendous energy like a swirling mana vortex. He shouted, excitement in his voice, of course, if the target's too easy, what's the fun? Cheering erupted. Ruger nodded, muttering with a trace of doubt, is that the sword from the rumors? But even with the moonlight blade activated, a structure like that shouldn't hold. Julian raised the sword high, light from the blade streamed like moonbeams. He marveled, his heart pounding with excitement. This felt different from before, as if the sword had found its own path. After a moment's pause, he swung the sword down hard, slicing straight at the armor. A cracking sound rang out. The armor shattered in an instant, steel fragments flying like metallic petals. The crowd exploded in cries, astonished shouts echoed. Ruger gasped, his face drained white. Impossible. The assistant covered her mouth, stammering, eyes full of wonder. How could he? Julian smiled with satisfaction, his eyes sparkling with pride. He channeled a roaring flood of mana into the blade, then spun it without end. So this is the true feeling of the moonlight blade. He tightened his grip on the sword, feeling power surge through every fiber of the metal. The assistant bowed her head, voice trembling. He didn't even need to go all out. The armor our forge made was torn to pieces. Julian turned to Ruger with a confident smile. So what do you want to bring out next for testing? Ruger clenched his teeth, eyes complex, speechless, as if the forge's honor had just been challenged by the very sword they once scorned. The burst of power still lingered in the sky, streams of mana glittering like shattered moonlight in the air. Suddenly, a system panel appeared before Julian's eyes. The incomplete moonlight blade trait had evolved into the moonlight blade. He smiled, heart pounding with excitement, eyes shining with satisfaction. A new trait has been activated. Holding the sword, Julian inspected and felt every perfect contour. Pride rose within him. He had poured considerable energy into it, yet there wasn't a single scratch. This is a perfect sword. At last I've succeeded. The blacksmith Ruger Orland stepped forward from behind, still showing traces of amazement. He covered his mouth and, voice trembling with respect, murmured, "It seems I underestimated you." Julian sheathed the sword with a decisive motion. Then he turned back, a confident smile on his lips. Sometimes actions persuade more than words, right? Ruger nodded, eyes grave, voice low like a warning. But remember this, if this sword breaks, my reputation breaks with it. Swing it with that in mind. The words made Julian start slightly, his heart ached at the weight of responsibility. He turned and smiled, eyes gleaming with resolve. Understood, I will use it worthily. At that moment, a man stepped over to the pile of shattered armor. His gaze was contemplative and full of wonder. He bent to pick up a shard of steel, murmuring, the Black Radiance's custom armor was cut so cleanly. He looked up toward Ruger, voice curious. Was this done by Julian? He turned to Lin standing nearby, eyes sharp. So he visited here. Lin frowned, surprise flickering in her eyes. Julian has been here before. The man picked up another fragment and examined it closely, voice thoughtful. However, I can't sense Julian's spirit power here. He's impressive, a swordsman who concentrates his spirit power entirely into his strikes. It would be amazing to see him cleave through this armor. At this, Lin sighed, eyes distant, thinking, could it be Master? She shook her head slightly, hiding the rising worry. The man turned, voice low yet suggestive. Aren't you worried about Julian? Lin flinched, cheeks flushing, hesitating. Well. He smiled, mischief in his eyes. Right, the two of you went on a mission together. How is he? Lin bowed her head, voice soft but tinged with admiration. He's truly very strong. The man nodded, gaze sharpening. More importantly, do you feel anything strange about him? Lin startled, heart racing, and asked back in a strange, trembling voice, what do you mean, Master? He lowered his voice, eyes darkening as if hiding a secret. I mean, does he resemble someone from the Dawn cult? The words pierced Lin like a sharp blade. She widened her eyes, voice breaking with shock. What? Julian is a member of the Dawn cult. Cut to Julian. Julian walked along the street. Two gleaming swords hung at his hips, sparkling in the sunlight. He smiled, eyes shining with pride, thinking to himself that he was becoming more and more like Julian. But the smile vanished, replaced by a sigh and a somber look. He couldn't forget his objective for being here. I must return to my real world. I can't live forever as Julian. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, his heart heavy, determined to return to his own world. This world must come to an end. In other words, I have to reach the game's conclusion. Hayden Reich must stop the resurrection of the demon King Barbados. He shook his head, eyes glittering with resolve. I can't live forever under Julian's name. He continued, thinking inwardly, voice low, where are we now in the plot? It seems this is when the Dawn cult begins to appear. They are a heretical organization that will do anything to resurrect the demon King Barbados, the mortal enemy of Hayden Reich and Lin. He stopped, his expression darkening as he thought of Lin, especially since Lin's father was killed by the Dawn cult. I want to ally with Hayden Reich's side, but that's not an easy matter. He stroked his chin, pondering like Julian always did. Should I infiltrate the Dawn cult to gather information? But how to get in? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, startling him. A system notification popped up, the violative intuition trait activated. Julian sensed a strange mana as if someone were watching him. He glanced around, voice low and wary. Someone. He saw no one, he muttered, heart racing with suspicion. Could it be an illusion? No, the trait clearly activated. He tightened his grip on the hilt, eyes icy. I don't know who you are, but I felt your mana come out. A slow footstep echoed from the shadows. Julian narrowed his eyes, a smug smile forming as he recognized the figure. We've met before. Two strangers emerged like ghosts slipping from the night. Their dangerous gazes made the air around Julian tense as a drawn wire. Julian's mind swirled. He thought to himself, I remember now. She is the witch who wields dark magic at an astonishing level. Alina, a bishop of the Dawn cult, and the man beside her. I can roughly guess who he is. An image of a woman without a cloak flashed in his mind. Next to her, a stern-faced fellow. Julian recognized their identities, the archenemies of Hayden Reich. He smiled amicably and spoke, long time no see, Alina, and you too. Alina showed no surprise. She removed her hood and cloak calmly. So you still recognize me, even dressed like this? She bowed politely. Indeed, you are Mr. Julian. Julian smiled and nodded in return. I guess the two of you would come for a reason. Alina clapped her hands, voice cheerful. If you already know our intentions, matters will proceed faster, won't they? I'd be grateful if you answered us now. Julian nearly lost his smile. He thought, headache. Truth is, I don't know anything, I'm just bluffing. Normally, Julian would consider every possibility. He hedged, well, I'd like a bit more time to think. Alina frowned, displeased. Then that's not acceptable, Mr. Julian. Startled, he saw her raise a hand toward him, eyes sharp. You were the one who took the initiative to approach the Dawn cult and made an offer, right? Her words were like a knife, turning Julian's face pale. She continued, calm but icy, you were the one who said you wanted to join the Dawn cult. Julian coughed, inwardly grumbling, has he gone that far? Damn it, cleaning up the mess you leave has become my daily chore. He recalled silently what he knew of Alina, the sword that had once been held to his throat. No matter which path he took, Julian would be defeated by an enemy, one whom Hayden Reich had already bested before. He clenched his teeth, begrudgingly yearning for demonic power and ultimately joining the Dawn cult. Back in the present, Julian lifted his head. His eyes were blood-red and a terrifying smile spread across his face. He pounded his temples, thinking how to deal with the two before him, but replied coolly, there's no time limit to join, is there? Around them, the buildings were silent and empty, the atmosphere oppressive. Alina spoke coldly, that's true, but you should know we can interpret it another way. She opened her rose-pink eyes wide and proposed, what if this is just a pretext to lure and capture us? What if your supposed desire to join is merely a trap? She pointed directly at Julian, smiling but with an unveiling intent on her face. Julian frowned slightly, panic evident. Damn, they're suspicious of me, but I didn't come to investigate the Dawn cult. I truly want to join. He closed his eyes and Heidenreich's image rose in his mind. If the Empire discovered him, it would be over. The path would lead to the worst possible end. It felt as if Heidenreich's stern gaze was piercing him. If Heidenreich learned he was joining the Dawn cult, Julian immediately imagined the worst, being split in two by Heidenreich's sword. Even if he killed Heidenreich, it would still be a catastrophe. He might never leave this game world again. Tangled inside, he wondered how to escape this situation. Outwardly, Julian forced a smile. I didn't expect to be suspected this much. Elinor crossed her arms and looked at him coldly. You know too much. What if you now want to retract? She asked. Julian replied calmly, and if I do? The man in black, who had been silent, suddenly spoke in a low voice. Then we won't let you leave here unscathed. A terrifying surge of power burst from him, shattering the cobblestones beneath their feet. Julian thought in a flash, a bishop, one of the Dawn cult's combat cadre, superior even to ordinary knights. The man clenched his fist beneath his cloak and then flung the cloak aside. His eyes flashed as he roared, you'd better decide quickly or I, Pelkor, will crush you. He pointed to the large scar on his face. Remember this scar? The one you left me still aches. Julian, exasperated, thought, so it's you again. Julian, I'm increasingly tired of the trouble you cause. He replied nonchalantly, tauntingly, sorry. I don't make a habit of remembering the faces of those weaker than me. The remark drove Pelkor into a rage. Veins bulged on his face as he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Julian tried to keep calm, the mocking smile on his face, but felt uneasy inside. Playing for time like this would only get him hit more. Suddenly, Pelkor's massive form vanished in an instant. He reappeared right behind Julian, and Julian only had time to whirl his head and glare at him. Pelkor clenched his fist and bellowed, let's see how long you can keep your composure. The system immediately notified. The innate swordsman trait activated. In the moment, Julian drew his sword and blocked Pelkor's fist. His face went pale as he thought, damn it, I grabbed the old iron sword instead of the moonlight blade. The moonlight blade was still hanging at his waist. He cursed his shitty memory and resolved to hold out as long as possible. Pelkor's fist unleashed a terrifying surge of power. Julian counterattacked quickly, but Pelkor tilted his body and dodged the blade. The sword in Julian's hand began to crack like a spider web. Unable to hold on, he sprang back, thinking this is bad, too dangerous. He had to withdraw and regroup. But Pelkor noticed his intent and bared his teeth in a grin. In an instant, he lunged to stand before Julian, his hand raised in a ready strike. A punch packed with raw force sent Julian crashing into the wall, stones scattering everywhere, the pain making him cry out. He slumped against the cracked wall, head bowed. Julian heard Pelkor's harsh laugh. So how does it feel to be beaten by a runt, Julian? The sword in his hand was now just a hilt. Julian sighed in frustration. A surge of blazing red power flared around his body. Julian slowly rose and roared, I'm sick of bearing the consequences of things I didn't cause. His resilience stunned Pelkor, who stared wide-eyed. Huh, you still have the strength to move. Elinor noticed something amiss and shouted, wait, Pelkor, something's wrong. The system notified, your emotion is rising to its peak. Darkness obscured half of Julian's face. He pushed himself up and sighed. Looked up, his eyes flashing a terrifying red, his voice low. How annoying. The system continued. The unique trait, Awakened Eyes, has been activated. Julian seemed to erupt in a towering blaze of fury. He quietly drew the sword from its scabbard. The steel shimmered coldly as he stepped forward with an overwhelming momentum. Pelkor saw the sword emitting a crimson flame and thought, his aura has suddenly changed. What is that sword? Seeing Julian not stop, Pelkor clenched his teeth and growled, I'll destroy that sword too. But before he could say more, Julian lunged with terrifying speed, the sword in his hand slashing a countless number of times at Pelkor's body. So fast the naked eye could hardly follow. Pelkor's eyes widened in horror. As he looked down at his trembling arm now covered in dozens of slashes, he muttered in a shaking voice, my hand, he screamed in unbearable pain. But Julian paid no heed to the pitiful cries. His eyes turned maddened, swept up in a raging frenzy. He pressed the assault relentlessly. Pelkor, though in agony, gritted his teeth and tightened his fist to throw a punch straight at Julian's face, shouting, how dare you? But Julian only gave a knowing smile, his gaze flashing coldly. The sword in his hand spun once and then sliced straight into Pelkor's chest. The powerful slash sent the massive body staggering back, letting out pitiful cries, despite the relentless onslaught. Pelkor struggled to stay standing, gritting his teeth and shouting, get away from me. As he spoke, he unleashed a series of rapid punches toward Julian, but Julian easily evaded them. He slid past Pelkor and delivered an additional slash to his ribs, making him tremble and collapse to one knee, crying out in pain. Clutching the wound with one hand, eyes wide and shaking with anger and fear. He muttered inwardly, is this really Julian's true power? He's truly a monster. Julian maintained his high combat state. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground and Pelkor's stunned face, he thought to himself. A strange feeling arose, blood, the sensation of flesh and bone being torn, and that pure terrified expression. What is this feeling? Why am I getting so excited? The system suddenly announced. Fox Eye Awakening can only be used by those with fox eyes. This skill activates when emotion peaks, boosting physical power and expanding vision. By now Pelkor was on both knees, nearly unable to fight. He stammered in a trembling voice, "Stop, please stop." The system continued. Awakening also makes the user extremely aggressive. No sooner had the announcement ended than Julian swung his sword, his eyes madly fixed on Pelkor, ready to deliver the finishing blow. He roared, "I don't want to." A thrust pierced straight through Pelkor's chest. He coughed blood, his whole body about to collapse. Julian withdrew his sword and looked at him coldly, his voice low. "Your title of Iron Fist is meaningless now." He grabbed Pelkor by the hair and hauled his face up. The man's features were filled with terror as he whimpered, don't kill me." In Pelkor's eyes, Julian now looked no different from a demon. But at that moment, a pair of small hands touched his shoulder from afar. Startled, Julian flinched as Alina stepped forward, grabbing his collar sternly. "Enough, Julian, don't you think so?" Her sudden appearance caused Julian's fox eyes to gradually return to normal. The murder intent within him dissipated. The system announced, "Awakening has worn off." Julian paused, stunned, thinking, what have I done? Pelkor clutched his bleeding chest and screamed in pain. Julian had returned to normal, trembling with fear as he wondered what he'd done. He recalled that those with fox eyes change personality when activating Awakening. Their aggressiveness is greatly amplified. It's truly dangerous. Regaining his composure, Julian turned to Alina in a low voice. "You were the ones who started this." Alina smiled with her weapon pointed at his face. Pelkor was insolent indeed. Julian added coldly, "Even knowing everything, you still couldn't do anything." Alina stepped closer, one hand threatening him while the other began healing Pelkor. She continued, "I've also let you beat him up." Pelkor, feeling magic flow into his body, thought, "Is that magic? I can't move." Alina leaned close to Julian's ear and whispered, "But after witnessing this fight, I respect you even more." She smiled and made a proposal. "Why don't we cooperate?" The system announced, "The charming mole trait makes you more attractive to the opposite sex." Julian pondered without answering immediately. Alina continued, "You won't lose anything." Julian turned, placed a hand on her shoulder and replied, "You're right. But I still want to think it over a bit more." With that, he turned his back and walked away. Alina watched his retreating back and muttered, "My trait still has no effect on him." She turned to Pelkor, who had managed to stand despite the pain. "So, is there anything different about him, Pelkor?" Pelkor stammered, "He's truly stronger." Alina nodded, her voice low, "I knew it. The amnesia story was definitely a ruse. This is a personal matter, so don't tell the other bishops." Pelkor nodded, "Of course." Alina watched Julian walk away and sighed, thinking, "I knew it. My trait has no effect on him." Back with Julian, he returned home, his body still trembling. Looking at his hands, he thought, "Fox Eye Awakening. It's thanks to that I escaped that place, but I can't keep relying on such an unstable trait." He rubbed his head and swore under his breath, "What do I do now? If I side with the Dawn cult, Hayden will kill me, and I'll never return to my original world. But if I oppose the Dawn cult, surely one of them will kill me." A wry smile slowly formed on his face. "Maybe I should join the Dawn cult for real. I'll gather as much information as possible and then thwart the resurrection of the demon god. That's the only path back to my original world." Scene shifts to Gemel Monastery. Julian walked with a calm but determined air. As he entered, he thought to himself, "The Church of the Sun, the largest church on the Rosenda continent, and this is one of its monasteries. Not ordinary at all." The moment he stepped in, the crowd around him stirred. Some whispered, "The Holy War Genius is here again." Another group trembled and worried aloud, "Maybe he's come to eliminate someone." Ignoring the gossip, he continued inside with a cold gaze. A bishop approached cautiously. "Lord Julian, what brings you to our monastery?" Julian turned and gave a faint smile. "I'm here to see the abbot." Hearing that, the bishop stammered in surprise. "The abbot? Oh," he thought inwardly that he hadn't been informed of this. From within, a nun stepped out. Her sharp gaze fixed on Julian. "Please, this way, I'll lead you," she said. Looking at her, Julian thought, "Oh, they've sent someone exactly on time." He silently followed the nun deeper inside. Suddenly, a strange purple mana aura radiated from her. She stopped and said in a low voice, "You arrived earlier than I expected. To be honest, I would normally refuse." Julian squinted and recognized immediately Alina. He kept his composure and smiled. "Alina, long time no see." he thought inwardly, so she dared to disguise herself right in front of me. He continued, his voice edged, helpful indeed, hiding an entire Dawn cult base inside a large monastery like this. After some walking, they stopped before a large door. Elena pushed the door, her tone gentle but cautionary. The Archbishop awaits you. Lord Julian, please keep decorum. Julian curled a lip and replied confidently, I'll consider it. He thought she was much more cautious than before, reason being, the Dawn cult leader was definitely present. As the two entered, the crowd below immediately buzzed. It's Julian, has he really come? The person seated on the throne at the center of the great hall spoke in a steady voice. You are Julian, right? Julian looked up and muttered inwardly, the leader is supposed to be reverent, yet he has none. Is this the humble peasant chosen by the relic? He is Tenorin, the leader of the Dawn cult. Seeing Julian still standing, Elena turned and admonished Julian, kneel before the Archbishop. But contrary to her attitude, Julian smiled confidently and countered, why should I do that? Her words startled Elena for a moment. She pressed on urgently, didn't you agree to join? Prove your loyalty. Julian raised his hand and looked at his palm, laughing loudly, ha ha. I did not come here to kneel and beg for some trivial fate. I came to establish a cooperative relationship. He thought to himself that Julian suddenly joining a religion would be ridiculous. Act with confidence. That would be better. He continued sharply, you seek my power, while I only need the power of the gods you worship. Hearing this, the bishops beside them began to whisper. One said, how dare he be so insolent? Another added, that arrogant fellow only knows boasting. Tenorin, seated on the throne, raised his hand and said in a low voice, enough. If this is about cooperation, then there's no need to treat this man like that. He turned to everyone except Julian and Elena, please leave. The crowd replied in unison, yes, Archbishop. A few muttered, what does he intend to do? After they left, Tenorin laughed heartily, ha ha, as rumored, you have quite the spirit, Julian. He stepped up and slapped Julian on the shoulder enthusiastically, well, I like you even more. Then he turned and signaled, follow me, I want to show you something. He led Julian into a restricted area, his voice low, this place is reserved for the bishops. Julian wondered, is it that impressive? Tenorin nodded because there is a relic here. Hearing relic made Julian even more curious. A relic. Tenorin continued, why show you this place? Because I don't want you to leave. If I let you go, you'll become an enemy. But Julian is an ally of the Dawn cult, right? Ha ha, isn't that more enticing? Julian stroked his chin and smiled, so you're saying even if I'm only an ally and not a believer, it's fine. Tenorin nodded. That's right, I'll make you a bishop. Then you can wield the Dawn cult's power more fully. The sudden offer made Elena turn to him anxiously. Archbishop, that promotion is too sudden, but Tenorin paid her no mind. He reached out toward Julian. This is a deserved reward for the hero on the northern front. Then he turned to Elena. Elena, are you questioning me? Elena awkwardly bowed her head. I'm sorry. Tenorin looked back at Julian and laughed loudly. Haha, so Julian, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Julian smiled, thank you, your grace. The group moved deeper inside. In the center of the room, a crimson fountain flowed. Elena smiled at Julian, ha, good, since you've come this far, I'll show you one more thing. Tenorin approached the fountain to Julian's astonishment. He spoke up, that golden chalice, is it the relic? Tenorin nodded, yes, it is the great treasure that chose me. Julian looked at the chalice and thought, this is the sacred relic, the origin of the demon god. A vessel that can manifest the will of demon Lord Barbatos into physical form. Tenorin raised his hand high. From the chalice, a stream of deep red water shot straight into his hand. He held something black. He turned to Julian and said, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Julian looked at the object in his hand and guessed, a demon horn. Tenorin nodded excitedly, exactly. Through this relic I can forge demon horns. Isn't the source of their power impressive? Julian thought to himself, this is the first time I've seen demon horns made, but I know well the true nature of this relic and the effect the horn would have if I used it. Elena spoke up, pulling him out of his thoughts. Julian smiled and replied, oh right, how interesting, a demon horn. He stepped closer and pointed at it, asking, so if I use this horn, can I harness the demon god's power? Tenorin nodded, exactly that. Julian continued determinedly, then I've clearly come to the right place. This horn will surely be a stepping stone for my dream. Tenorin's expression grew ecstatic. He shouted, if you're willing, take it. This horn is yours from now on. The sudden action startled both Julian and Elena. Julian took the horn, his expression shifted, and a cold, murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He He thought, does he intend to give me this so easily? Tenelrin continued, you must sacrifice many demons to create a single horn. It requires vast materials, but the power gained matches the cost. Then he stepped forward and placed a hand on Julian's shoulder, adding, I wonder how powerful it will be in your hands. As he spoke, a knowing smile spread across his lips. Perhaps it could even surpass a holy sword. He kept staring at the horn, thinking he knew well the power this horn could grant. And even humanoid demons could be created from it. Rather than borrowing demonic power, you'd become part of the demon itself. He didn't even want to imagine becoming that. His eyes narrowed slightly, confused. How could he possibly refuse now? Elinor stepped forward from behind and spoke, Your Grace. I think it's still too soon to give him that horn. Tenelrin glanced at her and asked, Too soon? She sighed and replied, Yes. He hasn't officially joined us yet, and the horn is the root of power in this organization. If given away so easily, the other members surely won't look on it favorably. He asked back, Oh, is that so? Julian heard the entire conversation from behind. Then he spoke up, For now I'll return it. It's not the reason I came here. Taking back the horn, Tenelrin praised, So you are more thoughtful than I expected. But it seems Elinor needs more persuading, so may I ask you a favor? He inquired. What's that? She asked. He continued, As you probably know, the primary essence stones used to forge horns can only be taken from the hearts of demons that have at least 3 horns. They also contain remnants of the demon god's will. Bring them to me. Of course it won't be easy for you. Hearing this request, sweat poured down his face as he asked, Hunting 3-horned demons on one's own without royal orders, even for me that's suspicious. At his concern, Tenelrin reassured him, You don't need to worry about that. We'll handle those matters for you. Scene shifts to a few days later at a train station. Julian sat in the carriage, gazing out and thinking, What just happened? The Archbishop accepted me into the sect and even made me a bishop. Having just joined, I'm already ordered to hunt 3-horned demons. It seems they even have people disguised within the royal court. This organization is no longer a secret cult, but more like an entire state. This is going to be troublesome. At that moment, Heron beside him spoke up, cutting into his thoughts. Luckily, there's a public transit system connecting the cities, he said with great excitement. Hearing that, Julian nodded and replied, That's right, then thought to himself, I almost forgot that name. Then he asked, Aren't you also heading to Berniden? Startled, Herand answered, Yes. That's where the Ascension Festival of the Sun God takes place, and I'll be representing the Criffart family. When you finish your mission, be sure to take time to enjoy the festival, he said awkwardly, though trying to make conversation. Seeing his demeanor, Julian thought to himself, Just nod for now to be done with it. He nodded and replied, Fine, if I have time I'll stop by. Julian's cold words and frightening expression turned Heron's face purple with fear, which made Julian smile slightly, thinking to himself that the boy was clearly still afraid of him. Then a voice from the carriage announced, Next station Berniden, we've arrived. As soon as the train stopped, the two of them moved to say their goodbyes. Heron said, I'll be going ahead then. Julian nodded, All right, Heron. As he started to walk away, he turned back and added, I'm just saying it in case, okay? Don't pick a fight with Marquis Oronil. With that advice, Julian smiled faintly and turned to leave. After he saw Julian not answer, Heron continued, He was once close to the Highlands family that you wiped out, so he won't like you. Julian's expression darkened. He said coldly, I know. He thought inwardly, thanks to Herand, it seems there's another thing to worry about. But I'm only here to hunt demons, so I probably won't run into him. Just as they reached the rendezvous, a cold voice looked toward him and said, Please postpone your mission. This made Julian very curious. He asked why. The man continued, We are currently restricting access to the Purun Forest to members of the Sun Church to prepare for the Ascension Festival. Then he warned, The 3-horned demon is in that forest. The Ascension Festival would be disrupted. This made the other man very puzzled. He asked back, but it hasn't appeared yet, has it? Julian then threatened, Do you intend to defy the royal command? This made him pause a moment before replying, That's why I'm asking you to postpone your mission. The Ascension Festival is the pride of this city. We cannot let it be ruined by a demon that hasn't even acted yet. If the festival is cancelled because of a hunting mission, can you take responsibility? He rattled on without listening to reason. What if the demon appears during the festival? Julian thought. The man added, The festival will be held in a week's time, so why not wait until after that? No matter how cold you are, I thought you'd appreciate enjoying the festival. His words caused Julian to narrow his eyes slightly and stare at him. Then from outside the door, a clear, childlike voice rang out, Father, and the voice caught Julian's attention. He turned his head slightly to look, which startled the man for a moment. Seeing his daughter enter, the man called Terina, and the little girl came up to Julian and asked, Father, who is this? He's so handsome. Looking at the girl below, Julian thought to himself, she must be Orenil's daughter. As soon as he saw his daughter approach Julian, Orenil shouted loudly, "Keep away from him, come here now." His words terrified the little girl and she ran quickly back to him. Seeing this, Julian thought inwardly, do you really think I'd harm a child? Then, as if understanding something, he used his ability. He noticed that both father and son were emanating a faint light. It signified fear, and Orenil's whole body was trembling violently. He smiled and looked at the two of them, saying, "We'll continue this conversation another day." With that, he turned and left, leaving the two of them bewildered in the room. As soon as he stepped outside, he lightly brushed his hand across his face and sighed. From a distance, two figures approached, and the black-haired youth called out, "Julian, how did it go?" He looked toward them, sighed, and replied, "He's very determined. I can't postpone this mission." This made the blue-haired man beside him very curious. "Oh," the black-haired one continued, "should we recall the shut-eyes members from the forest?" He shook his head to refuse. "No, leave them there. The festival won't proceed as planned." This made the two of them startle. They shouted, "So that means Berniden is where most players first encounter a three-horned demon." A three-horned demon isn't just strong. He pictured an image of one terrifying. He stroked his chin and said, "The festival could turn into a season of complete chaos. The more horns it has, the stronger the demon and the more unique abilities it possesses. Demons with 3 or more horns are named according to their abilities. One such type is Hamelin. Hamelin is a corrosive demon that turns wherever it roots into its own fortress, a maze whose entrances and exits constantly shift. Or it can be a swamp that poisons anyone who steps into it. Even if you escape the fortress, you'll suffer Hamelin's psychic assault. Only a few have ever overcome it. Hamelin is likely close to completing the corrosion of an area to turn it into a maze. Lord Orenil will come to see me soon." Julian said this while sipping a cup of tea. But just as he took a sip, a servant burst in from outside shouting, "Lord Julian, Lord Orenil wishes to see you at his manor immediately." Julian was a little surprised. "Faster than I expected," he thought. Seeing Julian lost in thought, the servant worriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know you were dining." He waved it off. "It's fine. I anticipated there might be something urgent." Back with Orenil, his whole body was trembling with fear. Julian entered and said, "You summoned me, Lord Orenil." He was still shaking and stammered, "My daughter Terina. She hasn't opened her eyes since last night. Even the famed physicians don't know the cause. It's not only Terina. Many other children in the city are in comas." Julian remained calm, thinking to himself, things have already begun, haven't they? Orenil asked in puzzlement, "A child who has never been ill suddenly falls unconscious. Isn't that strange?" This piqued Julian's curiosity. He replied, "What are you implying?" The man responded, "I'm asking, you know something, don't you? This strange incident is definitely caused by a demon." Julian pondered for a moment and then nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Perhaps it's Hamelin in the Puran forest. It plants seeds into living bodies to turn them into its minions. It doesn't affect adults much, but with children it's deadly. They faint before they can become minions, sometimes too late." These words startled Orenil. He sprang up, grabbed Julian's shoulder and denied it. "Impossible, no way." Then he pleaded, "Then go kill it now. Forget that damned festival. Save my daughter first." At his urgency, Julian inwardly smiled. "Ha, and yesterday you were completely opposed." Then he asked, "Do you truly want to save your daughter?" The man answered immediately, "I'll do anything." This made Julian narrow his eyes. He said coldly, "Anything? Even if it means sacrificing Berniden itself." Hearing this, Orenil froze for a few seconds. His whole body began trembling once more. Then he fell to his knees and said, "Yes, I can bear any loss." At this confirmation, Julian laughed heartily, nodding, "That's good. In that case, proceed to eliminate Hamelin." Saying this, he turned toward the door. Orenil was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, truly thank you very much." Cut to the Puran forest. At this time, countless people were gathering, pouring oil all around the forest edge. They continuously doused the trunks of large trees with oil. When they finished, one man stepped forward and said, "Everything is ready, Lord Julian." Then he asked, "But do we need to go this far in such a beautiful place?" Julian thought for a moment and nodded, of course. Ignoring an obvious danger would be foolish. He repeated, "But still, burn the Puran forest." Julian turned without answering, but thought to himself, "Yes, arson. The tactic isn't to penetrate Hamelin's fortress, but to obliterate it. This is the fastest, easiest strategy to defeat Hamelin in the game." Seeing Julian's hesitation, Arson hesitantly said, "But Lord Orenil will be furious about this." Julian replied, "It's fine, he has permitted it. We're simply purging an area infected by demons." We're prioritizing the safety of Berniden's people over the Ascension Festival. Then he smiled and pointed ahead. All right, begin. Ignite, his voice rang out. At that, each person held a torch and began setting the entire forest ablaze. As the flames spread, Hamelin also sensed the heat of the forest. It then let out a terrifying roar in anger. Seeing this, one man said there, could that be the voice of a three-horned demon? The man beside him answered, prepare to fight. As they prepared to charge, Julian immediately raised his hand and ordered, everyone, fall back. I'll handle that demon myself. Saying this, he drew his sword and rushed forward. This surprised the two men for a moment. What? They shouted, do you mean you want to face a three-horned demon alone? Julian smiled and said yes. Then he warned, the others will only get in my way. His hand tightened on the sword as he began to push deeper into the burning forest. Each step brimmed with confidence. Looking at the scene ahead, he covered his mouth with his hand and smiled, saying, a beautiful and terrible sight. Ahead of him, the Hamelin monster had appeared and looked at him with furious eyes. Immediately it swung and unleashed a powerful strike straight to where he stood. The impact shattered the ground. With his agility, he quickly stepped back and taunted, it's useless, Hamelin. At his provocation, its gaze grew even angrier. He activated the Moonlight Sword. The blade in his hand was sheathed in a blue aura. His mouth still curled in a smile as he tightened his grip on the hilt. He lunged toward the monster. He launched a slash that cut close to its body, startling it. A smile spread at the corner of his mouth as he said, you can't use your full strength because of this fire, so disappear beneath my blade. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster's eyes narrowed slightly. Then a few rays of light appeared and surrounded its body. This made him startle. He covered his nose with his hand, thinking, is this Hamelin's pollen? The system notified, Hamelin's pollen induces hypnosis and convulsions to attack players' minds. As the system message ended, he looked at it and cursed. Can't believe I forgot this, damn it. Then he broke into a sly smile and said, not quite, did you think that's all I have? The system continued, you have resisted Hamelin's mental attack. Seeing the foe could withstand the attack, the monster recoiled. He was now enveloped in a dense aura. System notice, Julian's arrogance trait has been activated. Julian's dual nature trait has been activated. Julian's cold face trait has been activated. He thought to himself, do you think a mental blow from a lowly fiend can affect me? While Julian stood calmly, the monster let out an enraged roar. A smile curved his lips as a terrifying blood-red gleam flashed in his eyes. He tightened his grip on the Moonlight Sword and said ahead, a madman, what else is there to go mad about? With that, he sprang forward to face it and unleashed a tremendously powerful slash. The slash immediately caused a massive explosion in the heart of the forest. After that mighty strike, the monster's body was cleft in two, and from within it emerged a blazing red crystal orb. He looked down, sighed, and thought to himself, it seems it's over. Then the men behind approached and asked, Lord Julian, are you all right? He cast a cold glance at them. Then he softened his tone and said, I'm fine. Scene shifts to Oronel, who stared intently at the forest ahead, now engulfed by enormous flames. His whole body trembled with worry. Then Julian stepped up from behind and said, thank you for assisting in exterminating the demon. The crown will surely praise your brave decision, Lord Oronel. Then he asked, has your daughter woken up yet? He replied, she's still trembling, but she's gradually recovering. He stepped forward, offered a necklace, and smiled, very well. Please give this to her for me. Taking the pendant in his hand, he asked, what is this? He answered his question. The necklace is made from fragments of Hamelin. Hearing this, Oronel was startled and asked, what? He continued with a smile, your daughter was the first affected by Hamelin's pollen. Perhaps her mana flow is stronger than children her age. She has an S-rank mage aptitude, so I'm gifting her this magical item made from Hamelin. This sudden action made Oronel ask, why are you doing this? You clearly dislike me. He smiled, the more skilled mages the better, isn't that so? Oronel denied, no, it's not for that reason, you must have other designs, what makes you act kindly toward me? He replied, it's merely a courtesy in return for your cooperation. Nothing more, nothing less, Oronel asked again, a courtesy? Yes. This sent Oronel into thought, you don't know I wiped out your Highlands family, you must want something, pretending to be kind to use me. When matters were settled, he said, then I take my leave, my lord. Once again, thank you for cooperating in this demon extermination. After he left, Oronel kept staring at the pendant and muttered, he didn't ask anything, just left quietly. Could it really be like that? He then opened the door to his daughter's room and said, you look healthier now. He handed the pendant to his little daughter with a smile, saying, this is a gift to celebrate your recovery. Seeing the necklace, her cheeks flushed with joy, and she said, it's so pretty. He reached out to ruffle her hair and asked, do you like it? She nodded and answered, yes. This made Oronel exhale softly. It seemed there was no danger after all. Seeing her so happy was truly a surprise. I must send a letter to the noble council about this. He continued thinking, we delayed the extermination plan at the chairman's request to stop Julian. And Terina, my daughter, almost died because of that. there will be no more cooperation. Hylians, forgive the day I chose my family's peace over avenging you. After finishing up, Julian boarded the ship back to the organization. He held a wooden box in his hands, thinking, Hamelin's heart, I've succeeded in taking his magic stone. As he thought, he slowly opened the box. Something inside emitted a dense black aura that made Julian's eyes light up with delight. He smiled. He thought nothing unusual, but the presence is truly hateful. He looked at the gleaming magic stone inside. His eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured, what should I do next now? If I give this magic stone to the Dawn Society, I might gain some trust, but there must be a better option than merely cooperating with them. At that moment, a crew member announced, this ship will stop at Londrian. As soon as the words finished, Julian looked toward the door and muttered, many people are boarding. First, I must return to the capital and hide the magic stone in a safe place. If it's discovered, it will be a huge problem. At that moment, a light footstep approached him from behind. This person was none other than Lynn. She looked to the seat opposite him and said, a seat, ah, it's here. Then her gaze suddenly met Julian's. This made both their expressions tense. He thought to himself, why now of all times, what a nuisance. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. She's aligned with Hayden, I can't be exposed now. He glanced at her and forced a smile, thinking, if the magic stone is revealed now, it's disaster. I haven't even decided how to deal with it yet. Just carrying spoils from a demon is enough to arouse suspicion. Risky indeed, but for now I'll tuck it into my bag. He took the bag and carefully put the box away. Then he turned to her and said, what a coincidence meeting you, like fate. He leaned close and continued, it must be you, Miss Lynn, didn't expect to run into this bastard here. She scowled, turned away, and snorted coldly. He immediately called her bluff. You're wondering why he's here, aren't you? She didn't deny it and nodded in confirmation. Yes, exactly what I meant. He smiled and replied, I have business in Berniden. And you, Miss Lynn, you look like you're heading somewhere warm. You don't even notice your clothes sticking out of your pocket. She replied shyly, mind your own business. He added, excuse me if I made you uncomfortable. The diversion worked. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she focused on him and hadn't noticed it. If an upright knight saw something tied to the demon lord, who knows what would happen. But then she immediately called his name, which startled him. He thought, has she noticed? She looked at him with suspicion and said, the more I think about it, the stranger it seems. He asked in puzzlement, what do you mean? She regarded him with doubt, isn't it too much of a coincidence? Hey, you're tailing me, aren't you? He exhaled inwardly and answered cheerfully, unfortunately this trip wasn't my choice, it was arranged by royal secretaries. If anyone's following anyone, isn't it you watching me? This sudden counter made Lynn flinch and stammer, what did you just say? He snorted coldly and added, no need to overreact like that. His words made her embarrassed and look away. He murmured inwardly, damn, I thought I was exposed, must hide it somewhere safe quickly. If I'd known it would be like this, I wouldn't have taken out the ruby. Suddenly Lynn gave him a cold look and asked, that jewel box seems important to you, doesn't it? Those words made Julian startle inwardly. She continued, you keep fondling it all the time. He didn't answer immediately, thinking, has she realized? After a moment he stammered, it's just an ordinary jewel box. This slightly awkward answer made her look at him with renewed suspicion. Then she said, living in decadence, huh? I heard your sword needs gemstones too. Seeing she hadn't noticed, he sighed with inward relief. Then he turned back and smiled, haha, isn't more gems better? Saying this, he tucked the box securely into his suitcase. But then the train abruptly stopped, pitching him forward. He muttered inwardly, why an emergency stop right now? A speaker on the train announced, sorry to all passengers, due to heavy rain the train must make an emergency stop. As soon as the words fell, the jewel box slipped from his hand. It fell straight to the ground. Seeing the magic stone roll out, he cursed inwardly, this is it for me. Immediately, she bent down and picked up the magic stone. Then she looked at him coldly. He spoke up, please give it back to me. He thought, she definitely knows it's a magic stone, what will become of me? She looked at the gem and continued, there's no life in it at all, what a pity. For someone who loves jewels like you sure don't cherish them. As she spoke, she placed the gem back into the box, then handed it to him, here. Receiving the box, he breathed a slight sigh of relief, thinking, could the Hayden faction still be unaware of the magic stone? He put the box into his suitcase, his whole body was still trembling with fear. He muttered, I feel like I've lost 10 years of my life. Indeed, at times like this a blank expression is truly useful. At the end of the trip he stepped up and told her, this train is more comfortable than a carriage, but sitting long is tiring. Saying such small talk wasn't without reason. The rain that had been nothing suddenly stopped, leaving his heart racing and his mouth babbling on. She let it pass and replied, yeah, this companion is really annoying. It's like being in hell. He moved closer, tilted his head, and smiled. Really? I'm just glad to have someone to talk to. He thought further, I don't even know what the hell I'm saying anymore. Then a servant approached from afar, bowed respectfully, and said, Miss, you've arrived. The carriage is ready to take you straight to the academy dormitory. She nodded and replied, thank you. He turned to leave, thinking, I must slip away too. He waved goodbye and said, then I'll take my leave first, Miss Lin. As he was about to go, she called after him, ah, wait a moment, Sir Julian. His voice tightened, what's the matter? Speak quickly. He kept thinking, could she already know about the gem? After a pause, she said, I want to thank you for what you did in the slum district. It's not a thank you from me, but gratitude from a swordsman. Another scare befell him. He sighed softly and replied, is that so? But we're students, those who follow Hayden Reich. She shook her head, repeatedly denying it. No, you've been expelled. Then he turned and left, saying she remained as cold as ever. Watching his departing figure, she turned to the servant and said, let's go. The servant nodded, yes, miss. Cut to the next day at Shut Eyes. Audwin asked, do you like Berniden? He gave a wry laugh and answered, haha, I wouldn't say I like it. Of course not. Anyway, what's with this pile of paperwork? Captain Audwin was at his wit's end before two stacks of papers taller than a person on the table. He stepped closer and added, it's literally a mountain of paperwork. It's overwhelmingly busy, so you ask if I'm happy? He thought, I sound exactly like Julian, acting completely mad to see her reaction. After a moment of thought, she shouted, hey, do you know why these papers have piled up into a mountain? He cheerfully replied, due to the captain's negligence, right? She angrily shouted, absolutely not, it's all your fault. You bastard, why did you set fire to Purun Forest? Faced with her fury, he quickly calmed her. Calm down, calm down. Doesn't Shut Eyes have authority to decide field matters based on judgment? She clutched her head in frustration and said, never mind, I'd have to be stupid to ask you that. Most of these are warning letters from the Church of the Sun. Purun Forest has always been important to the Church of the Sun, hasn't it? Fortunately, the court will handle it properly, but my workload doubled thanks to you. At her complaints, he replied nonchalantly, just consider it that way. His indifferent words made her shout, what did you say? He continued, thinking inwardly, I can't help reacting worse to such a sharp captain, sorry. Holding a few letters in her hand, she continued, ah, there's also a proposal addressed directly to you, seems to be about a lecture at Veal Academy. Taking the letter, he muttered, this is a new clause, I haven't seen this before. She named a place that made him start inwardly, Genmal Monastery. Recalling his conversation with Tenelrin, he said, even I wouldn't be foolish enough to hunt that three-horned demon without imperial orders. Doing so would be inviting disaster. Tenelrin reassured him, don't worry, Julian, we'll handle everything from our side. Only then did he realize, don't tell me handle meant what he implied. She continued, the Church of the Sun sees us as a thorn in their side, and you actually hand them a proposal. Her words made Julian's skin crawl. With her sharp intuition, she detected it. Are you hiding something, Julian? He ground his teeth and thought, did she mean sending it directly to the Shut Eyes unit? The atmosphere inside had become extremely tense, nearly suffocating, when Lazarus suddenly burst in and shouted, startling them both. Lord Julian. The royal secretary wanted to know what had happened in Berniden. Since it was urgent, he burst in suddenly. No one expected it. It seems he came at the wrong time. Julian's expression was a bit awkward, but inside he was secretly pleased. Perfect timing, Lazarus. Thankfully you rescued me in time. Knowing he had appeared at the wrong moment, Lazarus quickly apologized to Commander Audwin and asked whether he should come back another time. But Audwin had run out of interest in questioning. She sighed and tiredly said it wasn't necessary. Just continue on, Julian, and remember to take these things with you. Julian was truly happy then. He quickly left wearing a smile and cheerfully said, we'll meet again next time, Commander. So Julian and Lazarus departed peacefully. Fortunately, nothing happened. Lazarus rarely had the chance to walk beside Julian, so he took the opportunity to ask, I heard you single-handedly defeated the three-horned demon god. That rumor has spread all through the royal capital. Julian only smiled and replied lightly, it's nothing remarkable. A small thing really, though outwardly calm he was tumultuous inside. Oh my god, I thought I was dead. The Dawn Church sent a letter directly to us. Isn't that even more important than the three-horned demon god? Thinking that, he turned and gently told Lazarus, wait in the secretariat first. I'll read this letter, then come to you afterward. After Lazarus left, he slowly opened the letter to see what the hell they wrote inside. Contrary to Julian's precautions, the letter's content was extremely ordinary. But this was really strange. If it was a letter from the Dawn Church, it couldn't be just pleasantries. And as Julian predicted, a large black serpent slowly appeared within the letter. which surprised Julian. Then the serpent spoke to him, saying the archbishop wishes Bishop Julian to visit the district. It turned out they had placed a sound-muffling spell on the letter. Reading its content, Julian guessed it was probably written by a leaner. They must be after the demon stone of the three-horned demon god from Berniden. But weren't only the commander and the secretariat aware of the exact date of his return to the royal capital? Yet the Dawn Church had early information and contacted him so precisely. This truly made Julian question how the Dawn Church knew the exact timing to reach him. This remains an unanswered mystery. So he quickly arrived at the Dawn Church. The people there were quite frightened at Julian's appearance. Everyone's gazes kept turning toward him, making Julian give a wry smile. Whenever he went somewhere unfamiliar, all those strange stares gathered. It really made him uncomfortable. Are you all well, the Dawn Church? Julian stood rooted for a moment before someone came out to greet him. It was Bishop Eleanor. As soon as he met her, he complained that too many eyes were on him, making him uncomfortable. But of course, Bishop Eleanor looked at him and laughed, saying, "Haha, you really know how to joke. You've been radiating pressure the whole time. Who would want to come near?" So Julian left with Bishop Eleanor right after. She lifted a disguise to return to her true form. On the way, the events Julian had done in the capital were mentioned again. Bishop Eleanor was genuinely enthusiastic, talking about it, that he alone could defeat the three-horned demon god and even burn the Purun forest. Truly impressive. Bishop Eleanor paused a bit, then continued, "I want to hear this heroic tale from your own mouth. It's truly fascinating." Julian, of course, was pleased to have a fan, but his expression shifted immediately afterward. She really knows how to flatter others, Eleanor, but please next time could you not send such conspicuous letters? It's rather inconvenient for me personally. Contrary to Julian's seriousness, Eleanor felt completely casual. "Oh my, what is there to make you embarrassed? Thanks to that magical seal, no one can read it, right?" Julian replied carefully, "Of course accidents can happen. I hope it won't repeat." Eleanor, hearing this, was very curious. "So how do you intend to keep in contact now? Is there another plan?" Julian happily answered, "Of course there is." Julian decided from now on to meet in person to receive information. After all, he was afraid of being found to be connected to the Dawn Church, so safety comes first. Eleanor was naturally surprised by this, but remained calm and replied, "Haha, it seems you know where I usually am." Actually, she had guessed inside. It seemed he only wanted to see her reaction. How could he know her true identity when she hid it so well? So Julian left Eleanor worried behind and quickly departed. Tenorin was delighted to see Julian's arrival. He shouted with joy, "Finally, Bishop Julian has appeared. Do you know how much I've wanted to meet you? All right, now show us what you brought. Is it the demon stone of the three-horned demon god that you single-handedly defeated?" But of course Julian wouldn't bring the demon stone here. He smiled at him and said, "I did not bring the demon stone." Tenorin, not understanding, asked again, "Didn't you defeat that demon god alone? So where is its demon stone?" Julian cheerfully replied, "That demon stone I handed over to the royal secretariat." Tenorin's eyes grew angrier and angrier. He snarled and repeated, "See." But Julian remained calm and affirmed, "Yes, your grace, I handed the demon stone obtained after defeating the three-horned demon god to the royal secretariat." The other bishops trembled and said, "The archbishop is truly furious. Are you mad?" At this moment, a red jade appeared in Tenorin's hand. He growled, asking, "Explain quickly why you did this." Although Julian did not want to, he still had to justify his actions. "I once said I would take one step back to take 3 steps forward." Not only Tenorin was angry, the people in the church were equally upset. They considered this a betrayal and demanded immediate punishment. Julian, hearing that, turned to mock them. "As I predicted, your thinking is too shallow." The other bishops, angered, shouted back at him, "What?" He had to explain to them, "If I truly wanted to betray you, I certainly would not appear here again. The reason I purposely handed the demon stone to those people is that I wanted to use their intelligence network. The stone I gave them was the first officially discovered three-horned stone. If the Empire discovers its potential and how to use it, they will actively hunt for more stones. We only need to learn one location of a stone, and then we can find many more." Tenorin, understanding his point, did not hesitate to praise, "The idea is not bad." Others objected, but just for that reason alone, abandoning the stone was something the church members could not accept. Knowing this reason was still not convincing enough, Julian cheerfully said again, "Of course there is another reason. Since I alone defeated the three-horned demon god, all sorts of rumors have spread everywhere that I'm the pillar of the Shut Eyes unit. the next holy sword, and he raised one finger and shouted, "A hero." Julian continued to explain to them, "All eyes are watching me, and among them are our enemies, including someone you know well, the Archbishop. Don't you want to know who is plotting against us?" The members of the Dawn Church were disgusted by this point. He was just babbling nonsense. "Archbishop, please drag him out quickly." Seeing them ready to attack, he prepared to fight back. His hand on his sword, he said loudly, "Planning to confront me? Interesting. Then come at me." At that moment, a blue energy surrounded his sword. Tenorin, standing beside, saw the imminent conflict and shouted, "Wait, who has intervened in this matter?" At that moment, a fearless bishop rushed forward to slash Julian, but was blocked by him. Then Julian tossed him aside and counterattacked. He lunged forward and stabbed him in the stomach. The bishop took that blow and coughed up blood on the spot. After felling the bishop, Julian stood proudly there with a smile, looking at his body lying on the ground. After finishing the bishop, he calmly told them, "If you want to know, I will tell you. That was my former master, the holy sword Hayden Wright." That name should sound very familiar, right? Rage erupted violently. The archbishop gritted his teeth, surrounded by a blazing red aura like burning fire. It seemed Urian's words had truly hit this person's limit. Meanwhile, Urian kept his trademark sly smile. He was secretly pleased that his plan to manipulate the relationship between the Dawn Order and the Holy Swords was going even more smoothly than expected. "The one who made my face like this?" The archbishop roared with hatred, his clenched fist trembling, revealing the scar on his face as an unforgettable pain. Seeing that hostile expression, Urian calmly observed from behind. He thought to himself that the mask was not merely for show but truly hid a resentful secret. In a sarcastic tone, Urian continued to sow doubt. He played the role of an innocent man worried about being investigated, making the other side trust his lies more. The bait took the hook. The masked man was stunned as he recognized the truth Urian had just revealed. He believed his cold-blooded former master would never trust anyone, not even an old disciple. A handshake was made, marking a new alliance built on deception. Power and hatred had officially connected these two men. "Urian, now I understand why you joined the Dawn Order." The archbishop was fully convinced, thinking he had found a like-minded ally. But behind the narrowed eyes and pleasant smile lay utter contempt. Urian privately mocked that the other had completely misunderstood his true purpose. Cutscene, the rhythmic tapping of fingers on the wooden desk echoed in the quiet study. Returning to his usual calm, Urian told himself that at least he had extinguished the immediate trouble. But the long game still held many challenges ahead. He knew he had to play his role convincingly between the Dawn Order and the Empire to reach the end of this game. But first, there was a small matter to handle. Urian sensed a shadowy figure constantly lurking around him. It seemed someone was watching his every move without realizing they had been exposed. At first, he intended to ignore it, but the person increasingly left careless traces, like a trainee spy trying too hard. A cold smile appeared in the dark. Urian had guessed the identity of the one secretly following him, and it was. The door burst open, cutting off Urian's thoughts. A figure appeared, bringing an atmosphere completely opposite to the previous tension. It was Lazarot, the apprentice with an ever-gleeful face. He ran in to report a new directive from the Secretariat, completely unaware he was about to step into a verbal trap. Urian maintained a fake politeness, told Lazarot to place the scroll on the table. Meanwhile, he watched the boy's smallest movements intently. As Lazarot's hand set the directive down, Urian prepared for the interrogation. He wanted to see how long this innocent mask would hold. Planning to slip away early, Lazarot had just turned to leave when Urian's voice stopped him. He broke into a cold sweat, sensing something wrong awaited. Urian propped his chin, smiled extremely friendly, though his eyes were icy. He gently remarked that Lazarot seemed busier than a typical apprentice these days. Lazarot forced a smile and explained that serving the shut eyes was always busy, and he was grateful to be entrusted with many tasks. A textbook answer, but not one that fooled Urian. At that moment, Urian's gaze shifted sharply. He probed the contradiction in Lazarot's words. Merely an apprentice, yet assigned unusually secret and important missions. Urian began a mental assault. He recalled Lazarot bringing the message on the very day he returned with the Soul Stone. A coincidence too perfect to be random. His eyes drilled into the boy's abnormal curiosity about that treasure. Lazarot floundered, hurriedly saying he was curious because the Soul Stone was so important. But that slip completed Urian's verbal trap. The young spy unknowingly pushed himself into a corner. Urian's smile grew more triumphant than ever. He had set a perfect trap and now the prey had fallen for it. Oh ho, his soft laugh rang like a death knell for the other's mask. Lazarot's pupils contracted in utter horror. Urian struck with a direct psychological blow. Just an apprentice, and yet you already know of the Soul Stone. A classified detail someone of his rank should never touch. Lazarot staggered back, cold sweat pouring. Urian calmly dissected his fatal mistake. I only said Soulstone in front of you for the first time, yet you reacted so naturally, didn't you? Urian's acuity exposed the truth from the smallest reflex. Urian listed who truly knew of the Soulstone: himself, the Empire, and the Dawn Order. Unless you stand with the Dawn Order, you shouldn't know about it. His razor words cut off all of Lazarot's escape routes. And no, Lazarot stammered, despair in his eyes. He searched for an explanation to deny it, but under Urian's penetrating gaze, every lie became meaningless. Urian sprang to his feet, imposing and domineering. He asserted he had felt something odd from the start. A chain of coincidences had led him to this conclusion. The Secretariat and the Closed Eye would entrust such important matters to a common apprentice. Urian hammered the absurdity of Lazarot's position, turning previously normal facts into damning evidence. Urian stepped closer, his hand on Lazarot's shoulder like a vice. The apprentice's heart raced wildly under the crushing pressure of the man before him. Urian whispered into Lazarot's ear the hypothesis that the Dawn Order was exerting pressure on the Empire from within. So, you've seen through me, if it's come to this. A lethal atmosphere began to fill the room. Then Urian suddenly changed demeanor, raising both hands as if to reassure him. Don't be too afraid. I don't intend to do anything drastic. The abrupt shift left Lazarot more confused and unsettled. Urian smiled brightly, yet the grin sent a chill down the spine. I only want to have a conversation. For Urian, a living pawn was always worth more than a dead one. Lazarot trembled, hands clutching his chest. He realized there was no way out, and his usual clumsiness began to fade, giving way to another self rising up. Then I don't have to hide anymore. A dense purple magic flared around Lazarot. He drew out a crystal, releasing the cold aura of a true predator. The apprentice disguise was completely torn away. The crystal cast a wondrous light in Lazarot's palm. It was the tool that enabled him to perform mental magic, to deceive everyone's senses all this time. Lazarot's demeanor changed completely, from an innocent youth to a cold agent with a sharp gaze. He no longer showed earlier fear, but the calm of someone ready to face death. Lazarot exhaled a long breath, shedding the burden of acting. He looked at Urian with a wholly different attitude. A respect for the man who had the guts to expose him. Urian commented with amusement on the change. Mind-affecting magic, does it? You look like a completely different person. He always appreciated those with real skill, even if they were enemies. Lazarot smoothed his hair, his face serious. He explained that in a palace full of monsters like Urian, mental magic was essential for survival. He acknowledged Urian's caliber by calling him a true monster. Urian smiled, finding Lazarot's true nature far more interesting than the fake guise. Bold, but I prefer your true self. He noted Lazarot hadn't tried to kill him, indicating he was waiting for something. Urian's eyes flashed his characteristic cunning. Sharp as always, it's simple. He moved to the main point, the real purpose of this interrogation. An offer that couldn't be refused was presented. How about working under me, Lazarot? Urian didn't want to eliminate a talented agent. He wanted to own him. Lazarot froze, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. He couldn't believe his ears. What are you saying? A loyal member of the Dawn Order like him was receiving an invitation from his very target. Urian laughed loudly, making his intent clear. Exactly what you heard. Be my spy, you mean? A double agent, a daring plan to turn the enemy's pawn into our weapon. Lazarot was stunned, his mind reeling at Urian's audacious proposal. He couldn't fathom why this man dared act so brazenly alone. Precisely, Lazarot, Urian replied nonchalantly, his fox-like eyes narrowed as if victory was certain. A horrifying thought flashed, making Lazarot tremble. Don't tell me. You intend to betray the Dawn Order too? He realized in shock that the man before him was more terrifying and unpredictable than any force he had served. Urian casually tapped his fingers on the table, words laden with mockery. Sounds heavy. I'm just trying to make my moves a little more convenient. His nonchalance at the accusation of betrayal tightened the atmosphere. Lazarot squinted suspiciously, realizing he was drawn into a dangerously cerebral game. Wordplay then. You really think I'll submit to you just because of that? A professional spy like him was not easily subdued. Urian chuckled, riffling through a stack of documents as if holding the other's fate. Of course not. I'm not shameless enough to ask for help without offering fair compensation. Behind the genial smile lay a sophisticated blackmail scheme. Urian's eyes flashed dangerously as he mentioned a name. "You've been very diligent donating to that orphanage." This was the trump card he'd painstakingly prepared to crush Lazarot's will. Lazarot's pupils dilated in utter horror. He couldn't believe his deepest secret was revealed so easily. "That sum is impressive, especially for an apprentice like you." Urian's praise now sounded like a death sentence. Urian leisurely watched his praise reaction. He knew he'd struck the vital spot. "That place seems very dear to you, doesn't it, Lazarot?" The spy's silence was the clearest answer. "If something unfortunate happens there." Urian left the sentence hanging with a cold smile. He didn't need to state the threat explicitly. The other's imagination would complete the brutal remainder. Lazarot ground his teeth, fury visible in every muscle. He felt helpless as his greatest weakness was used as leverage by a sly, fox-eyed manipulator. Seeing the tension was high enough, Urian suddenly laughed and waved the stack of papers. "Haha, I'm just kidding. Don't glare at me with that scary look." His constant psychological shifts left the other completely disoriented. Urian placed his hand on the table, reiterating cooperation. "Just help me a little." His offer now carried a different tone, a coercion wrapped in negotiation. He narrowed his cunning violet eyes and made a sarcastic promise. "I will send a generous gift to that orphanage." The gift could be patronage or destruction, all in Urian's hands. Lazarot blurted in shock, "A gift?" He realized he had no choice but to become a double agent serving the one he was supposed to surveil. Urian laced his fingers, his smile more satisfied. "That's right, I've recently taken an interest in charity, you see. A perfect villain always hides his schemes beneath noble acts." Lazarot's last look showed bitter acceptance. He had been completely subdued by Urian's wit and ruthlessness. The Dawn Order now had a crucial double agent added under the Fox-eyed Master's command. A few days after the tense events, the story continued at an ancient manor where dark schemes quietly unfolded. Inside, Bishop Aiden with sharp eyes was interrogating his subordinate, pressing to know whether Lazarot had brought back what he requested. Lazarot respectfully presented a vial of a letter, confirming his presence before Bishop Aiden with absolute submission. He reported that this was Swordmaster Heidenreich's next route, just as Bishop Aiden had asked, and he also mentioned a petition from the Noble Council. But Bishop Aiden paid no heed to those nobles. For him, the only thing of value was Heiden's whereabouts, and he ordered immediate reporting to the Archbishop. Lazarot bowed in obedience, but the sweat on his brow and anxious eyes betrayed the wavering within him. This irregularity did not escape Bishop Aiden's old fox eyes. He noticed Lazarot's poor expression and began to suspect his loyalty. Deep down, Lazarot was torn. Should he tell the truth or continue hiding the secret about his sister Chernia? Although the Dawn Order would protect him, her future lay in another's hands. The memory of the meeting with Urian resurfaced. The young master had promised to write recommendation letters so Chernia and the orphans could enter the prestigious Bayer Academy. A life-changing opportunity like no other. Facing the hard choice, Lazarot clenched his fist and bowed his head in silence. Urian's kindness had become an invisible shackle binding his mind. In the end, he chose to lie, forcing a smile and saying nothing had happened, trying to dispel Bishop Aiden's suspicion. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Urian's footsteps echoed steadily on the stone as the young master walked with an unhurried, composed manner. The maids respectfully greeted his return. Urian was no longer the despised noble he once was, but someone everyone now revered. Urian smiled gently, saying he had been lost in thought as the maids came forward to attend his cloak, a perfect exterior concealing deep inner thoughts. Yet deep inside, Li Siwu struggled. He realized the scariest thing was not manipulating others, but that he no longer felt any guilt about it. He recalled the moment he realized Lazarot was a spy. Urian's instincts had immediately found the weaknesses to exploit without hesitation. Urian told himself if Lazarot had been a bit calmer then, he might have seen the truth behind his promises. He was so worried about the orphan children that he didn't notice the paper Urian held had nothing to do with the orphanage, a psychological move too perfect. Urian pondered, realizing the old Li Siwu would never have such judgment or ruthlessness. His humanity was fatting with each scheme. Just then Angelica, the housekeeper, stepped forward to report that there was an urgent message from the main family for him today. Urian showed a flash of surprise mixed with annoyance. The main family members disliked him, so why would they suddenly reach out now? It turned out to be an invitation to the wedding of Lady Rania Cryofart, Urian's sister, an official invite from the Cryofart family head. Urian's first reaction was to decline. He told the housekeeper to reply that he was too busy with work to attend the event. Angelica was about to leave when Urian suddenly called her back. A calculation had just sparked in his mind, causing him to change his decision instantly. Smiling mysteriously, he declared he would attend the wedding because he realized the Cryofart family held something extremely valuable. However, before departure, he needed to prepare a truly classy appearance. Back with Urian, after deciding to attend the wedding, he ordered garments to be prepared, but Angelica's answer made him pause. Angelica reminded him of the pink suit the old Urian treasured. Seeing the housekeeper's sincere face, Siwoo wanted to faint at the original owner's horrific taste. He tried to hint at something more formal and refined, but Angelica insisted it had been his favorite formal outfit. Inside, Siwoo screamed, "Urian, you bastard, why did you leave me this mess?" Unable to endure wearing that disastrous suit, Urian decided to find a new outfit worthy of his status. He scanned the luxurious designs on display. The magnificent ceremonial garments glittered under bright lights, but choosing the right one among so many options was not easy. Finally, he stopped at BQE Boutique, the Empire's most upscale fashion shop. Staff quickly greeted him warmly, though they couldn't hide their unease at Urian's visit. Urian strolled in, eyeing the expensive clothes, thinking that with his terrible fashion sense, he would definitely need strong assistance from the staff here. Urian smiled with goodwill, but on the face of a true villain, that smile resembled a threat. He wondered if he should ask them politely for help. "Can someone here help me pick an outfit?" Urian asked with his signature smile, but his voice seemed to have the opposite effect. The shop staff were so frightened they frantically apologized and avoided his gaze. Urian's nasty reputation made them assume he had come to cause trouble. Standing alone in the hall, Urian tore at his hair. He hadn't expected buying clothes to be this difficult, especially when everyone who saw him wanted to run away. Meanwhile, in another corner of the shop, a new figure appeared, Aileen, a female professor with dark hair and passionate violet eyes. She was being warmly welcomed by the staff. The shop owner recognized Aileen and asked about her research work. It seemed it had been a long time since the workaholic professor stepped out of the laboratory. Aileen smiled wryly, explaining that's the nature of professors, always submerged in endless theory and experiments. Suddenly, Aileen grew dramatic, complaining that someone had bought up all the moonstones, almost ruining her cherished thesis. She silently cursed the disruptor with resentment. Fortunately, the Empire recently requested a new study on a substance called Hansuk. This was the lifeline allowing her to continue her research career. Aileen brimmed with enthusiasm, declaring she could now write an even better thesis. She silently thanked whoever had discovered Hansuk, not realizing that person stood right nearby. When asked about today's shopping purpose, Aileen revealed she needed a formal outfit to attend an upcoming wedding. It was the wedding of Rania Cryofart, the third daughter of the prestigious Cryofart family. The shop owner couldn't help but be impressed to hear the name of such an influential house. Seeing this, the owner offered to show Aileen some of the most formal evening gowns. Aileen nodded in agreement, happy to be guided by an expert. Breathing a sigh of relief, Aileen felt wonderful to finally have a day away from dry research to indulge herself a little. She excitedly wandered the shop, impressed by the variety and splendor of the garments. BQE Boutique lived up to its reputation as the top tailor. But the joy was short-lived. Aileen's violet eyes widened in shock when she spotted a familiar figure standing in the main hall. "Why, Urian?" Aileen froze as she saw the man examining a deep red coat. She couldn't believe her bad luck to run into this notorious noble in such an upscale shop. Sensing someone watching, Urian slightly turned his head. In an instant, Aileen darted behind a folding screen, heart pounding as she tried to shrink away. Hoping the sly man would not notice her presence. Urian suddenly paused, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. He sensed a presence watching from the shadows but wondered if he was just being overly sensitive. The truth was it was not imagination. Aileen hid behind the screen with her heart racing. She blamed herself for acting on instinct and running away like a guilty person. Peeking at Urian through a crack, Aileen thought about his family background. Though a branch of the Cryofart house, his presence here clearly meant he was preparing attire for the upcoming wedding. She wondered if he truly considered himself part of that family. But what astonished Aileen most was Urian's taste. He had always worn tight outfits like walking sausages, yet today he was suddenly looking at things that seemed normal. Aileen's eyes widened when she saw Urian pick up a particular outfit. Panic showed on her face. Wait. Is he really going to choose that? As for Urian, he inspected the deep red coat with satisfaction. With zero fashion knowledge, he told himself it looked suitably formal and would surely make him stand out. Witnessing this, Aileen bit her finger, sweat dripping. She understood that if Urian wore that coat to the wedding, he would ruin the ceremony's solemn atmosphere with his fashion disaster. Aileen struggled internally. She considered leaving it, but her presence had begun to attract other customers' attention. Finally, with the pride of a lady, she decided she could not stand by and watch a fashion catastrophe unfold. She stepped out of hiding and called out seriously, "Lord Urian." Urian turned, slightly surprised to see an acquaintance in this situation. Aileen walked straight up and pointed at the deep red outfit in his hand with a skeptical look. She bluntly asked if he really intended to buy it, leaving Urian bewildered. Urian immediately regained his confidence and sneered that a professor buried in research like her couldn't understand fashion. His familiar taunt angered Aileen, who thought his obnoxious nature truly hadn't changed over the years. Aileen began her lecture, suggesting Urian's habit of wearing garish clothes left him oblivious to the deeper meaning behind this design. She pressed him whether he knew what the outfit represented. Urian started to feel uneasy and replied in confusion, "Huh." His earlier confidence vanished before Aileen's unusual seriousness. She wondered if he truly didn't know or was just pretending. Aileen stepped closer, her voice dropping dramatically. She hypothesized that perhaps Urian harbored such a deep grudge against the Cryofart family that he intended to do this. With blazing eyes, she asked bluntly, "Are you planning to use this outfit to declare your intention to purge the entire nobility?" This grave accusation instantly made the boutique's atmosphere suffocating. Urian broke out in a sweat, utterly stunned by the eccentric professor's inference. He simply thought it was red and classy, not some genocidal plot against nobles. He shouted in extreme confusion, "What the hell are you talking about?" All eyes fixed on the bizarre deep red outfit with a zipper running down the front. To Aileen, this was the pinnacle of a fashion disaster, a weapon capable of destroying any elegant party. The fashion war between the villain and the professor had officially erupted. Julian wiped a bead of sweat from his brow and replied that she had suddenly appeared and started speaking oddly. "I'm just trying to pick something to wear to the wedding," outwardly calm, but inwardly he began to suspect something was off. Aileen answered, "I'm talking about the symbol on the back," which made Julian puzzled. "Repeat the symbol." Aileen moved to the coat and flipped it to reveal the symbol on the back. 3 swords piercing a throne. She then began explaining the Febrance royal house, that it was the emblem displayed by knightly families when they executed sworn enemies. She continued hesitantly, "Nowadays it has lost its original meaning and become a fashion trend. But for a notorious man like you to wear that symbol to a wedding." Julian's face darkened as he brought a hand to his chin and replied, "I understand." Yet inside he was in turmoil. "I've never played Julian before. How would I know?" He forced a cheerful air but inwardly grumbled. After all, flipping through all these clothes is exhausting, and by instinct his eyes kept being drawn to pinks and neons. Julian began calculating whether to ask Aileen for help. He replied, "There's no other way." Aileen breathed a sigh of relief, glad he finally got the point. He put on a crafty face with his smile and held up the hideous neon vest, saying, "I'll buy the outfit I like." Aileen stared, eyes rolling in shock, asking, "That one?" Seeing her reaction, Julian smirked inwardly, knowing Aileen, if I keep choosing bizarre clothes, she won't be able to ignore it. Julian forced a fake calm smile and answered yes, and the trousers must match the color perfectly. Aileen at this point couldn't comprehend his taste and asked again, "Are you really going to wear that to the wedding?" Her hand clenched and trembled with anger. "I can't stand by and watch any longer." She pointed at him and shouted, "In the name of House Donashen, I will find the perfect outfit for you." Julian inwardly laughed that it went according to plan but outwardly remained calm, thanking her, truly the family of all artists. Then the two went to choose clothes. Julian smugly thought it was easy to read the other's mind. Meanwhile, Aileen, with messy hair, assessed him. "Who knew your fashion sense was this bad? You wear academy uniforms all day." And so Aileen ended up selecting Julian's outfit, and the wedding day arrived. The guard trembled as he took the invitation Julian handed over. He stammered when he saw Julian's appearance. The Lord's invitation was confirmed. He smiled confidently, straightened his sleeve, and entered, thinking to himself, I got in safely wearing the outfit Eileen recommended, but I feel a bit uneasy. Perhaps it's Julian's emotions surfacing. Actually, I don't really want to go either, but there is one reason I must attend. He pictured a medal and an orange-colored stone, the Hansuk that the Criffart family was keeping. Julian recalled from his game knowledge a few ways to obtain Hansuk besides hunting demons in game. One was to speak with the Criffart patriarch to receive it. He stepped forward to open the door. Julian's father, just thinking of him, made my throat tighten. The large door opened and Julian stepped in. The musicians playing the instruments stopped. The guests also turned pale as they looked at him. Julian slightly frowned, gave a faint smile. Is it necessary to stop the music? He crossed his arms over his chest, his expression a mix of amusement and helplessness. Footsteps sounded evenly as he slowly walked to the center of the hall and spoke in a low voice. It turns out you really came. Your gaze is still the same as before. He smiled slightly, lips curling. Well, it would be strange if they were truly happy to see me. Before he finished speaking, a voice rang out joyfully. Julian, a figure rushed forward, a white dress shimmering under the lights. The girl hugged him tightly, which made Julian startle and lean back. You came. I'm truly so glad it's you. Her eyes blazing like sparkling ruby, her smile lit up the entire hall. She was Renia Criffart. Julian was surprised but tried to stay calm. He paused slightly as she grabbed his hand. Her voice rang cheerfully. It's been a long time. It's been hard to see you lately. She smiled and tugged his hand lightly, her shoulders trembling with excitement. Julian could only force a smile. Inwardly, he thought this was the first time since occupying this body that someone treated Julian genuinely kindly. He breathed out softly and smiled lightly. Ah, have you been well lately? She replied with a radiant look, unaware of his embarrassment. Julian thought to himself that although she belonged to a cadet branch of the family, their bond still seemed like true sibling affection. The atmosphere in the great hall grew warm and full of laughter. Renia laughed as she held Aileen's hand, her face beaming like a child receiving a gift. Ah, Aileen, sorry. I'm just a bit overly happy. Aileen smiled softly and replied, It's okay, Miss Renia. Julian stepped closer, his eyes glanced over and he thought to himself, as I suspected, Aileen is here too. Renia turned and beamed. Oh right, you two know each other. Aileen replied, yes, we were senior and junior at the academy. Julian raised an eyebrow, surprised inwardly. Senior and junior. I had no idea about that. Renia looked at him with a mischievous glint and said, Anyway, you look handsome today, Julian, not like before. You looked like a clown. Did you pick this outfit yourself? Aileen looked over, speechless. She really said that with a smile. Julian shivered slightly, feeling as if someone was staring at him from behind. He glanced and saw Aileen. Her face flushed red, glaring to signal him, Well, tell me, who picked that outfit for you? He smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, Of course I picked it myself. After all, today is my sister's wedding. The remark left Aileen frozen, eyes wide. What? Renia laughed brightly. Haha, of course it's Julian. Oh, Aileen, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red. She only forced a smile. Ah, it's nothing. Renia held both their hands, smiling radiantly in the hall. Anyway, thank you both for coming to celebrate with me. Today is my wedding. Julian nodded lightly and smiled. The atmosphere here is nice too. I didn't expect it to be this pleasant. No sooner had he finished speaking than a cold voice rang out from afar, interrupting the laughter in the hall. Sister Renia. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Julian narrowed his eyes toward the voice and Renia flinched as she turned around. Renia smiled slightly. Oh my, Joshua. He stepped closer, his cold eyes scanning each person. Renia warmly reached for his hand. You must be busy with your studies. Thank you for coming to celebrate with me. But Joshua remained silent, his gaze fixed on the hand she was holding. A moment later, there was a sharp clap as he gripped her wrist tightly, making Renia startle. What do you think you're doing? His voice was so cold it made the hall's air feel frozen. Renia widened her eyes in surprise. What's wrong with you, Joshua? Before she could say more, he snapped. What do you think you're doing talking to two cadet branch people at such an important gathering? The atmosphere in the great hall instantly grew heavy. Everyone around turned to look. Renia yanked her hand back, her tone slightly sharp but trying to stay calm. I was just happy to see her again. You haven't seen your brother Julian in a long time either. Why not say hello? Joshua sneered, his face contorted, his eyes full of contempt. Ha, who would bother calling that thing a brother? The entire hall fell silent. Only heavy breaths remained. Julian tilted his head slightly, gave a faint smile. Yes, just as I imagined. Joshua wasn't finished. He pointed directly at Julian, his voice cutting word by word. Hey, you cadet branch brat. I don't know what you're sniffing around here for, but don't think that just coming makes you part of this family. Julian smirked, produced the invitation, and replied nonchalantly. I only came because I was invited. Joshua, with an angry face, raised the invitation high in his hand. A ripping sound echoed, paper scraps fluttered all over the floor, making the entire hall fall into stunned silence. Joshua threw the remainder to the ground, his voice grinding out each word. As for being a member of the family, let me make one thing clear. He bowed slightly, breathing heavy, his eyes burning with hatred. Get out of here. A long pause stretched, then Julian chuckled, a half-smile full of disdain. And what if I don't want to? Joshua gritted his teeth, his hand tightening on the sword hilt. Oh really? Then I'll let everyone here know. He pointed the sword at Julian and continued. And the fate of a branch that dares oppose the main line. Introduction to Joshua Criffart, the notorious troublemaker of Bayer Academy. He always formed cliques and specialized in bullying commoner students. Not stopping there, Joshua also disrupted classes of lower-ranked professors. In class, he laughed loudly, threw paper, interrupted lectures, leaving professors trembling and speechless. His arrogance had crossed every limit. But because of the name Criffart, no one dared touch him. Joshua laughed loudly, drew his sword, light reflecting on his proud face. Come here, you imperial dog. The words sent shock through the entire hall. Julian stood motionless among the crowd, eyes cold as ice, his voice low. You really don't know fear, or are you simply stupid? The hall's atmosphere suddenly sank, making it hard to breathe. With a single tiptoe, Julian dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Joshua. Joshua's eyes widened, fear creeping in. He realized the opponent before him was nothing like those he'd bullied before. A crack echoed. Julian appeared right in front, his hand gripping Joshua's sword in midair. The metal screamed, cold down to the bone. Joshua gaped, unable to believe the sight before him. Julian tightened his grip, causing the arm holding the sword to tremble violently. Sweat streamed down Joshua's face. He trembled as he looked at his opponent, inwardly terrified and a bit panicked. How is he this strong? Julian still held his wrist, his grip making bones creak. Holding his sister's wrist like that, even family members wouldn't dare do that. His voice low and cold, each word like a blade stabbing at Joshua's pride. Joshua drew his hand back in despair. The sword clattered to the ground with a cold clang. The banquet hall fell silent. No one dared breathe heavily. Julian stepped close, leaned near Joshua's ear, his voice small but resonant in the space. You should be ashamed. His breath brushed past, making Joshua shiver, his face flushed from anger and fear. A voice called from behind, "Stop it, Julian." Harand appeared, stepping out from the crowd, worry in his eyes as he looked at the two facing off. Julian turned his head slightly, the corner of his mouth lifting. Brother Harand. Julian smiled coldly, glancing at Joshua, who was still cowering. Do you want me to stand by and watch him insult my sister? Harand lowered his voice, trying to soothe the situation. I understand, but you can't make a scene here. Everyone's watching. Joshua tried to regain his courage, jerked the arm Julian was gripping free, and shouted, "That's right, know your place, you rude one." Harand shouted loudly, "Stop it, Joshua. You're the one who made Rania and Julian angry first." Joshua froze, his eyes wide, unable to argue back. The atmosphere softened. Julian lowered his hand and adjusted his collar. Harand beside him was still lecturing his younger brother. I came here today on behalf of father, so don't act rashly anymore. Julian lightly touched his chin, his gaze pensive, representing father. A figure in black appeared, a low voice sounded. So the head of the Criffart family isn't coming. Julian frowned slightly as thoughts quickly shifted in his mind. He sighed softly. Then it will be difficult to secure Hansuk. Julian's expression turned grave, a sharp glint flashed in the quiet space. If my objective is lost, then. He turned toward Rania. Sis, are you all right? His voice calm and full of concern. Sorry for causing this trouble. Rania smiled gently, her eyes warm. It's okay, Julian, I did it for you too. Julian thought to himself, in a place full of hypocrites, she is the only one so normal it makes you afraid because of her composure. Rania waved her hand softly. It's fine, don't worry about it. Julian bowed his head slightly. If you say so. Julian stepped back quietly. Then I will take my leave, his voice calm and decisive in the hall. People were surprised. What, leaving so early? Julian gave a slight confident smile. I know when to appear and when to disappear. He paused, his gaze directed at a black-haired woman standing nearby. One more thing. He stepped closer to Eileen and bowed slightly. Miss Eileen, thank you. Eileen was taken aback. Thanking me. Julian smiled faintly. I like the outfit you chose for me. light fell on him, making that polite demeanor even more perfect. Showing the tasteful eye of a true Donashan member, Eileen's face flushed with embarrassment at Julian's words. She remembered something and stammered, those words. A flash of memory appeared. It was that image again, Julian appearing with praise, as if it contained a whole starry sky. Indeed a Donashan, her magic was beautiful. At that time naive Eileen had quietly been moved by this man. Back in the present, recalling that memory made her tear at her hair in furious embarrassment. Renia turned in surprise to look at her. Eileen screamed inwardly, "Why do I remember this?" Renia, seeing this, tried to comfort her. Eileen calmed down. Meanwhile, Julian had already turned and was leaving the room. As he was stepping out, someone called from afar, "Julian." He heard someone call his name and involuntarily turned back. He asked in surprise, "Sis Renia." She crouched, panting from chasing after him. "She said you move fast. I almost didn't make it to give this to you. It's a keepsake. Actually, you came to this wedding to see father, right?" She produced a small box. Renia continued to retrieve this item, "The keepsake of your mother." Julian listened with some curiosity. Renia's next words shocked him even more. "I've argued with father over this many times." Only then did he realize there were family conflicts, but he simply replied, "Yeah, that's right." The figure of his industrious mother appeared. The keepsake meant that Julian's mother had passed away. Renia smiled brightly. "I secretly brought it to return to you." Hearing this, Julian silently thanked. How did Julian end up with such a warm older sister? Unable to refuse, he accepted it and said a single thank you. He opened the box and what was inside surprised Julian. This was a stone that shimmered with blue light, sitting snugly in the box, a hansuk. His sweat-damp face was reflected in the stone. It seemed magically crafted. "I can't sense any mana from it." Thoughts ran through his head like electric currents. "Your mother's keepsake is this, Julian. What kind of person are you? Is there some hidden meaning I don't know? So troublesome, so annoying. I know nothing." Then he blurted out, "I didn't expect it would be this easy to get it." Renia asked in confusion, "What?" Realizing he'd slipped, he quickly excused himself. "It's nothing, sis. I was just mumbling. Thanks for returning my mother's keepsake." She replied with something that puzzled Julian. "I knew giving it to you was right." Looking at Julian's seemingly happy face, she continued, "It's the first time I've seen that expression on you." He teased back, "You must be mistaken." She covered her mouth with a light laugh. "Is that so?" After a while of chatting, Julian finally left. Renia waved goodbye and reminded him, "Travel safely, drop by my house sometimes." He bowed politely and replied, "See you later, sis." In the end, he was the only one left there. Staring at the stone before him, he thought to himself, the hansuk the Criffart family has kept all this time turns out to be Julian's mother's keepsake. A pang stabbed his chest. Though said to be the coldest-blooded man in the empire, somehow tears fell. He wondered, "Julian, do you also have these feelings?" A luxurious carriage rolled along the dirt road, taking Julian back. He even shed a tear, wondering if it signaled that some of Julian's humanity still remained. The conflict between his true self and the villain role he played grew deeper. However, he soon brushed aside those weak thoughts and wore a smug smile. After all, he had achieved his goal. That goal was to seize the hansuk, a teardrop-shaped relic containing terrifying power. With a sinister smile, Julian admired his newly won prize. Back at his manor, Julian faced a dilemma. What should he do with the hansuk? Handing it to the Dawn Society or the Holy Sword faction? Both felt wrong, like taking a loss himself. At that moment, an idea flashed through Julian's mind. One of his eyes glowed a strange bluish light. He remembered that Julian himself possessed a special ability. An imaginary system notification appeared before him, ready to reveal an earth-shattering secret. It was a unique trait called Vessel of the Demon King. This ability allowed him to absorb relics with the attribute evil, absorb the lingering wills of demon gods to grow stronger. However, it was a double-edged sword, for the trait would vanish if the Demon King truly reincarnated. Julian quickly connected the dots. The trait meant he could absorb the hansuk itself, and if he did, he could become the Demon King. A tempting vision appeared. Becoming the supreme dark god would drastically increase his chances of survival in this harsh world. Yet the prospect of becoming the Demon King made him shudder with horror. Julian dismissed the thought. He would rather not do it. The soul of Lee Siwoo within him had nearly forgotten why he never wanted to play Julian, a hypocrite and a nest of traitors. The true human instinct rejected this path. He had already struggled with an identity crisis due to another mysterious power called the Open Eyes. Today's crying episode made him feel he had lost more humanity than Julian himself. "Wake up, Lee Siwoo," he told himself. He no longer desperately craved power as before. For now, he would put the hansuk away. True to his word, Julian placed the hansuk in a large box and locked it carefully. temporarily sealing this dangerous item. He returned to his room, but the uneasy feeling remained. Just having it nearby was enough to unsettle him. He wondered if he should learn a locking spell, since the Dawn Society would come for it sooner or later. Julian flopped into a chair, trying to relax. He thought, well, there's nothing to be done now. The manor was usually quiet, but today it felt unusually silent. He just hoped no trouble would arise for a while. But man proposes and fate disposes. Just as he wished for peace, a flash of purple magical energy suddenly flared. Immediately, Julian's eyes flew open. His whole body switched to high alert. One of his skills, extraordinary instinct, activated, signaling danger. Julian sensed a strange mana flowing in the air. He wondered, what is it? What's its purpose? Is it an enemy? Julian sprang up, ready to face the intruder. He could pinpoint their location by tracing mana, but strangely, this mana contained no killing intent. He was cautious not to use his mana recklessly, because if he did, the intruder would recognize him immediately. Julian moved carefully. The only relief was that he felt no murderous aura from the stranger. That was indeed fortunate. Given Julian's past wrongdoings, it wouldn't be surprising if an assassin came. He approached the mana source, which was his own room. And there he found the intruder, a beautiful woman with striking azure hair, Alinar, casually sitting in his room enjoying tea. Alinar seemed to sense Julian's presence. She turned with a deliberately surprised look. Oh, you're back then. Julian froze and blurted, Alinar. She continued calmly, sipping tea from the other side. I was waiting too long, so I had your servant bring tea to me. Alinar cheerfully added, at least you could manage that for a guest. He said nothing and fell into thought. How did she get in? Magic maybe. Seeing the purple mana emanating from Alinar, Julian guessed she used charm magic to control the servants. Shaking off his thoughts, Julian sat down, exhaled and asked, Bishop Alinar, what brings you to my manor? Alinar's image reflected in the teacup replied, just a bit of friendly mingling between allies. Hearing that, Julian's face darkened with anger, invading just to socialize. Alinar continued, on the other side, of course, and I have another reason. There's something I want to ask you. Julian was slightly startled, so we're getting straight to the point. Placing the teacup down, she asked, recently you succeeded in subduing a demon during the slum mission, right? Julian, seeing nothing odd, answered, yes, that's correct. After receiving his confirmation, Alinar asked further, that demon took on a human form, didn't it? Looking into the other's eyes, Julian inferred, I see, you're testing how much I know about demonization, then it's best to answer frankly. He then confidently replied, that's right, someone suddenly transformed into a demon. Alinar found that intriguing. But Julian's next remark surprised Alinar a little, however. The horn of that demon was different from the one Lord Tenorin showed us. As if not believing what she heard, Alinar asked again, what? Julian kept his expression and answered, I mean, it was a replica modeled after the horn Tenorin crafted. Isn't that what you wanted to know? On the other side, Alinar asked gravely, just how much do you know about demon horns and the demonization phenomenon? Julian smiled faintly, not as much as you think. Alinar stood up and pressed a hand to her chest, saying, all right, no more beating around the bush. It seems you know almost everything now. Seeing that, Julian reached out teasingly and asked, so has your curiosity been satisfied? Then he kicked behind Alinar and added, I don't need to test you anymore. Turning to leave, she continued, you seem very well informed about the Dawn Society. Her next words carried a threat. I trust you know which decision would be wiser. Make sure our swords are not pointed at each other. I'm not easy to deal with either. Hearing this threat made Julian uneasy and sweat. After a while, Julian was left alone there. He sighed in relief and thought, Hayes, so you're telling me to be either absolutely loyal to the Dawn Society or get out of the way. And you happened to show up just as I was holding the Hansuk. Julian decided, this manor is clearly not a safe place to keep the Hansuk, if that's the case. Later, Harand appeared holding the box containing the Hansuk. He asked Julian, are you handing it over to me? Sitting there, Julian replied, yes, Harand. Harand was a bit surprised and answered, that's unexpected. I thought you would bring up punishing Joshua. Julian didn't bother about Joshua and replied, ah, whatever, he's not worth my effort. Holding the box, Harand asked in confusion, really? But what exactly are you entrusting to me? Julian didn't hesitate and replied calmly, it's my mother's keepsake. Hearing this made Harand turn pale with fear and stammer, what? Then he immediately ran over to question him, Milna, madam's keepsake, isn't that precious to you? Seeing him like that, Julian only told him to calm down. Julian then cheerfully replied, yes, that's right, though inwardly he thought otherwise. Harand was probably the only person who wouldn't act recklessly with the Hansuk. He likely didn't know what it truly was, and he wasn't the type to resurrect a demon god. I can safely entrust it to him. Harand raised the box and asked once more to confirm, Are you sure you want to entrust such an important item to me? With that familiar smile and narrow eyes, Julian replied, I can't keep it with me right now, so I'm leaving it with you, Heron. A memory of Julian as a child being held by his mother surfaced, followed by Heron's stream of thoughts. You can't keep Madame Milna's keepsake, Julian. Even the infamous Julian becomes as gentle as a lamb before Madame Milna. She is the symbol of the last remnant of humanity in him. To let him hand over Madame Milna's keepsake to someone else, isn't that a declaration that he will live entirely as the Empire's hunting hound? A monster with no way back. Heron looked at Julian with a fearful expression. How could he be so cruel? Seeing this, Julian immediately knew another misunderstanding. Probably it's fine to hand the Hansuk to him. Scene shifts to Joshua sitting on the bed with an angry expression, grinding his teeth, rage clear on his face. Close-up of Joshua's wrist, marked with bruises, he was pressing a white cloth to the wound. A maid with short black hair entered the room to announce she had come to change the cloth. Joshua looked up at her with a displeased gaze. Immediately, Joshua unleashed his anger on the maid. He shouted loudly, startling and frightening the girl. Joshua seethed in fury. He couldn't accept that he, a direct heir, had been injured by someone from a lowly branch. The image of Julian with a taunting, crooked smile appeared in Joshua's mind. Just thinking of that bastard was enough to drive him mad. Joshua clenched his fists, considering Julian an unbearable, arrogant man. He recalled the moment he was attacked by Julian. Everything happened so fast that Joshua couldn't even sense the strike, only the terrifying pressure radiating from Julian. Joshua admitted he had lost from that very moment. He couldn't understand why a despicable man like Julian could stand out and receive favor from the high ranks. In a rage, Joshua swept the basin off the floor, sending water splashing everywhere. The maid went pale, terrified by her master's fury. She hurriedly dropped to her knees, trembling, and begged for forgiveness. Joshua sat on the bed coldly, looking down at the maid prostrate at his feet, the room heavy with a terrifying atmosphere. Joshua suddenly sprang to his feet, his anger far from spent. He turned around his face, showing madness ready to explode at any moment. Joshua ground his teeth and rasped, calling for a man named Alphys. Shortly after, a tall man with black hair and a calm expression appeared. He was Alphys Mayand, Joshua's bodyguard and formerly vice captain of the Azure Lion. Joshua waved the maid away. She obeyed in haste, considering herself lucky to have escaped. Once alone with Alphys, Joshua called him over and pointed to the bruises on his wrist. Alphys calmly replied that he saw the wound, but that only angered Joshua more. He shouted, demanding where Alphys was when this happened. As Alphys tried to explain he was following the Lord's orders, Joshua cut him off, yelling that he did not want to hear that. Joshua emphasized that Alphys's duty was to protect the Krypart direct line. He asked if anything was more important than his safety. Joshua continued to berate Alphys, reminding him of his tainted past and that everything he had was thanks to Joshua. Alphys listened in silence, thinking, here we go again, before apologizing. Joshua sneered that Alphys was useless and would probably freeze to death from fear, his frustration obvious. In a fit of anger, Joshua grabbed the wet cloth from the basin with force. Then he hurled the cloth straight into Alphys's face. Alphys stood there, taking it without resistance. Joshua roared that what he wanted was an apology from Julian himself, not from a piece of trash like Alphys. After a brief silence, Alphys spoke up, asking Joshua directly if he wanted revenge on Julian. Alphys's unexpected question left Joshua stunned for a moment. Alphys affirmed he would help Joshua get revenge at any cost, by any means. Joshua snapped, demanding he speak if there was a way. Alphys began to analyze, admitting that Julian was very strong now. He could infuse mana into every movement with ease, and that amount of mana far exceeded ordinary knights. The moonlit sword charged with Julian's mana was as terrifying as his temperament. Alphys continued admiringly, saying it was a sword that could control its aura, a weapon any knight would dream of. Joshua lost patience. He could not stand Alphys seeming to praise his enemy and shouted for him to get to the point. Alphys changed his expression and made a bold proposal. What if we create an environment where he cannot use his aura? The suggestion stunned Joshua. Before Joshua could recover, Alphys pulled something from his coat. Alphys revealed it was a faulty resonance stone. Joshua was silent, not understanding why Alphys had such an item. Alphys explained that a normal resonance stone would suppress a demon's demonic energy to prevent it from approaching. But this faulty stone worked differently. It emitted a strange purple energy. As the stone drew near, Joshua felt an invisible pressure bearing down, causing him to buckle. Alphys explained that this faulty stone, instead of suppressing demonic energy, suppresses the mana inside a person. All we need to do is erect a barrier from it and use it on Julian. Joshua immediately realized the problem. He shouted at Alphys that if they used this, he himself would also be unable to use aura inside the barrier. Alphys replied calmly that Joshua would not need aura. He revealed he had something else which even surprised Joshua sitting on the floor. What Alphys revealed was a demon horn radiating dark energy. Joshua was astonished to recognize it as a horn. The scene shifted elsewhere to Julian, leisurely tending a pot of orchids in the sunlight. Julian smiled in satisfaction, thinking that the peaceful life recently caring for orchids made him start to feel that living in Julian's body wasn't so bad. The peace was quickly broken. Razlot, Julian's assistant, rushed over out of breath, reporting that some members of the Dawn Society were planning an ambush. Julian thought to himself he must retract his previous words immediately. Julian showed irritation, gripping the orchid leaf tightly. He was annoyed that Razlot's panic had disturbed his poor potted plant. Julian turned and told Razlot that next time when reporting he should not panic like that. He feared that at this rate everyone would discover his secret. Razlot obediently complied. Regaining his composure, Julian asked about the ambush, particularly whether any bishops were involved. When Razlot answered no, Julian snorted, thinking their plan was ridiculous. Razlot remained worried, suggesting they prepare countermeasures, but Julian casually replied that since they had not acted yet, they should wait and see. Razlot could not believe his ears. He was confused why Julian could ignore a potential ambush like that. Julian noticed the suspicion on Razlot's face. He thought perhaps this doubt came from the broken orchid branch, and then he muttered, "Ships passing in the night." Julian decided to reassure Razlot. He asked if Razlot knew a little trick, leaving the assistant baffled and uncertain. Julian held the orchid pot and explained a life tip for orchid enthusiasts, that the leaves of a healthy orchid will not easily wrinkle unless there's a problem with its roots. To demonstrate, Julian pulled the orchid from its pot, exposing the roots. He chuckled, saying just as he thought the roots were rotten, but luckily only the outer roots were affected. Julian explained further that the orchid itself had enacted a brilliant strategy. Those outer roots acted as bait, preventing the rot from spreading to the whole plant. The implication of bait made Razlot shudder, trying to guess what Julian meant. Julian moved on from the orchid topic and asked if Razlot had any other news. Razlot reported that the Secretariat was requesting personnel for the upcoming victory commemoration, a task he would also attend as the Academy's swordsmanship instructor. Julian calculated that if it was the victory celebration, the saintly sword Haydn would surely attend. He did not want to meet him because that astute holy sword had previously questioned him about Hansuk. Razlot asked whether Julian would accept the victory task. Julian declined, saying this time he wanted something simpler and would take on a duty related to the Academy. Razlot was stunned. Julian, the man obsessed with success, refused a prestigious task. He suddenly realized Julian was using himself as bait to lure the Dawn Society. Razlot's thoughts poured out. During the victory celebration, the Academy guards would be sent to the palace. If Julian stayed at the Academy, the Dawn Society's spies would see it as the perfect opportunity to attack, and Julian, who already knew about the ambush, could easily wipe them out. Razlot finally understood everything. The strange story about bait earlier was the hint for this plan. Julian was turning himself into bait, making the enemy's ambush part of his own state. Razlot shuddered, concluding that a blood storm was about to sweep through the Academy. Meanwhile, Julian still smiled serenely, unaware that he had become a true strategist. At Veil Academy, an elderly professor smiled awkwardly, sweat pouring down his face. Contrasting the professor's anxiety, Julian, a prominent figure of shut eyes, appeared extremely self-satisfied with a mysterious smile. The professor hurried over to greet Julian. He hadn't expected Julian to come in person. He added that with the victory celebration approaching, he assumed Julian would be too busy. Realizing he may have said something inappropriate, the professor hastily backpedaled, expressing pleasure at Julian's presence. Meanwhile, Julian quietly enjoyed the man's fear. The professor believed the students were also eagerly anticipating Julian's special lecture. Hearing special lecture, Julian feigned surprise and asked for clarification. The professor stammered that it was a talk for students about to take the practical exam. "Don't tell me you didn't know about this." Julian squinted, sweating slightly at the thought of it. Julian laughed, reassuring the professor that he was only asking because he looked forward to it. However, inwardly, he had never imagined having to lecture students. Meanwhile, in Lecture Hall 1 at Veal Academy, the students buzzed waiting for the class to start. A girl with ash-gray hair noticed her friend Rin had arrived. She said the guest lecturer hadn't shown up yet. Rin breathed a sigh of relief that she wasn't late. After all, she wasn't very interested in theoretical lectures anyway. She felt a bit tired after overtraining. She had pushed herself harder than usual, thinking she could rest during this lecture. The friend sitting beside her noticed Rin's fatigue. Rin admitted she was a little tired and said luckily today was just a guest lecture, so she could just sit and listen. At that moment, the professor and Julian arrived at the lecture hall door. The students inside were whispering that guest lecturers usually came from shut eyes, but this time it seemed to be a civilian. The professor then entered and asked everyone to pay attention. He announced the guest lecturer had arrived and asked them to welcome him. Julian's appearance caused an uproar in the hall. The students were surprised and whispered among themselves. A student exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing Julian from Shut Eyes. Rin was also surprised by the news. She looked confused, seemingly not understanding what was happening. Rin looked up at the podium where Julian stood with the professor, and she was completely stunned. Julian stepped up and introduced himself as Julian Criffart from Shut Eyes, and said he was pleased to be the guest lecturer today. Rin was utterly shocked to see the person on the podium. She couldn't believe her eyes, wondering why that person was here. Amid the constant murmurs, Julian asked everyone not to be overly tense. He placed his hand on the table, announcing he was here to give a short lecture in his capacity as an examiner for the upcoming practical exam. With a sly smile, Julian declared that what he was going to teach today was nothing special. Julian's answer left the students perplexed. He looked at them and said, "It seems you are confused." Julian continued, posing a question to the class. "Why do you practice swordsmanship?" Seeing the hall silent, Julian smiled and said it was merely a question to break the quiet atmosphere. Then he suddenly pointed at a student and said, "Then let me ask Miss Rin that question." Called out unexpectedly, Rin flinched. Her friend beside her was equally surprised. Rin was about to ask why she was chosen to answer, but she quickly covered her mouth, realizing she had nearly answered in a disrespectful manner. Rin quickly regained her composure, thinking that since Julian was the lecturer, she should show respect. She decided to turn the question back to him, assuming everyone would prefer to hear his answer rather than hers. Asked in return, Julian looked amused. He laughed heartily and answered bluntly, "Of course, to gain fame and status." Julian's answer left Rin and her friend stunned. Her friend thought he should have said something nobler, like for the royal family, for example. Before they could recover, Julian asked Rin the same question again. This time, Rin answered calmly that it was to train mind and body to achieve one's goals, but inwardly she knew that her true goal was revenge. Julian acknowledged that was a profound answer, and said his reason for asking the question was not merely to break the atmosphere. He explained that no matter how much swordsmanship he taught, it could not compare to the foundation the students had built themselves, and it would be impossible to help them achieve significant improvement in such a short time. Therefore, instead of talking about swordsmanship, Julian declared he would speak about aura today, while he gathered a stream of energy around his hand. The students, including Rin and her friend, buzzed with excitement. They couldn't believe Julian would teach about aura, such an astonishing topic. Julian explained that everyone has mana veins, and using them to enhance the body or tools is how one uses aura. He emphasized that aura is a clear indicator of the skill gap between you and others. The students below could only marvel at the beautiful aura he displayed. After the demonstration, Julian smiled and asked if anyone could see the color of his aura stream. Rin smirked, now understanding Julian's point that aura is a measure of the difference in skill. A student raised his hand to speak, suggesting Julian's aura was gray, close to the color of moonlight. Another student wondered aloud whether it might be silver. Amid the uncertain answers, a decisive voice rang out. It was Rin, who asserted the aura stream was silver. Having identified silver, Rin did not stop there, her eyes flashing with confidence as she continued. And she concluded her answer decisively, pointing out a second color only she perceived, also a pale cobalt blue. Rin confidently explained that Julian was using two different aura streams at the same time. She specified that he used the silver aura in the sword's sheath while using the pale cobalt blue aura in his hand. Julian smiled to confirm her answer was completely correct. Rin thought to herself that the ability to perceive others' aura was a way to gauge the skill gap between two people. She had realized this since seeing Julian's traces at the forge. She had worked hard to close the gap between them and was confident there would no longer be much difference. But at that moment, a thought flashed through her mind. Julian raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence with a mysteriously smiling face, and said, "There's one more thing." Rin froze, eyes wide with horror. She could not speak and only stammered, "Impossible." Immediately, Julian unleashed a third enormous aura stream that enveloped him in a blazing blue energy flame. Rin and all the students in the lecture hall were utterly overwhelmed, unable to believe this terrifying power. At the end of the lecture, Julian released the third radiance, a power no student in the class could detect. He explained that the ability to emit an aura the opponent cannot perceive is a way to measure the power gap. It is also the assurance that you will never lose. Hearing Julian's words, Rin gritted her teeth in anger. She realized the class gap between her and Julian was insurmountable. She bitterly admitted her own pride. The distance between them was indeed worlds apart. As Julian left the lecture hall, the head of the department was waiting at the door, praising him without stop. He was astonished the lecture had been so successful. Julian coldly asked whether he had been standing outside the whole time. The department head was a little startled. He awkwardly admitted he was a bit anxious because Julian was the one teaching. Julian only sneered at the head's flattery. Julian also found it amusing. Who would have thought that one day he would be teaching others? Seizing the opportunity, the department head asked Julian to also take charge of the upcoming practical exam. Julian was slightly surprised by the offer. After agreeing, Julian decided to return home. He walked away smiling with satisfaction. On the way, Julian realized this corridor had also appeared in the game. It appeared often enough that he felt strangely familiar with it. Suddenly, a strange memory flashed in his head. It was an image of Julian wiping blood from a sword. That memory was about the Black Knight, the fallen hero, the shooting star Hayden Reich, a character in the game. Julian held his head. Why did he suddenly remember that trailer scene? And who was the Black Knight supposed to be? It was the scene where he killed the Holy Sword. Julian told himself that as long as he remained Julian, that would not happen. The scene shifted to Julian's mansion. A hand was resting on the sofa. Joshua sat on the sofa, annoyed that Julian had not returned yet. He was impatiently waiting to carry out his plan. He glanced at a painting on the wall with a displeased expression. It seemed Julian's taste did not suit him at all. Then he glanced at another bizarre decorative statue and turned away in contempt. Joshua covered his face in frustration. He would never understand Julian's taste. He was even annoyed to see countless orchid pots displayed in the room, which startled him. At that moment, one of Joshua's subordinates, a young knight, entered and reported that he had installed the barrier as requested. The knight said that with a single order, they could immediately deploy the mana-blocking barrier. Noticing his subordinates trembling, Joshua smirked and asked, "Are you afraid?" The young knight flinched, confused by his lord's unexpected question. Joshua lost his patience and demanded bluntly whether he was afraid of Julian, his eyes full of anger and contempt at the cowardice. Joshua showed disdain. He couldn't understand why his subordinate was so frightened. He boasted that their force at Julian's mansion currently included 2 veteran Demonhorn hunters and 6 loyal soldiers of the Krapat family. There was also a senior mage and a mana-blocking barrier, an overwhelmingly sufficient force to take down a single person. The knight replied fearfully that if the person was Julian, it would be a different matter. He trembled recalling Julian's overwhelming power, and thought that even such a force might not be enough to deal with him. Seeing this, Joshua merely curled his lip in challenge and ordered him to continue speaking. The knight reported another strange detail, that the atmosphere in the mansion felt odd. Despite the late hour, there wasn't a single servant in sight. Joshua brushed it off, assuming they had simply left early, but the knight remained worried that Julian might have anticipated their arrival. The subordinate's anxiety angered Joshua. He clenched his hand on the arm of the chair. Unable to restrain himself, Joshua delivered a crushing punch to the knight's face. He shouted, cursing the subordinate a coward. Joshua roared, questioning why he was so fearful and whether he was still worthy of being a Krapat knight. Taken by surprise, the knight could only bow his head and apologize to his young master. Joshua ordered his subordinate not to engage in combat, only to activate the barrier at the right moment. He muttered that the knights were truly cowards, but once the barrier was activated, Julian wouldn't even be able to use his aura properly. Thinking of that, Joshua broke into an evil, confident smile. He believed that once Julian's power was neutralized, he would easily overpower him. Just then, a soldier ran in to report someone approaching. Joshua smugly thought that Julian had finally arrived and ordered everyone to take their positions. Meanwhile, outside Julian's mansion, a group of mysterious figures were also moving under cover of night. They were hiding in the bushes, preparing for an assault. One of them guessed that Julian was probably getting ready for bed at this hour. The leader, William Highlands, a member of the Dawn Society, gritted his teeth and said he wanted to storm in and eliminate Julian immediately. The others agreed, loudly criticizing Julian's disregard for rules and arguing it was absurd that he had been made a bishop in the first place. Those gathered under the cover of night were all members of the Dawn Society, and they shared a unanimous, bitter hatred for Julian. And tonight, led by William Highlands, they would carry out their own brand of justice and make Julian pay with his life. William Highlands declared bitterly that as a member of the Highlands family ruined by Julian, he had come to enact justice. Another member of the group noticed William's hand trembling and teased that he looked nervous. William cleared his throat to regain his composure, telling himself he had nearly lost his poise. He drew his wand and ordered everyone to follow as he entered the mansion. William began casting a spell to form a silent barrier. The spell Unyielding Silence was activated, creating a membrane that enveloped the group to hide their presence. The others murmured in admiration. William was confident this barrier would block most sound and presence so Julian would not wake. He ordered everyone to advance. They were confident the plan would succeed. Prior reconnaissance showed all the servants had left before sunset, meaning Julian was entirely alone in the mansion. However, as the group slipped inside, William's wand suddenly flickered. He abruptly stopped. A comrade anxiously asked what was wrong, Sir William. William sensed something amiss. He stammered that the mana flow here was strange, as if someone had deliberately blocked it. Meanwhile, on Joshua's side, the knight reported in panic that Julian was not alone. There were other signs in the mansion besides them. Joshua was stunned. The knight added that they were not servants but seasoned warriors. Joshua began to realize his plan might have been exposed. Joshua clenched his teeth in anger, wondering if someone had leaked information. Back with William, his members were also in panic. William horrifiedly wondered whether Julian had foreseen the ambush and set up his own barrier. Both Joshua and William simultaneously realized a horrifying truth. Julian had not only anticipated the attack but had also laid a deadly trap for both groups. The pink-haired subordinate trembled as he asked his young master Joshua about the next move. Joshua scowled, ground his teeth in anger, and said the coward should be dismissed as soon as they returned. Joshua turned his back and smiled smugly. He paid no mind even if it was a trap. With a determined and somewhat manic expression, Joshua declared that today would be the day he ended Julian. Joshua said that thanks to the barrier, Julian had been weakened. Their plan was that while he killed Julian, the others would deal with the subordinates. He then waved his hand to command that the plan would proceed as planned, and he would be the one to end Julian's disgrace. One of Joshua's subordinates reported that the target was in the corridor outside the reception room. Joshua grinned smugly, drew his weapon, and decided to strike preemptively before the opponent could act. Stepping into the corridor, Joshua's group collided with William's group. Joshua looked at William with contempt, thinking they were nothing but nameless vermin. William angrily shouted back at Joshua's taunt. Immediately, William unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning magic. He snarled, asking if his opponents had no shame. A subordinate reported to Joshua that based on the magic used in the barrier, the opponent must be at least a rank 3 mage. However, Joshua remained dismissive, saying after all he was just a mage trapped within a barrier. Joshua ordered his men to rush forward and defeat them. William nimbly dodged the attack and countered with a sharp sword strike. Joshua was surprised to see his subordinate easily defeated. He looked around and wondered where Julian was. Suddenly, a cry of pain rang out. It seemed someone had been hit, causing Joshua to turn in surprise and ask, "What is this?" The body of a henchman was struck by a bolt of lightning that flew past Joshua's face. He stared forward in terror, not understanding what was happening. A figure blackened by lightning collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Joshua and his men were astonished. Joshua wondered why even with the barrier active the mage still possessed such power. He silently cursed the coward behind him and swore to dismiss him. Meanwhile, William was also suffering the barrier's effects. He clutched his chest and weakly asked his opponent how he felt. William spit a mouthful of blood, cursing inwardly that he couldn't move properly because of the barrier's influence. Joshua ground his teeth. He hadn't expected the bastard to still struggle even while about to fall from the barrier's effect. Joshua began to consider whether he should use his trump card right now. But he dismissed the thought, shaking his head and telling himself he couldn't waste the trump card meant for Julian on such a weakling. he decided to patiently wait for an opening. Just then, William staggered, seemingly reaching his limit from the barrier's effect. Joshua realized his opportunity had come. Joshua broke into a triumphant smile, shouting that this was the opening he had been looking for, then grabbed the orchid vase behind him. Taking advantage of William's weakness, Joshua hurled the orchid vase at him. Taken by surprise, William was also startled by the object being thrown at him. Immediately, Joshua lunged close to William. Cornered, William tried to use lightning magic once more. However, Joshua was a step quicker. He knocked William's staff away, stopping the attack. Having overwhelmed his opponent, Joshua laughed maniacally. Joshua plunged a knife into William's shoulder. William cried out in pain, blood beginning to flow from the wound. Joshua pressed the sharp blade to William's throat, fully controlling him. Joshua taunted his foe, saying that even a rank 3 mage couldn't move inside this barrier. With eyes glowing purple with fury, Joshua snarled, calling William nameless trash and asking how he dared block his way. He pressed the blade harder against William's throat, demanding how much Julian had paid him. Accused without cause, William could only blankly reply, "What?" Joshua continued to sneer that 5,000 or 10,000 nar for his life was paltry. Not giving him a chance to explain, Joshua delivered a crushing kick to William's face, making him cry out in pain. William desperately raised his hands, trying to stop Joshua. He shouted in panic, insisting he was not hired by Julian. Pinned to the ground by Joshua, William still tried to explain he was telling the truth, that he had also come today to ambush Julian. This sudden confession seemed to make Joshua hesitate slightly. He asked again, "Really?" However, Joshua quickly recovered his cruelty, saying that whether it was true or not didn't matter. For daring to block his way, William must die. Realizing Joshua's murderous intent, William's face filled with horror. He stammered pleas for mercy. Joshua raised his sword high, preparing to finish off his opponent. As Joshua prepared to strike, a mocking tusk sounded from behind. A pair of expensive shoes slowly stepped into frame, heralding the arrival of an uninvited figure. The newcomer was none other than Julian. He calmly remarked that there were quite a few uninvited guests tonight. Joshua turned, stunned by Julian's presence. Joshua could not believe his eyes. He wondered when Julian had arrived and how he had failed to sense any presence. Julian, with a half-smile and calm demeanor, the mage on the ground recognized him and cried out in terror, "Julian." Joshua took a step back, thinking to himself that Julian truly was a monster. However, instead of paying attention to the terrified people before him, Julian focused on the broken orchid pot on the floor. He picked up a shard, lamenting that it had been broken, an action that hinted at Lee Siwoo's personality within Julian. Then Julian turned to Joshua's men and coldly said that they had barged in and caused a disturbance. Trying to reassure himself, Joshua shouted to his companions not to fear, for inside the barrier they could still fight purely with swordsmanship. Julian bent down and scooped a handful of soil from the shattered pot. He looked at the soil in his hand and said regretfully that he quite liked that pot. Julian's odd behavior left Joshua bewildered and speechless, wondering if the powerful aura he sensed was real. At that moment, a huge blue magical radiance erupted from Julian's body, flooding the corridor. He asserted that the barrier was certainly active, implying this power was not his full strength. Julian gave a wicked smile, declaring that it seemed he needed to complete the etiquette lesson he had missed before. Joshua could only horrifiedly wonder how the radiance could be so vast. Returning to earlier, when Julian was on his way back to his mansion. But as he neared home, he sensed a strange atmosphere enveloping the mansion. Julian realized not only had the outward atmosphere become odd, but the mana here was unstable as well. He smiled, for what he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Julian was certain someone had come to ambush him as warned before. After all, many harbored hatred toward this villainous Julian. He strolled forward calmly, since of course there would be those wanting to settle their grudges. But Julian now was no longer weak as before. He was strong enough to perfect the moonlight sword. He wondered whether he should face them himself. Inside the mansion, a potted plant had been shattered. As Julian stepped in, chaos met his eyes. Someone lay collapsed in a pool of blood. Julian was a bit surprised. Had they fought among themselves without his intervention? Julian suddenly realized something. It was his statue that had been broken too. He felt annoyed that they had truly smashed everything. Lee Siwoo, who lived within Julian's body, thought that if it were the real Julian, he would have screamed in anger. But he was not the real Julian. He did not want this life to change his emotions, but when he saw the pot, it was the orchid pot he cherished. A powerful surge of emotion rose up. Julian cried out in pain, "Angelica." He fell to his knees, unable to believe the scene before him. Memories flooded back. It was the first plant he had watered after becoming Julian, and the first he had named. Pain turned into fury. He ground his teeth and called out Angelica's name. Rage erupted. Julian vowed to avenge Angelica. The true person inside him, Lee Siwoo, seemed to agree with this. Julian unleashed his power, ready for a slaughter. He activated the Moonlight Sword. To honor Angelica's death, he would kill all who dared harm her. But suddenly, Lee Siwoo's reason returned. He wondered why he was so angry over a single orchid. He wondered if this was another change from becoming Julian. Up until now, he had only played Julian, trying not to let the character affect him. Trying to calm himself, Julian told himself not to be swept away by emotion. It's just a small orchid, yet the image of Angelica returned to his mind. Julian's memories went back to the days he cared for Angelica. He watered the plant every day, placed it by the window to catch sunlight, wiped its leaves before bed, and even gave it some nutrients as a special treat. And yet they dared do that to Angelica. The more he thought about it, the angrier Julian became. At this rate, he would really kill them. The scene shifted to the present, with Julian now standing opposite Joshua and William. Julian tried to regain his composure and decided to change the subject. He said he hadn't hired anyone. Julian asked the two assassins what they would do now. Joshua and William looked wary. Julian taunted them, asking if they had any other plans now that the night ambush had failed. Joshua remained silent. Julian silently assessed the situation. He could easily deal with Joshua. But the problem was that mage. He didn't know what kind of magic the man used, so he wouldn't be easy to handle. Alone, Julian could easily overpower any one of them, but if both attacked at once, it would be troublesome. Julian told the two assassins bluntly that they should know they couldn't defeat him even if they cooperated. And Julian would never spare an enemy who bared their fangs at him. He believed they were aware of that. But out of mercy, Julian decided to give both of them a chance. He ordered the two assassins to fight each other. Both froze. Julian declared that whoever won he would spare. Joshua was furious, thinking Julian was mocking them. He shouted that whether they sneaked into Julian's mansion or not, they were mere shrimp in his eyes. But inwardly, Joshua thought differently. With this foolish mage and the power of the horn, perhaps he could crush Julian. Suddenly, the mage showed strange symptoms. He trembled and cried out in pain. Joshua asked in surprise if he was okay. William screamed wildly. Joshua panicked, urging the mage to calm down and cooperate to fight Julian together. William shouted crazily, knowing Joshua planned to stab him in the back to be the sole survivor. Meanwhile, Julian just stood there with an enigmatic smile, enjoying the staged internal conflict he had arranged. Blinded by fear, William screamed that he would kill Joshua to survive. Joshua called William an idiot and reminded him that someone like Julian, the smiling executioner, would never let the victor live, but William heard none of it and cast a fire spell at Joshua. Meanwhile, Joshua struggled to defend himself. Then he regained the initiative, leaping up to slash at William. He swung his sword, aiming straight at William. The sharp blade pierced through William. Blood spurted out. William collapsed in shock. Joshua panted. He had truly attacked without fear. He had taken down the mage, but now it was his turn to be killed by Julian. Joshua trembled. He knew the smiling executioner would never spare anyone who showed hostility toward him. Death was near, and now it was right before his eyes. After the battle ended, Julian looked down at Joshua gasping on the ground and sneered that he must have had a bloody and painful fight. Backed into a corner, Joshua desperately looked for a way out of this dire situation. In a life-or-death moment, he suddenly remembered the demon horn Alpha had given him. It was an item said to grant the innate power of demons. Joshua thought that using it might let him kill Julian or at least escape. As he reached for the horn, Joshua panicked when he realized his pants had been burned with a hole by the earlier magic. Suddenly a voice rang out, making Joshua whirl in surprise. "This is the demon horn." William, as if struck by an idea, spoke up. Wait. He had nothing left to lose. He thought he had no hope left. Clutching the horn to his chest, William's will to live surged stronger than ever. He screamed in desperation. Knowing he was about to commit an unforgivable sin, William cried out for the archbishop to forgive his wrongdoing, then swallowed the horn whole. Immediately, a dark energy enveloped William. He screamed in excruciating pain as the transformation began. A loud noise echoed as the transformation completed. Joshua, standing nearby, was utterly horrified by the scene before him. In his mind, Joshua recalled Alpha's face and let out a roar of rage, cursing the one who had deceived him. Joshua now understood. Alpha had said he would gain demonic power, not that he would become an actual demon. Meanwhile, Julian turned to the trembling Joshua and asked if he was the one who brought the horn. Joshua stammered that it had been brought by a knight named Alphas. Julian smirked. He had pieced it together. Alphas Mayhand, a bishop of Dawn who especially hated Julian, was behind it. He did not know Alpha's connection to Joshua, but surely a plot was afoot. The demon William became growled, but Julian noted that luckily the horn seemed to be a fake. Julian remarked calmly that the form of this demon resembled the one he had dealt with in the slums. He linked this incident to the demon anomaly Eleanor had asked about, and observed that its power was weaker than horns made from relics. Undervalued, William's demon let out an enraged roar, displaying its power. Witnessing the horrifying sight, Joshua screamed in terror. He frantically turned to Julian, the only one who could save him now. Joshua desperately begged Julian to kill that demon, admitting he was wrong. In response to the plea, Julian only crossed his arms and smiled enigmatically. Joshua shouted in despair that as a member of the Krypart family, Julian had to protect him. Julian's cold refusal was like a death sentence. As the last hope died, Joshua, horrified, realized the demon William had assumed a ready stance. Seconds later, it leapt forward. The demon William, without hesitation, delivered a killing blow to Joshua. With Joshua's agonized, high-pitched scream after that strike, a blow to the chest sent blood spraying out. Julian stood watching and taunted, "If you don't try harder, you might really die." After clutching his wound in front of Julian, he stammered, "My lord." Joshua's face showed sheer terror. He begged through tears, calling Julian big brother and pleading for his life. Julian thought to himself what a quick turncoat he was. At that moment, the demon let out a growl that made Joshua jump, but the demon ignored him and walked straight past. Julian stood calmly, sensing the demon's murderous intent shift toward him. He curled a sly smile, and by Julian's instincts, all he wanted now was to send this demon to hell. Julian thought to himself that Julian really was a fool, someone who hated demons so much, yet ultimately became someone who yearned for demonic power. Julian spoke as he stepped closer, facing the demon directly. The demon William roared and lunged, but Julian nimbly dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. He let out a chuckle of amusement at his opponent's ferocity. Unfazed, Julian slashed a glancing cut that split the demon in two. He sneered and mocked the demon as a crawling bug. It let out a mad roar of pain. Immediately, the demon's whole body collapsed to the floor. He followed with another sword strike. The demon could only howl in agony. Julian was briefly surprised at what he saw next. The wounds on the demon began to heal themselves. Julian realized this was a demon with regenerative abilities. He inferred that the demonization process often transfers abilities the person possessed. Julian quickly analyzed that perhaps William's fierce will to survive had been amplified, turning him into a demon with regenerative powers. Seeing this formidable ability, for a moment even Joshua wondered how to kill something like that. But for Julian, this was not frightening at all. On the contrary, for Julian the situation was rather interesting. Julian continued to reason, recalling that William had been a mage capable of using high-level magic. Julian further analyzed that a high-level mage, when demonized, would only have regeneration. There must be something more. To Julian, this situation was indeed extremely intriguing. And that was when he decided to use his trump card. Julian's eyes flashed as he activated a special ability, the skill Clairvoyance. With Clairvoyance, Julian understood that no matter how good regeneration was, destroying the demon core, the equivalent of a human heart, would solve everything. The Clairvoyance skill began scanning the demon's entire body, analyzing its structure. Before long, a concentrated energy source was detected. The demon's fatal weak point was revealed. Julian smirked triumphantly. The demon core lay right on the head, a far too exposed position. He laughed loudly, thinking it was as if the demon was begging for death. The demon William rose once more. It began rechecking its arm. The wound seemed fully healed, which made Julian remark on how fast the recovery was. The demon stood firm, growling a challenge, its body fully restored as if it had never been wounded. Julian's sword flashed with electricity. He took stance, ready for a real fight. "Come, fight me once more." In response to the challenge, the demon William let out a thunderous roar, signaling the final battle was about to begin. Julian was no less competitive. He shouted with excitement and madness, "Charge in." Julian drew his sword, a blue light wrapped around it, ready for battle. The demon William let out a piercing roar, its rage seeming to shake the surrounding space. Without the slightest hesitation, Julian charged forward, his sword flashing a ghostly blue as he slashed straight at the enemy. Julian swung his sword with terrifying speed, creating a razor-sharp streak of light in the air. Julian's slash was so fast that the demon William couldn't react, only able to take the full force of the attack. A deep gash appeared, taking off the demon's arm, blood spraying everywhere, evidence of Julian's tremendous strength. After striking, Julian wore a smug smile, seemingly in complete control of the fight. He said softly, his tone full of contempt, "A pointless struggle." Provoked, the demon William frantically lunged at Julian, determined to settle the score with the one who wounded it. Julian gently raised his sword to block the demon's attack. its strength unable to unsettle him. Julian looked at the demon with cold eyes, wondering if it dared attack a demon hunter like him. Julian swung lightly, and his sharp blade took off the demon's remaining arm. With its arm severed, the demon William roared in anger, but it could do nothing to Julian. Julian kept a smug smile on his face. He seemed to be enjoying the battle. For a moment, Julian unleashed a thunderous slash, aiming straight at the demon William. Julian's eyes shone with intense focus. He had found his opponent's opening. "There's an opening!" Julian exclaimed, and immediately seized the chance to deliver the decisive blow. He quickly closed in, giving the demon no chance to counterattack or escape. Julian leapt up, swinging his sword down from above, a powerful and graceful strike. This time, Julian's strike was even faster and stronger than before, as if he wanted to finish the fight. Julian's sword pierced through the demon's head, a killing blow that ended the battle. The strike stabbed straight into the mana core, causing it to shatter. After achieving his goal, he slowly landed and stepped back. The demon William trembled in unbearable pain as Julian's sword dug deep into its head. The demon could only let out its final growls. After slaying the demon, Julian stood back and watched from a distance, the dust of battle still hanging in the air. He turned and walked away, coldly saying, "Die, you piece of trash." Julian stepped forward and placed his hand on the sword. Then he declared dramatically, "I am Julian the demon hunter, hee." A powerful slash tearing the monster's body apart. However, immediately after Lee Siwoo's inner thoughts surfaced, he scolded himself. "I told myself I wouldn't say lines like that anymore." At this time, Joshua was trembling in fear. Joshua stammered, I can't," unable to believe what had just happened. Julian turned back, his cold gaze staring straight at Joshua. Seeing Joshua kneeling on the ground, Julian only asked softly, "HM?" Julian bent down, wearing a sinister smile and thinking, "He's scared, is he?" He continued, "Considering you ambushed me in the night, a harsh punishment would be entirely justified." But Julian had another plan. He knew that one day Joshua would hold great power within the Krypart family. So Julian thought it would be very smart to chain Joshua early to make him easier to control later. Julian grabbed Joshua by the collar and said, "Now then." He helped Joshua up and said enigmatically, "Well done, you finally survived." Joshua, still terrified, stammered in reply, "WL, is that so?" The scene shifted to Julian's luxurious office. He sat pensively at his desk, holding a purple crystal and thinking, "An artificial horn, huh?" Julian continued thinking, "I didn't expect to find another replica from the slums right in the capital." Julian recalled that in the original story, the influence of the Dawn Society reached the capital, and these replicas caused all kinds of problems. Julian realized something worrying. This is happening too quickly. According to the original, this wouldn't happen until Lin Ronbell graduated from the academy. Julian recalled that Lin harbored a desire to avenge those who created these replicas. And then he remembered the one who had stopped the development of those artificial horns was the Black Knight. He was the Black Knight, a mysterious figure operating in the capital who always hid his true identity behind a black mask. In the original, the Black Knight secretly suppressed the Dawn Society with overwhelming power, his image engulfed in a sea of flames. His true identity was the Sword Saint Hayden Reich, the protagonist of the original story, who lived a double life. Julian reasoned that if the Black Knight had appeared, the artificial horns could not have appeared so quickly. At least there would be rumors circulating. So why was the capital so quiet? Julian wondered. Could it be that Bishop Pintle had not yet appeared? Julian recalled that the Black Knight only became famous after stopping Bishop Pintle and reclaiming a soul stone. From his position, Julian had always regarded the Black Knight as a covert ally in stopping the Demon King's revival and dismantling the Dawn Society. Yet that ally had taken no action. Julian dismissed the negative thought. No, impossible. The Sword Saint Hayden Reich would never ignore a threat to the people. This belief went beyond the story. It came from his personal trust in Hayden Reich because he was the protagonist, a true hero. Julian returned to reality. He looked at the fragment of artificial horn on the desk and thought, "Anyway, what's important right now is..." With a determined face, Julian concluded, "It seems a demonstration is necessary." He decided to take action himself to control the situation. Julian drew his sword, a blue light wrapped around it, ready for battle. The demon William let out a piercing roar, its rage seeming to shake the surrounding space. Without the slightest hesitation, Julian charged forward, his sword flashing a ghostly blue as he slashed straight at the enemy. Julian swung his sword with terrifying speed, creating a razor-sharp streak of light in the air. Julian's slash was so fast that the demon William couldn't react. only able to take the full force of the attack. A deep gash appeared, taking off the demon's arm, blood spraying everywhere, evidence of Julian's tremendous strength. After striking, Julian wore a smug smile, seemingly in complete control of the fight. He said softly, his tone full of contempt, "A pointless struggle." Provoked, the demon William frantically lunged at Julian, determined to settle the score with the one who wounded it. Julian gently raised his sword to block the demon's attack, its strength unable to unsettle him. Julian looked at the demon with cold eyes, wondering if it dared attack a demon hunter like him. Julian swung lightly, and his sharp blade took off the demon's remaining arm. With its arm severed, the demon William roared in anger, but it could do nothing to Julian. Julian kept a smug smile on his face. He seemed to be enjoying the battle. For a moment, Julian unleashed a thunderous slash, aiming straight at the demon William. Julian's eyes shone with intense focus. He had found his opponent's opening. "There's an opening," Julian exclaimed, and immediately seized the chance to deliver the decisive blow. He quickly closed in, giving the demon no chance to counterattack or escape. Julian leapt up, swinging his sword down from above, a powerful and graceful strike. This time, Julian's strike was even faster and stronger than before, as if he wanted to finish the fight. Julian's sword pierced through the demon's head, a killing blow that ended the battle. The strike stabbed straight into the mana core, causing it to shatter. After achieving his goal, he slowly landed and stepped back. The demon William trembled in unbearable pain as Julian's sword dug deep into its head. The demon could only let out its final growls. After slaying the demon, Julian stood back and watched from a distance, the dust of battle still hanging in the air. He turned and walked away, coldly saying, "Die, you piece of trash." Julian stepped forward and placed his hand on the sword. Then he declared dramatically, "I am Julian the Demon Hunter, hee," a powerful slash tearing the monster's body apart. However, immediately after Lee Siwoo's inner thoughts surfaced, he scolded himself. "I told myself I wouldn't say lines like that anymore." At this time, Joshua was trembling in fear. Joshua stammered, I can't," unable to believe what had just happened. Julian turned back, his cold gaze staring straight at Joshua. Seeing Joshua kneeling on the ground, Julian only asked softly, "Hm." Julian bent down, wearing a sinister smile and thinking, "He's scared, is he?" He continued, "Considering you ambushed me in the night, a harsh punishment would be entirely justified." But Julian had another plan. He knew that one day Joshua would hold great power within the Krypart family. So Julian thought it would be very smart to chain Joshua early to make him easier to control later. Julian grabbed Joshua by the collar and said, "Now then." He helped Joshua up and said enigmatically, "Well done, you finally survived." Joshua, still terrified, stammered in reply, "WL, is that so?" The scene shifted to Julian's luxurious office. He sat pensively at his desk, holding a purple crystal and thinking, "An artificial horn, huh?" Julian continued thinking, "I didn't expect to find another replica from the slums right in the capital." Julian recalled that in the original story, the influence of the Dawn Society reached the capital, and these replicas caused all kinds of problems. Julian realized something worrying. This is happening too quickly. According to the original, this wouldn't happen until Lin Ronbell graduated from the academy. Julian recalled that Lin harbored a desire to avenge those who created these replicas. And then he remembered the one who had stopped the development of those artificial horns was the Black Knight. He was the Black Knight, a mysterious figure operating in the capital who always hid his true identity behind a black mask. In the original, the Black Knight secretly suppressed the Dawn Society with overwhelming power, his image engulfed in a sea of flames. His true identity was the Sword Saint Hayden Reich, the protagonist of the original story, who lived a double life. Julian reasoned that if the Black Knight had appeared, the artificial horns could not have appeared so quickly. At least there would be rumors circulating. So why was the capital so quiet? Julian wondered. Could it be that Bishop Pintle had not yet appeared? Julian recalled that the Black Knight only became famous after stopping Bishop Pintle and reclaiming a soul stone. From his position, Julian had always regarded the Black Knight as a covert ally in stopping the Demon King's revival and dismantling the Dawn Society. Yet that ally had taken no action. Julian dismissed the negative thought. No, impossible. The Sword Saint Hayden Reich would never ignore a threat to the people. This belief went beyond the story. It came from his personal trust in Hayden Reich because he was the protagonist, a true hero. Julian returned to reality. He looked at the fragment of artificial horn on the desk and thought, "Anyway, what's important right now is..." With a determined face, Julian concluded, "It seems a demonstration is necessary." He decided to take action himself to control the situation. After the intrusion, Julian's mansion was in chaos. The maids and butlers stood in shock at the scene. A maid cried out in horror, What the hell happened here? The sight was grisly, shards and blood scattered across the floor. An eerie silence enveloped the mansion, leaving only the servants' fear. The servants began to whisper and gossip. They recalled that when they first arrived, the mansion was a mess, and the blood was terrifyingly abundant. Amid that scene, Julian appeared with a composed expression. A servant asked in surprise if he had really slept through a night in a mansion as chaotic as this. The astonished servants whispered among themselves, unable to believe Julian had dealt with over 10 intruders alone. But Julian thought to himself, do they think I'm not afraid of those intruders? In truth, the only reason Julian could remain calm was thanks to the senses of this Julian body, and survival instinct urged him to play the role perfectly. He closed his eyes and reassured himself. The reason he could act as if nothing had happened amid this chaos was because he was performing a role. Julian turned his back and walked away, leaving the trembling servants. He knew that soon the rumor of this would spread quickly across the capital. He clenched his hand. All he could do now was make sure he truly resembled the nickname, the Smiling Executioner, nothing more. Julian looked down at what was left of the intruders and hesitated for a moment. A servant asked, how should we deal with this? He quickly recovered his cold expression, waved his hand, and said to the steward, if it's unnecessary, don't ask me, handle it yourselves. The maid handed him the dead orchid. Julian glanced at it and then realized it was Angelica. He ordered the maid, bury it carefully in the yard. A heartbreaking command. As Julian predicted, the rumor that he had repelled the intruders in an instant spread. People called him the Smiling Executioner, the one who killed every thug who trespassed into his mansion. Especially among gossip-loving nobles, the story spread at lightning speed, from person to person. And then, to suit their tastes, the rumor was gradually embroidered, becoming increasingly distorted from the truth. Meanwhile, in Odwin Balladeer's chamber, she was speaking with Julian. She said, Lord Julian, because of you the palace is in an uproar. Odwin Balladeer asked Julian sternly, I heard you wiped out an entire squad of knights. The rumor had been wildly exaggerated. Hearing that, Julian burst into loud laughter, repeating mockingly, wiped out an entire squad of knights. He deftly dismissed the rumor. Even I couldn't do something like that in a single day, could I? Odwin seemed to agree. Julian shrugged, saying smugly, yes, I simply dealt with some shameless scoundrels who broke into my mansion. Odwin remained suspicious, thinking Julian's actions were not normal, but Julian replied sarcastically, isn't it? For me, that's practically everyday life. But inwardly he mocked himself. Yes, everyday life, my foot. Isn't that a completely failed life? Seeing Julian still proud, Odwin made a suggestion. She proposed Julian temporarily suspend duties and rest after the incident, and they could assign another member to the instructor position at Veal Academy. However, Julian immediately refused, asserting he was not weak enough to take leave over a minor incident. Another reason crossed his mind. If it were the real Julian, he would never take leave for such nonsense. Julian thought to himself that if the academy duties were given to someone else, he might be called to attend the victory celebration. In any case, he did not want to face the Sword Saint. Seeing Julian decided, Odwin accepted. She said, well, it is your body, you know it best, then I will contact the academy. Julian smiled in thanks and bowed. Thank you, I will take my leave. He placed his hand on the doorknob, ending the conversation and preparing for his next plan. After leaving, Julian pondered the remaining matters, so only the issue related to the replicas remains. He thought about the replica horn Joshua had obtained and the bishop who had tried to attack him. Julian was certain both matters were deeply connected to the Dawn Society, so he could not let the society's bishops, the ones behind and observing this situation, escape responsibility. He told himself, honestly, I would like to let things pass quietly, but the world seemed to be whispering to him that he should not do so. A determined smile appeared on his face. It was time to act. The scene shifted to Genmal Monastery. Julian was on his way to meet the archbishop when he suddenly saw a familiar person, Bishop Aliner. A person in white approached to greet Aliner. Aliner replied in surprise, oh, isn't that Bishop Baden? What brings you to Genmal Monastery? Baden, in an elegant appearance, cheerfully answered, what other reason could there be? I came to pay my respects to Archbishop Tenelin. Aliner immediately recognized him. It was Baden Donashen, a direct descendant of the Donashen family, one of the Empire's 4 great houses specializing in magic, and the one dubbed the next clan head. Moreover, Baden was an extremist proponent of pure blood ideology, pursuing his family's long-held desire for the Philosopher's Stone, or Elixir of Life. He believed absolute power was paramount. Aliner reminded, well, what should we do? I believe I had an appointment with the Archbishop first, Baden politely said. Haha, then I have no choice, I will wait outside the audience chamber. Meanwhile, Elinor thought to herself, I came to Genmel Monastery to report to the Archbishop about the replica horns circulating in the slums and the capital, and I ran into Baden. She walked on thinking those replicas are inferior to the horn the Archbishop forged himself. They're low-grade and impure, yet they remain items that can be used for demonization. Elinor continued to analyze, but you cannot create such replicas without an original to base them on. Of course, this is the work of the Dawn Society's bishops, and Baden is also one of the main suspects. She considered the connection. The horn the Archbishop made is, in essence, similar to Baden's elixir of life if Baden truly is the one who made the replicas. Then, to complete a real elixir of life, he is conducting experiments on ordinary people. Regardless of the Dawn Society's intentions, images of demons appeared in Elinor's mind. Elinor stood outside the Archbishop's chamber. She shook her head. That's what I want to believe, but I can't be certain without evidence. She stopped and pondered, what bothers me is even if I report this, would Tenelin truly grieve the replica horn incident and punish those responsible? A cruel image of Archbishop Tenelin rose in her head. Elinor even imagined the worst-case scenario. What if he ordered the replicas produced to eliminate the sword Saint Haydenreich whom he hates, to hasten the Empire's collapse? Moreover, once Elinor's audience ended, Baden would be next to see him. She worried, I don't know what Tenelin will tell him after hearing my report. That could ruin everything. As Elinor entered and politely greeted the Archbishop, she seemed to reach a painful decision. Perhaps I have no choice but to postpone the replica horn issue. Inside, Archbishop Tenelin, masked, welcomed Bishop Elinor. Yes, Bishop Elinor, how fare you? Elinor bowed respectfully and replied, well, by your grace. But at that moment the audience chamber door suddenly burst open. Julian stood there, blocking the light, causing Elinor to turn in shock. Both Elinor and the Archbishop were stunned by this unexpected appearance. Elinor stammered, J. Julian. A guard rushed over trying to stop him. Bishop Julian, there is another bishop who entered the audience chamber earlier. Julian said nothing. He pressed his sword to the guard's throat with a cold glare, frightening him into only managing a hit. Archbishop Tenelin, though obscured by his mask, remained calm and asked, Bishop Julian, what is the meaning of this? Julian smiled smugly, completely ignoring the panicked guard. He had succeeded in creating the chaotic scene he wanted. He nonchalantly dropped a small dark object from his hand. The object hit the floor, landing directly in front of Archbishop Tenelin. The Archbishop looked down and asked, what is that? Julian stared at Tenelin with eyes sharp as knives and said, Your Grace. With a forced smile, Julian delivered the decisive blow. Are you aware that inferior replicas of the horn, things that could only have been made by your own hand, are circulating in the capital? Elinor stood frozen behind them. She only let out a soft gasp. Julian stood there triumphantly. The half-smile showed he fully controlled the situation, forcing Tenelin onto the defensive. Elinor, still flustered, stammered, that is what I was about to say. Julian thought to himself that he had crossed a line. Even as an ordinary member of the church, drawing a weapon in the audience chamber was an act challenging the Archbishop's authority, but it was done. Julian could not ignore the situation. The Archbishop spoke up, an inferior replica of the horn. This is the first I have heard of it. At that moment Baden rushed in, shouting, Archbishop, what is the commotion about? Seeing Julian, Baden cut in and asked, Bishop Julian. Baden angrily demanded, what is going on here, and what about the replicas of the horn? Baden adopted a threatening tone toward Julian. As a bishop, restrain actions and words that cause chaos in the congregation. He continued to interrogate Julian. I know you are favored by the Archbishop, but bursting into the audience chamber and drawing a sword is the behavior of a thug, isn't it? Looking at the man, Julian judged inwardly that despite the rising stain of corruption, Bishop Baden remained composed, truly the head of a clan. But then Julian merely smirked. Julian's smile irritated Bishop Baden. He asked, Do you find something funny? Julian answered nonchalantly, How ridiculous. Julian pointed at Baden and accused him directly that it was Bishop Baden who pretended innocence while sowing unrest in the Dawn Society with replicas of the horn. Julian's accusations startled Bishop Baden and sweat began to pour down. Baden hastily denied it. What are you saying? I know nothing. He and his two subordinates looked utterly flustered. Julian continued mockingly that what noble wouldn't know of the long-standing ambitions of Baden's family. Bishop Baden clicked his tongue and dropped the pretense. Julian went on saying that desire is a powerful motivator. a life force for the organization called the Dawn Society. However, Julian raised his hand in warning, if that greed exposes our grand plan. Bishop Baden feigned ignorance again, asking, Bishop Julian, I don't understand. How is my family's ambition related to these replicas of the horn? Julian asserted firmly that they were deeply connected. For a moment, images of powerful artifices flashed up, the alchemist's stone, the elixir, and the demon horn. Bishop Baden sneered, oh, it seems you've researched my family well then. This time Julian lost his temper and could not hold back. He snarled, are you mocking me? Baden continued to taunt loudly, quite the opposite. I didn't expect to be the subject of such interest. Julian clicked his tongue. The other's evasions were irritating. Li Siwu screamed in despair. He thought inwardly, I'm really trying to save you people. A vision came to his mind that if mass production of these horn replicas continued, the Sword Saint or the court would soon notice. Worse still, the true nature of the Dawn Society would be exposed, and then everyone would know I belong to the Dawn Society. A knight in the vision shouted Julian's name. The knight's voice echoed in Julian's head. I arrest you for conspiring with the Dawn Society. Julian sank into thought. The worst scenario appeared. He would instantly go from the Empire's dog to its enemy. Bishop Baden, unaware of Julian's thoughts, continued to preach. And one more thing, you may not know this because you were recently made a bishop. Julian snapped awake and cut Baden off. Are you still talking? I'm just momentarily distracted. Julian's attitude angered Baden. Then Baden placed his hand on Julian's shoulder. Baden continued to provoke, if you speak like that, my position will become. His words poured fuel on the fire. Unable to endure it any longer, Julian swung his arm and shoved Baden aside. A terrifying red aura began to pour from Julian. His rage had reached its peak. Julian's eyes turned blazing red, his skill awakening gaze activated. He spoke threateningly. You don't seem to grasp the situation, but I'm holding myself back a lot right now. A red aura enveloped Julian's feet, a terrifying pressure radiating throughout the chamber. The other members of the Dawn Society, those in purple cloaks, recoiled in fear at Julian's power. The pressure from Julian was so intense it sent Bishop Baden and his followers flying. Elena recalled a horrific memory. Is it Julian with those wide-open eyes from that day? She screamed in panic. Julian, calm down. This is the audience chamber. Julian turned his head, struggling to control the surging power, veins bulging at his temples. As the force gradually dissipated, Julian thought to himself, oh dear, I've lost control of my emotions and opened my eyes again. Tenelin smiled, clearly impressed, indeed, impressive, overpowering all the bishops and clerics here with nothing but the pressure of your aura. Archbishop Tenelin sat on his throne, looking at Julian with lustful eyes. Worthy disciple of the Sword Saint, I desire you greatly. Tenelin ordered. Bishop Baden. Under Julian's pressure, Baden dropped to his knees and trembled. Why, yes, your grace. Tenelin asked Baden bluntly, are you truly producing replicas of the horn that I created? Tell the truth. Baden bowed his head and admitted, yes, that's correct. Tenelin showed displeasure. That's not good, acting on your own without informing me. However, Tenelin immediately changed his tone, but I'm not particularly bothered. Bishop Baden looked up, relief on his face. Archbishop Tenelin laughed madly. Compared to the horns I forged, they're merely inferior replicas anyway. If even such replicas can stand against the court, then that's a good thing. Julian still pressed, but your grace, he conducted experiments on ordinary people to improve the replicas. Are you really okay with that? Archbishop Tenelin smirked. What's wrong with that? Citizens who obey the Empire's laws are complicit in the Empire's ideology. Tenelin continued his reasoning. If using them strengthens the Dawn Society, what's wrong with that? Elena was stunned and realized, in the end I was wrong. She was utterly disillusioned. Rationalization, hypocrisy, extreme selfishness. This is not the Dawn Society I believed in. Julian, still fighting to control his anger, voiced his concern. I'm worried the operation will be exposed by these experiments. The more artificial demons appear, the more attention we draw. Bishop Baden, having been indulged by the Archbishop, mocked Julian. From a dog of the Empire, that sounds quite credible. Baden continued to provoke. The smiling executioner worries only about the death of a commoner. Is that it? I thought you'd treat them as nothing more than orchids. How surprising. At the word orchid, Julian's hand began to tremble. Elena noticed and thought, you're shaking, Julian. Even great Julian is affected by provocation. Or is it guilt? Julian gritted his teeth. An image of a pot of orchids flashed through his mind. Damn it, mentioning orchids makes me think of Angelica. Archbishop Tenelin waved his hand and commanded, enough, this disturbance ends now. Tenelin leaned back in his chair and said, I am tired, everyone leave. Hearing the order, Bishop Baden bowed in compliance and left with Julian. Yes. As they walked away, Baden ground his teeth and cursed Julian inwardly. Julian, that damned bastard. Sitting in the carriage, Baden reassured himself. Luckily, the archbishop was merciful, but future experiments cloning the horn must be handled carefully. Baden told himself that using the demon horn to craft the elixir could wait. Hasty actions always ruin things. He looked out the window with a calculating gaze. It's time to take decisive measures. So, can you withstand the pursuit of the Krypart family? Somewhere else, a hooded, mysterious figure appeared, his blue eyes glowing in the dark. A name was spoken. Alpha's Mayhand. Baden sat in the carriage and asked Alpha's Mayhand whether he could withstand the Krypart family's intense pursuit. Alpha's insisted it wasn't a big deal since they were only Joshua's subordinates, and there was a clear hierarchy among the knights. Baden looked at Alpha's and retorted, asking if he still owed him a life debt. Alpha's recalled how he had nearly died at the scaffold, and that debt would follow him until his dying breath. Hearing that, Baden curled his lips into a pleased smile. Immediately after, he ordered Alphas to bring Urian's head back here at all costs. At the office in the closed-eye building, Urian muttered that the plan to produce artificial demon horns was stalled. He felt smug for having broken Baden's will, believing the man would not act rashly if he valued his life. Razlot timidly knocked and entered, asking if Urian had any orders. Urian praised his report on the Dawn Society's ambush and instructed him to report immediately if anything happened. Before he left, Urian told Razlot to take something. He produced a mysterious letter that made Razlot curious. It turned out to be an admission letter to the prestigious Bayer Academy. Urian had kept his promise to help the children from Razlot's orphanage get into the academy if he performed well as a spy. Razlot trembled as he took the letter, stammering to ask if it was fake. Urian said even the 4 great houses would find it hard to obtain such a letter, and it had been handed to him personally by Vice Principal Alam Chorny. Razlot was embarrassed, unable to believe he had been granted such a great favor. Urian affirmed that with this letter the children could sit for the entrance exam. Razlot choked up and bowed in gratitude. Urian ordered Razlot to leave if there was nothing else. Razlot thought to himself that his boss was not a good man but truly terrifying. Lin Ronbel stood opposite him and pressed to know what exactly Urian was implying. Urian laughed loudly and feigned apology for having slipped and called her ordinary. Lin would not accept it. She reminded him that she had scored highest in the recent aura control exam. She demanded he retract his words now that she had reached the prestigious Lemire rank. Urian calmly replied that by the Academy's standards she was skilled, but to him she was still mediocre. Lin, furious, demanded he give a convincing reason. He pointed out that her performance had not changed since the slum days. She froze and demanded Urian explain that comment more clearly. Urian admitted that Lin's aura quality was far superior to her peers, but he asked how long she could sustain that state. He asserted that a swordsman who couldn't maintain stable aura was third-rate. No matter how high the quality, it was useless in prolonged fights. Urian raised a hand brimming with aura as an example, asking what she could do with such an unstable power. He exposed her weakness, a clumsy distribution of aura and a lack of consistency. Urian recalled how she hesitated before the demon in the slums, causing Lin to begin trembling as the pain was touched. He smiled coldly and concluded that this was the reason she would forever remain ordinary. Lin glared at Urian as the dark memory began to surface in her mind. It was the memory of Lin Ronbel at 16. At that small age, she had to witness a terrifying scene right inside her own home. She heard the strangers mention the name Doraine with contempt. A man standing in the doorway looked at her and asked if she thought she had gotten too deeply involved in this matter. Lin was so frightened that sweat poured down her face, which had gone as pale as death. Before her, her father was bound and kneeling at the soldier's feet. She cried out to her father in choking sobs amid the cold night. The killer with the scar on his neck looked down with disdain, saying he had never liked her family from the start. Little Lin stood there, her face smeared with blood, hearing bitter insults hurled at her relatives. His eyes were as cold as ice, unmoved by the child's pain. The girl stood frozen in the doorway, stunned by the horrific scene unfolding before her. With his face streaked with blood, her father seemed to recognize her, and he subtly signaled to his child, "Run." The girl hid behind the door, her whole body trembling. The assassin sneered with smug satisfaction, showing no remorse. As he swung his sword, he shouted that her family should never have left the Dawn Society. Lin covered her face and sobbed uncontrollably. The pain was too great for a 16-year-old child. Her legs gave out amid the room filled with the breath of death. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the mansion, marking the collapse of a family. Mourning engulfed the scene after the massacre. The surviving people's cries rose in desperate wails. Standing amid the funeral, Lin's eyes were dry, left only with burning hatred and a thirst for power. She imprinted the face of the man with the neck scar into her heart, the mortal enemy she must kill. She sought out the sword saint and begged him to teach her swordsmanship. With determined eyes, she pleaded with him to help her become strong enough to exact her revenge. For a full year, Lin trained obsessively under the sword saint's guidance before entering the academy. At the academy, her classmates' praise of genius, Lin only increased the heavy pressure on her. She tightened her grip on the hilt, telling herself she had to become a true prodigy to live up to expectations. Back in reality, Urian stared at her with cold, unyielding eyes. He repeated the cruel remark, "You are nothing more than ordinary." Lin appeared saddened, but in truth she had long anticipated this. She stood silently by the window, vowing inwardly that she had to do something to change her situation. Her hand trembled slightly as a pale blue radiance began to glow, flickering and unstable. Lin stared at the aura flame. She knew she was still too inexperienced at controlling it. She had meant to ask Master Julian, but he had been so busy lately he barely had time to breathe. She told herself she could handle this on her own. Even without direct guidance, she believed she would find her own path. Recalling her father's advice that if the heart wants something, it must show it clearly, and if intuition is wrong, correct it, she resolved to act. Lin set off decisively, intending to speak to Julian again. She vowed to fix her poor aura control within a month so he would have to acknowledge her. While walking, she happened to overhear the maids whispering that a Krifart guard had just killed one of his own comrades. They talked about the man serving Joshua, a former deputy captain of the Azure Order. It seemed that anything to do with the Krifart house never brought peace. Lin abruptly froze, an unusual murderous aura slammed into her nostrils. The smell of blood, she grimaced, unable to believe blood could be so strong right inside the academy grounds. Alert, Lin scanned for the source of the metallic stench, her unease growing. She realized this path led to the annex, an area normally restricted, but the door stood unusually wide open. She slipped inside, darkness swallowing her view as she wondered what was happening within. Among the dusty shelves, a hooded figure stood motionless like a statue. He stood there exuding a cold pressure that seemed to freeze the air around him. When the figure slightly tilted his head, the weak light revealed a long, terrifying scar on his neck. Lin hid behind the door, her heart racing as she realized an extremely powerful presence was here. She was stunned, eyes wide as she got a clear look at his face. There was no mistake. Her gaze fixed on that scar, and a horrific memory suddenly surged up. How could she ever forget it? Her whole body trembled with rising fury. It was the name she and Master had uncovered while investigating her father's case. Alpha's Mayhand, her family's enemy, stood right before her. The hatred over her father's murder made her want to rush out and make him pay, but harsh reality held her back. Master had warned her that if she encountered a cult member of Monsignor rank or higher, she must run and summon reinforcements immediately. Facing someone like that, victory was unimaginable. Reason told her to flee, but her heart did not want to miss this chance. Her legs froze, trembling and unable to take another step. What should she do? As Lin struggled inwardly, a cold voice rang out. Hey, tailing someone like that is awfully obvious. He had seen her. Lin flinched as the shadow suddenly appeared right beside her. Alphas glanced at her uniform and sneered, remarking she didn't look like a Krifart knight. Do you hold a grudge against me? Seeing Lin's shocked expression, he mockingly asked if she had forgotten what happened at the Rondbell Manor. He brought a hand to his chin and began to riffle through his memory of the name Rondbell. Ah, so you're Durain Rondbell's daughter, the child of that parasite. Alphas jeered as he recognized her identity. He continued to taunt her, saying she should have pretended not to see or run to report it rather than stand there demanding vengeance. A surge of dark power erupted around Alphas and he laughed savagely. What a pity, you only have one life, you know. Lin startled and stepped back, but she immediately steadied herself, preparing for a life-or-death fight. A blue aura flared fiercely around her body. Alphas slightly raised an eyebrow, admitting that such aura at her age was impressive. He continued to insult her, recalling how she had cowered and only peered through a crack when her father was murdered, asking where her current confidence came from. Rage exploded. Lin's eyes were now nothing but pure killing intent. Die. She lunged forward like a streak of blue, unleashing a furious strike at her enemy. But Alphas kept a scornful smile. In his eyes, she was still nothing more than a child. Lin rushed in like a moth to flame, but Alphas merely slipped aside and dodged that reckless attack. He didn't fail to taunt her, accusing her of letting emotion completely override reason in battle. Lin clicked her tongue in frustration. Her impatience was costing her precision. While trying to recover, her feet suddenly slipped on the floor. Lin staggered, her balance lost at the most critical moment. Panic struck as she realized she'd exposed a deadly opening to her foe. Alpha seized the chance and drove a powerful knee into her stomach. Lin tried to twist back, but it was too late to mount any defense. A brutal force hurled her across the room, slamming her into the wall behind her. The impact rang out sharply in the hushed space of the building. Lin collapsed, her head spinning from the swift, vicious blow. Alphas watched her form and then suddenly paused, vaguely sensing something amiss. He raised his hand to inspect it. Faint streaks of radiance still clung to his skin. A flicker of astonishment lit his eyes. Apparently his sight had not deceived him about her move. He half smiled in approval. To target my hand in that brief moment, truly impressive. Still, to Alphas her skill was far from his own level. He strode forward. He forced her to kneel in a weakened stance, his voice cold. Let me teach you how to obey, shall I? Lin was utterly desperate, bitterness welling up at facing death before she could avenge him. She silently prayed someone would come to her rescue. Julian exhaled, his expression thoughtful. Walking down the corridor, he reflected on what he just told the students and felt he hadn't been wrong, even if the word crime had slipped out by accident. As for Lin, her swordsmanship had clearly improved in stance and breath, but the crucial issue remained her aura. She possessed more mana channels than ordinary people, but if she channeled aura in the usual way, her inner mana would soon be exhausted. Her master should have helped her handle this, but he was likely busy, so she had to fumble through it alone. Julian decided to set the matter aside for now. A professor stepped up to greet Julian, thanking him for his hard work on supervision duty. He chatted cheerfully, saying that since Julian took over supervision, the number of student complaints had noticeably dropped. Julian replied matter-of-factly that those students skilled enough to complain had already graduated and become official knights. The professor hesitated, asking if Julian had any trouble accepting this sudden duty on the anniversary of the victory. It seemed some in the royal family were beginning to watch his actions. Julian smiled and asked in return. The man broke into a sweat, adding that people stayed quiet perhaps because of Julian's connection to Sword Saint Haydenreich as his finest disciple. The professor looked quite worried when mentioning Julian's personal affairs. Julian cheerfully insisted that the conflict between him and his master had long been resolved, but inwardly he thought that was a complete lie. Seeing Julian so at ease, the professor finally breathed a sigh of relief. Julian, however, knew that encountering the Sword Saint again was an enormous risk. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked Julian about Lin Ronbell's case, the only person who had contested his evaluation. He produced the form and said that although Lin had the highest score, she still demanded Julian amend the assessment in her file. Julian reached for the form, surprising the professor a little. Julian took the paper and calmly explained that since this was his duty, he wanted to handle it personally to set things right. He put on a charming smile and said he'd go find Lin to talk it over with her, aiming to make the exam results flawless. After the professor left, Julian stared at the form. He didn't really care, but if this blew up, the royal family would have more excuse to scrutinize him. To avoid wasting time searching the vast academy, Julian decided to locate where Lin was. He activated his mana detection skill. An energy map appeared in his mind. He detected an unusual stream of mana near the academy's annex. Arriving there, Julian saw another source of mana present. He had to admit it was rather impressive. Alpha stood there mocking Lin. He was surprised to see she could wield aura far beyond a normal knight at her age, but he criticized her poor physical strength. Lin was smeared with blood. She gritted her teeth at the stranger's insults. She sank to her knees, furious that even this man called her ordinary, just like what Julian had said earlier. Alphas launched a devastating kick that sent Lin flying. He approached the girl sprawled on the ground and told her to lie still. He'd release her soon. Her enemy stood before her and she could do nothing. Everything began to blur before Lin's eyes. She wondered if this was the end for her. Suddenly a voice asked Lin if that was the extent of her ability. In her despair, she thought she had mistaken the voice for Julian's. Julian sneered that this was a pathetic end. Lin wearily looked up. But when she saw the figure approaching, her eyes widened in astonishment. It wasn't a hallucination, it was real. Julian strode in arrogantly, asking if Lin intended to embarrass him as a fellow student by letting herself be beaten like this. He glanced at Alphas and sarcastically asked what this outsider was doing loitering in the academy. The man didn't seem to belong here at all. Alphas removed his hat and greeted Julian. He asked if this was their first face-to-face meeting since the incident at the monastery. he introduced himself as Alpha's Mayhand. Alpha's wore a provocative smile, saying he'd longed to see Julian's face again for a very long time. Julian gave a cold chuckle as recognition dawned. Alpha's, the man who once escorted his brother, now bore a rather handsome scar on his face. Alpha's casually spoke of the scar, claiming it came from a fight with a 4th-rank mage who had been pursuing him. In the end, he chopped that man's body up and fed it to the dogs. Julian retorted sarcastically that this was why dangerous things like that horn shouldn't be handed to anyone. Alpha scoffed, saying Julian's tongue was still as sharp as ever, then dared him to draw his sword and fight. Julian thought to himself that Joshua had mentioned receiving a horn from that man. It turned out Alpha's was Baden's man, and he truly intended to eliminate him. Julian stepped forward, his expression growing cold. He felt fortunate they met here too early for students to witness the impending tragedy. Julian's true nature, his thirst for killing, began to surface. He forced himself to stay calm because someone here was hurt. Alphas watched Julian and thought to himself that this guy was becoming more sensitive because of the girl. He noticed the girl's sword style was very similar to Julian's. Could they have both trained under the Sword Saint? Julian nonchalantly confirmed that Lin was indeed his fellow disciple, though the news was somewhat surprising. Alpha sneered with innuendo at Julian's answer. In a flash, Alphas grabbed Lin and hurled her toward Julian. The sudden attack left Julian with no time to react. Julian cursed inwardly at the unexpected turn. He knew that if a main character like Lin died, the world would be turned upside down. Alphas kept up an overwhelming assault. Julian realized that if Lin died, his meta-knowledge of the game's plot would collapse as well. Although his instinct told him to abandon Lin to free his hands for the fight, Julian couldn't do it. He moved quickly to protect her. Julian scooped Lin up, catching her as she was completely drained. Seeing that, Alphas burst into delighted laughter. He remarked that Julian Criffart had changed too much from before, no longer as cold as he once was. Julian looked down at the girl in his arms, his gaze darkened with tension. Alphas taunted that if it were the old Julian, instead of protecting her, he would have stabbed through her and taken the man's life. Julian placed his hand on the hilt and coldly replied that it's always easy to say such things. He calculated inwardly that if Lin died, the Sword Saint would surely not stand idly by and would raise the Dawn Society. And if his connection to the organization were exposed, then his career would be ruined. Just imagining that scenario made Julian break into a cold sweat from the pressure. He set Lin aside and declared that the joke was over. Mana power flared around Julian. He smiled dangerously, ready for a real fight with Alphas. In the hushed palace library, Julian and Alphas Mayhand faced each other in a tense duel. Alphas drew his sword, grinned provocatively, and noted that Julian's killing intent hadn't changed. Julian assumed a defensive stance and coldly replied that it wasn't killing intent. He was merely annoyed. A heavy foot stomped the floor, signaling the real battle had begun. Alphas rushed in like an arrow, taunting that Julian's reputation had faded greatly since the past. Julian faintly curled his lip. He admitted his opponent was fast, but still within control. With a precise parry, Julian halted Alpha's attack without exerting any effort. The skill elite swordsman activated instantly the moment their blades clashed in sparks. Alphas pressed on with razor-sharp strikes, but Julian stood firm as a rock. Julian casually assessed Alphas as better than many swordsmen he'd met, yet still not enough to trouble him. With nimble footwork, Julian easily dodged and weaved through his opponent's blows. To Julian, every arc of Alpha's blade appeared as clear as if it were pre-programmed. Alphas panted, beginning to feel fear as all his earnest attacks were effortlessly neutralized. Julian smiled arrogantly, saying Alphas was too proud to think he could end the fight so quickly. Julian launched a counterattack. The pressure from his blade made the surrounding air seem viscous. The two figures weaved through the library, producing blinding streaks of light from the clash of metal. Julian remained calm, quietly watching for an opening in his opponent's guard. He noticed Alphas reacted extremely quickly, making him wonder if the opponent was deliberately exposing a weakness to trap him. Alpha's eyes showed clear tension, facing an unusually cold Julian. He swung his sword in desperation, a rising sense of unease as if he himself were the one falling into a trap. Julian gave a slight smile, as if every turn of the duel was unfolding according to his calculations. A golden opportunity appeared. Julian knew a single thrust to the abdomen could finish Alphas immediately. But his hand froze at one thought. If he drove the blade in, he would officially become a murderer. Hesitation showed plainly on Julian's face. He He recalled that those he'd killed before had been demons, not people. He realized his fatal mistake. Spiteful as Alpha's was, he was still a flesh-and-blood human. Seizing the moment Julian was distracted, Alpha's roared in fury and struck with a direct attack. Julian flinched in shock, but that brief hesitation cost him the initiative. A cold blade tore into Julian's shoulder, leaving a deep wound. He staggered back in pain, inwardly cursing his habit of inner monologue in the game that had cost him in real life. Blood spurted as Julian reeled, the pain beginning to shred his mind. Dizziness from blood loss hit him. Julian struggled to keep his trembling legs steady. Alpha seized the chance, charging in like a beast and calling Julian an idiot for his lapse. A powerful sweep sent Julian crashing onto the cold floor. Julian coughed up blood, but instead of worrying about his life, he lamented the ruin of his favorite coat. He blamed his own naivete. That needless hesitation had put him in a perilous position. Alpha stood there sneering, delighted to have easily defeated the one he hated. Julian bitterly realized Lee Sihu's soul was subconsciously restraining this body's fighting instinct. He clenched his fists, understanding that to survive in this brutal world, he could not keep his hands clean. Alphas continued to humiliate Julian by recalling the memory at Banfist Bridge, reveling that the situation had now been reversed. Those words didn't stir any memory. Julian only found the man before him truly irritating. To face the dangers ahead, Julian decided to shed his restraint and play the perfect villain. Alpha stood above, looking down with contempt, and ordered Julian to crawl between his legs if he wanted to keep his life. Alpha smugly declared that if Julian endured the humiliation and crawled through his legs, he would forgive the incident at Banfist Bridge and spare him. Julian coldly replied that he had no recollection of that bridge at all. He casually admitted he had lost his memory, a secret he had never revealed to anyone. Alphas thought Julian had gone mad from fear of death, while Julian understood that revealing this secret was meant to steal his own resolve. Alphas began to feel bewildered, not understanding why Julian chose this moment to confess it. At that moment, the special skill Eye Awakening activated, pushing Julian's emotions to their peak. Julian's eyes flared a deadly red, emitting a terrifying killing intent that seemed to freeze the air. Alpha staggered in shock as he realized the atmosphere around Julian had completely changed, with none of the earlier hesitation remaining. Julian lunged at wind-tearing speed, becoming a black and red streak that ripped through the night in the library. A razor-sharp blade swung up, accompanied by the sound of blood spraying through the air. Alphas could only gasp in astonishment at Julian's terrifying speed, but any attempt to dodge was already too late. Cold sweat streamed down Alpha's face as he realized death stood right before him. Alpha's sword was knocked from his hand, and a severed part of his arm flew, suspended in the library's air. He stood stunned for a moment, staring at the space where his arm had just been taken. A harrowing scream tore through the air as excruciating pain from the cut began to torment Alpha's. Alpha's eyes bulged in shock. He couldn't believe the situation had reversed so brutally. Julian curled his lips in a cruel smile. He realized that killing a human turned out not to be so difficult. Standing amid the blood-heavy air with the grin of a true villain, Julian casually declared that it was easier than he had thought. Julian surged forward like a whirlwind, utterly overwhelming his opponent. Sweeping slashes sliced the air, leaving the enemy no space to breathe. Alphas could only stare in helplessness at this terrifying speed. His sword was knocked free and clattered onto the floor. He panicked, groping for a weapon, but it was already too late. Julian delivered another lethal slash, tearing the air apart. Blood sprayed as the blade sank deep into Alpha's flesh. A brutal kick sent him sprawling, his resistance utterly broken. Julian looked down with a cold gaze, mocking the fool who dared expose his back to him. Alphas crawled away in fear, muttering that even demons weren't this cruel. He gulped ragged breaths, his face twisted in terror. Julian casually stepped on the defeated man's body, striking an arrogant pose. He reminded him that to swing a sword before Julian, one should ask for permission first. And of course, he had no intention of granting that right to a dying man. The shining blade was slowly drawn from its sheath. Julian drove the sword straight into a deadly pressure point on his chest. He nonchalantly explained the location of the manga, a vital meridian that decides life. A deathly smile appeared as Julian declared that his death was only a matter of time. Alphas coughed up blood, his breathing became ragged and painful. Even as he neared death, he still cursed, claiming Julian only relied on the Archbishop's favor. The golden sword hilt struck down once more without mercy. He rasped that most of the high clerics didn't like Julian at all. His vision blurred. In his eyes, Julian had become nothing less than a monster. He vowed he'd wait for Julian in hell before his body went completely still. The light in his eyes went out completely, life faded away. Julian withdrew his sword, leaving a long streak of blood across the cold floor. He told himself the eye awakening skill had made taking down this opponent as easy as playing with a child. Suddenly, Julian jolted, having accidentally voiced the thought in his mind. He realized Lynn Ronbell was lying nearby, her breathing extremely weak. It seemed her prior internal injuries had caused her to collapse completely. Julian worried, wondering if Lynn had heard the secret about the Dawn Society or his feigned amnesia. If she were still conscious, everything would become extremely complicated. Julian hesitated. He didn't want Lynn to die, but the risk was too great right now. Darkness fell over his face as he stepped closer to the unconscious girl. A cold thought formed. If she truly knew the secret, everything would have to end differently. Julian began to regard her as a potential threat that needed to be eliminated. His hand tightened on the sword hilt, prepared to strike, while the other hand held him back. Then Julian froze, wondering what the hell he was doing. He realized he was pursuing a perfect performance, not allowing himself to be assimilated by the character's cruel nature. Rapid footsteps echoed down the library corridor. Those who had rushed in were stunned by the horrific scene before them. They cried out in horror, asking Julian who he was to have caused this. Academy officials trembled at the sight of Julian standing amid the wreckage, wondering if he was the Criffart heir. Julian slowly turned his face, smiling with a mysterious, dangerous air. He casually greeted the vice principal and announced that a little trouble had occurred here. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Lynn Ronbell gradually awoke from a long faint. She was shocked to find herself on an academy bed with her wounds bandaged. Memories of Alphas, the man who killed her father, and of being saved by Julian suddenly flooded back. Lynn ground her teeth and clenched her fists, ashamed of her own weakness. She tormented herself that all her attempts at revenge were meaningless because she had accomplished nothing. Just then, Julian appeared by the bed and coldly asked if she had regained consciousness. Lynn forced herself up and thanked Julian for saving her life when she stood at death's door. Julian looked at her calmly, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He bluntly declared he did not consider it a debt, merely a bit of pity for a weak classmate. Lynn bowed her head in acknowledgement, for she understood her harsh reality better than anyone. Julian suddenly pulled out the petition she had written and asked her to reconsider it seriously. He mocked her as presumptuous for filing the petition without admitting her utter inability to control the spotlight. Lynn was stunned, trying to protest, but her words choked by Julian's sharpness. Without waiting for her reply, Julian coldly tore the petition to shreds before the young woman. Lynn realized she had been arrogant about the title of prodigy and acted only to satisfy her cheap pride. She covered her face in regret, wondering what nonsense she had wasted her life on. Unexpectedly, Julian revealed that she possessed more mana meridians than a normal person. Lynn looked up in astonishment, unable to believe her ears at that remark. He began instructing her on how to accumulate mana not just at the main acupoint, but by utilizing other meridians as well. The young woman inwardly wondered why someone who knew only power and luxury like Julian would offer such sincere advice. Julian closed with, "We are classmates after all," but Lynn thought he was indirectly warning her not to tarnish the reputation of the Holy Sword. He asked if she had any other questions, and Lynn trembled as she asked about the fate of the assassin. Julian's curt reply, "He's dead," left Lynn completely stunned. Julian scoffed, saying the scene had been brutal and it was good she had fainted and didn't have to witness it. Lynn suddenly revealed she still vaguely remembered the conversation between him and that Alphas. The air instantly grew suffocating. Julian began to sweat nervously at this alarming revelation. He feared inwardly that after that incident, the name Julian he was impersonating would be considered dead if the secret were exposed. Lynn recalled his words about losing everything and thought Julian must have also lost loved ones to the Dawn Society. Julian tried to salvage the situation by asking if she believed it might be a misunderstanding. Lynn looked him straight in the eye and called him a liar, leaving Julian momentarily speechless. Before leaving, Julian demanded she absolutely tell no one about this. Alone in her room, Lynn reflected on Julian's bitter yet suggestive words about concern. Her gaze hardened like never before. Lynn vowed to redouble her efforts to achieve her revenge. Julian stepped out of the room, his silhouette showing a contemplative mood after the tense conversation. He inwardly cursed when he learned Lynn still remembered the dialogue with Alphas. This time, he was truly ruined if word got out. Razlot closed the report on Bishop Hayden with a look of full reverence. He couldn't help but be stunned to see Julian calmly trimming some orchid pots as if nothing had happened. With such a major event, Razlot expected at least a normal person to show some reaction, not sit silently like this. Julian kept his eyes on the leaves, quietly assessing that there was nothing noteworthy at present. Razlot stood behind watching, thinking Julian should have delivered the finishing blow as soon as Alphas was dealt with. Julian suddenly mentioned that Bishop Pintle of the Dawn Society had just decided to raid a caravan suspected of transporting soul stones. Julian pondered the name Pintle and the stones, while Razlot asked permission to withdraw. As he turned to leave, Julian suddenly remembered an important matter. He asked whether that letter of introduction would be helpful. Razlot replied that it would and thanked Julian, who nodded in confirmation before allowing him to go. Razlot inwardly realized it was Julian's subtle way of reminding him to be a loyal spy. Left alone, Julian plopped down on the sofa with a pensive expression. He spread his arms, wondering why everything was unnaturally quiet. At this point, someone should have come to settle scores with him. Julian thought maybe Lynn hadn't noticed anything unusual because she wasn't fully conscious then. Baden's side was also strangely silent, even though he had sent Alphas to kill him earlier. Julian pictured Heidenreich as the Black Knight, being the one to finish off Bishop Baden, so he didn't need to get his hands dirty. That was the secret identity Heidenreich used whenever he didn't want to reveal the Holy Sword persona. He only needed to prevent old Baden from doing anything foolish until the name Black Knight rang out across the capital. Thinking about the reduced workload, Julian couldn't help but smile wickedly. But immediately after, he grabbed his head and sighed wearily. This suffocating feeling was certainly due to the memories from the trailer of the future he had seen. In that vision, the original Julian had killed Hayden in an extremely brutal way. He feared Julian's instincts would overpower his own will. To avoid being consumed by that instinct, Julian told himself he needed to train even harder. He decisively rose from the sofa. He warmed up his limbs a bit to loosen up before beginning. At the third training ground of the Imperial Palace, the knights were hard at work training. The clash of weapons rang dryly across the sunlit training yard. The wide training ground was filled with wooden dummies set up for practice. Julian's arrival caused people around to whisper and gossip. They couldn't believe someone like him would come here to train. Julian walked in calmly, asking everyone to focus on their own practice instead of staring at him. Standing before the weapon rack, he thought to himself that the Moonstone sword was fine, but relying on a single weapon wasn't a wise move. Julian stroked his chin, considering that this might be the right time to test a completely new type of weapon. He reached out, searching for something different among the pile of weapons. People were astonished when they saw him choose a spear, since everyone knew Julian's specialty had always been swordsmanship. A figure suddenly stepped up behind Julian. It was an orange-haired squire who called out, inviting Julian to spar. Julian immediately recognized him as the one who had earlier shown fear at his appearance. He glanced at the armor without a regiment insignia, guessing the boy wanted to use him as a stepping stone to impress the officials around. Clearly, the boy was targeting his weakness by using an offhand weapon. Julian smiled and agreed, thinking that fighting a real person was less boring than stabbing a dummy. The crowd watched from afar, assuming this weapon swap was merely a display of Julian's excessive arrogance. Julian held the spear, admitting the feeling was indeed somewhat awkward. The spear was twice as long as a typical sword, with a completely different balance that made him uncomfortable. Even wielding an unfamiliar weapon, Julian was confident he wouldn't lose. The orange-haired squire shouted loudly and charged at Julian with all his might. Basic principles flashed through Julian's mind. The spear's strength is its reach, used to keep distance and neutralize opponents. The orange-haired boy swung a powerful strike, but Julian quickly stepped back to dodge. As the opponent charged in fervor, Julian pivoted to observe the opening. He drove the spear tip hard into the ground just in front of the squire's toes, creating a strong shock. Julian curled his lip in a sneer, taunting that at such a pitiful level the boy shouldn't dream of joining any knightly order. The orange-haired boy went pale with fear, unable to speak under Julian's overwhelming pressure. He was used to Julian humiliating opponents even in light sparring matches. Julian added a forceful shove of the spear, sending the squire staggering backward. Julian thought that if the opponent closed in, this long, cumbersome spear would lose its advantage against a short sword. He focused intensely, determined not to give the squire any chance to get close. Julian's gaze turned icy. He wouldn't allow his pride to be wounded by a nobody. Julian's hands tightened on the spear shaft. He decided to use more force to finish the match. The clash of weapons rang out with a loud king as Julian stopped his opponent's attack. The orange-haired man panicked, realizing Julian's strength was unstoppable. He was completely overwhelmed. Julian's spear sliced through the air at breakneck speed. Julian bared his teeth in exhilaration, seemingly carried away by the fight. the orange-haired man let out a scream of terror. A slash grazed his chest, tearing his black shirt wide and letting fresh blood start to seep out. The squire stood stunned, clutching the wound on his chest in disbelief at what had just happened. Julian coldly retorted, asking if the boy had any right to challenge him with such meager skill. Julian's eyes now looked like a predator hunting, causing the squire to tremble and moan in fear. Terrified, he scrambled away as fast as he could, babbling non-stop apologies for foolishly challenging the wrong person. Onlookers began to murmur that Julian truly was an unstoppable monster. Julian watched impassively, reminding himself he wasn't insane enough to kill a sparring partner. He gave a faint smile, assuring them the wound was not inflicted intentionally. From afar, Harand hurried over, calling Julian's name, urging him to stop since the victory was already obvious. Julian turned and smiled kindly at Harand, insisting he wasn't the sort to easily murder someone as rumors suggested. Harand forced a smile, sweating as he couldn't tell whether to believe Julian's words or his own eyes. Julian sighed softly, realizing even a single training session could exhaust him. Julian encountered Harand in the palace. He greeted him, nodding it had been a while since they'd met here. Harand jumped, hastily explaining he had just returned from Lord Orn's secretary's office on orders. Julian remained silent, staring at him with a scrutinizing look. Speaking of Orn Criffart, he was the former head and now chairman of the Elder Council, a man who deeply hated Julian. Lord Orn worshipped pure bloodlines and was willing to act as the royal family's hound. He bristled at Julian's fame surpassing the four great houses. Julian smiled and told Harand not to worry. Whatever was happening in Lord Orn's office probably had nothing to do with him. About to leave, Harand suddenly called him back to ask about Madame Milna's keepsake. Julian paused. It was the soul stone necklace he had secretly taken and asked Harand to keep. Harand looked quite worried, repeatedly asking if it was truly safe for him to keep such an important item. Julian explained that although he wanted it back, now was not the time. If the Dawn Society smelled that he had the soul stone, it would be troublesome. He asked Harand to hold on to it a while longer. After speaking, Julian bid farewell to try some other weapons. He didn't forget to ask Harand to send his regards to the housemaster. Harand was sweating profusely. He hesitated and suggested they attend the family meeting together. He tried to persuade Julian that, after all, Julian was still a member of the Criffart household. Julian smiled mockingly and reminded his cousin that he was only of the cadet branch. Seeing Harand fall silent, Julian added, asking whether that derogatory title wasn't given to him by people like them. A prickling discomfort began to churn in Julian's chest. He wondered if this was rage rising from deep, primal instincts. Harand bowed his head. He knew well how deeply Julian loathed that family. He recalled how Madame Milna's funeral years ago had been held in a perfunctory manner. They even forbade Julian, then a child, from attending because they didn't want to be bothered by a child's crying. Harand hurried to explain that he didn't expect Julian to forget that painful past. Julian coldly brushed it off, acknowledging Harand's goodwill but insisting he had no intention of attending that family meeting. From Siwoo's rational perspective, stirring up hatred with the house now would bring no benefit. But Julian's instinct was different. It refused to accept a false reconciliation with a family rotten at its core. Seeing Julian's firm stance, Harand didn't dare press further. He exhaled, his face showing relief mixed with guilt. Julian suddenly turned back and brought up Madame Milna's matter. Harand abruptly bowed deeply in apology. He knew a belated sorry could not make amends to Julian. Julian smiled lightly, saying it was past and he didn't mind. But inwardly he thought he actually had no memory of it at all. Harand added that Joshua would also be present at this family meeting. Since this was Joshua's first meeting as heir, the elders would surely focus all their attention on him. Harand feared they would pressure Joshua to punish Julian for past troubles. Hearing that, Julian gave a knowing smile and asked if that was why Harand wanted him to go along. Look at that smug face of Joshua. He was the favored grandson, raised in indulgence by the housemaster and Lord Orn. Currently, Joshua's reputation was soaring both inside and outside the family. Everyone believed that sooner or later he would officially become the next heir. But Julian had already prepared a little gift as a surprise for his cousin. He told Harand not to worry, there was nothing to be concerned about. As he left, Julian sneered, saying that lately the brotherly bond between him and Joshua had made great progress. Harand stood dumbfounded, completely unaware of what Julian was implying. Heavy footsteps pounded down the palace corridor. Joshua strode angrily, fuming and cursing Julian as a bastard. He stopped before the meeting room door, trying to regain his usual composure. Inside, Lord Orn had noticed the presence of his favored grandson. All the most powerful elders of the Criffart house were already seated at the table, awaiting a drama about to unfold. Chairman Orn spoke in a cold voice, asking everyone to settle so the meeting could officially begin. He glanced around with a stern expression, unable to hide his habitual displeasure. Joshua sat there, sweat beading on his brow. He was under tremendous stress from the elders' pressure. He recalled the prior warning. In this meeting, the name Julian would surely be dissected. Thinking of Julian made Joshua shudder. That cousin's gaze seemed to pierce through all his sins. Julian had bluntly threatened Joshua, saying the matter involving Alpha's Mayhand was not small enough to be ignored. Julian forced Joshua to disclose everything he knew about the Alpha's Mayhand case to the secretary's office. Not stopping there, Julian also demanded that Joshua take responsibility for arranging all compensation for the damages from this scandal. And most importantly, Julian wanted Joshua to publicly support him as a legitimate member of the House at today's meeting. He was being backed into a corner. Joshua ground his teeth in fury. If he hadn't been overwhelmed by emotion and had kept his composure, things might not have gotten so bad. He hated that Julian had him by the throat. Recently, the Council of Elders and the entire Criffart house had been watching Julian with hostility. They were just waiting for an excuse to send him back to the Northern Front again. Returning to the main agenda, Chairman Orn announced that the primary topic of today's meeting was the Holy Sword's moves regarding the house. Everyone knew the Holy Sword had a very deep relationship with the Second Prince. This put considerable pressure on the balance of power. Chairman Orn analyzed that if the Holy Sword officially backed the Second Prince, the succession would certainly tilt decisively in that direction. However, the faction of the Third Prince Kaldrak could not be underestimated either, as it enjoyed support from much of the military at the front. Then there was the Fourth Princess, backed by a powerful tower of magic. The political landscape was becoming extremely complex. Orn emphasized that none of those groups could compare to the Holy Sword's renown. The only one qualified to be weighed against it was Julian. But everyone knew that Julian himself was hardly interested in this struggle for the throne. Orn sighed, calculating. Orn suggested that if Julian continued to appear indifferent, the situation might become even more complicated and chaotic. Then he turned to ask Joshua's opinion. After all, this was the first time he had attended such an important meeting. Orn understood Joshua was likely trembling, but still wanted to hear him speak as a distinguished member of the house. Joshua took a deep breath and sprang to his feet. He knew there was no turning back. He recalled Julian's threat, "Don't get any stupid ideas. If this reaches the secretary's office, you're finished." Wearing a fake smile, Joshua began his plan to use the situation against itself. He muttered, "If that's the case." He spoke up, saying that since people were already talking about Julian's brother, he had a few words to say as well. Joshua boldly proposed that the family take this opportunity to officially recognize Julian as a legitimate member, instead of keeping him in the cadet branch as before. This proposal shocked everyone in the meeting room. One elder couldn't contain himself and shouted, asking Joshua if he knew what he was saying. But behind that smile was a vicious scheme. Joshua thought to himself that he would ruin Julian's reputation by praising him to death, turning him into a target for all the other factions.